Raider Nation, what's going on? It's Mitchell Renz here, host of the Raiders Report. And coming up on today's show, Day 4, NFL Free Agency Live here on the program. But today's going to be a special day. The reason why today's a special day, we're going to be able to get to hear and see our brand new players that the Las Vegas Raiders have officially signed. Because as of this morning, the Raiders have officially signed their entire free agency class, including Tyler Linderbaum, including Jalen Nailor, Kwity Paye, Quay Walker, literally just officially official. Every single player, Nakobe Dean, you think of them, the Raiders have officially signed them. If you're going to ask me how much money do we have in salary cap space, that number is still probably up for debate, I will say, just because Over The Cap is showing $37 million, but they're not showing all the figures there yet for Matt Gay, Quay Walker, and Eric Stokes. The Maxx Crosby deal, I do think that this is going to be one that ends up getting restructured at some point today. But I want y'all to know this right now. If you are ready to watch these free agents talk, you don't have to leave this YouTube channel. You don't have to go to the Raiders YouTube channel. I hope that you watch the presser live with me today. You will literally get to see the players. You're going to hear them. They will be here on the Raiders Report. And if you're ready for a wild and crazy day, today's going to be a good day for Raider Nation. I'm super fired up. If you sound as bad as me, then let me know down below. Give me some me's down below who's rocking with me. Day 4 of NFL free agency, and if I had to guess, I'm going to be here for the next 7 hours. So buckle it up, Buttercup. Let's have ourselves a day. Let's talk a little bit about the Raiders late last night. I don't know where y'all were. I don't know what y'all were doing, but when Maxx Crosby sent out this text, goosebumps, chills, was unbelievably fired up when it went down. Everything happens for a reason. Believe nothing you hear and half of what you see. I'm a Raider. I'm back. Let's run that shit. When that tweet ended up going in, man, oh man, was I fired up. Now, I had a source reach out to me yesterday, and as soon as I got done with this live show, I think Reid made it into a photo from yesterday, and essentially what I tried to do, and I put a video out on social media, I put a video out here on the Raiders Report. I'm going to say it like this. I'm not an insider. Do I have sources? Of course I do. But when I get information, I relay it to Raider Nation. At the end of the day, I do this show based on the fact of if I think it's really cool information, if I think as a Raiders fan that a lot of people would want to know this, I'm going to tell you about it. There's going to be times I'm right. There's going to be times I'm wrong. I'm always going to give my opinion. But I promise you this right now, there is not a person on planet Earth that works their ass off more than me and my team here to make sure that Raider Nation is up to date. And if I earned your respect last night, I hope that I earn your respect today. I hope I earn your respect the entire 2026 season. Hit that subscribe button, turn on those notifications, and let's have ourselves a hell of a day because this is a hell of a defense. I love what this organization is putting together. And now that Maxx Crosby is back and wants to stay in Las Vegas, I will be real. You're going to still hear reports out there. Apparently teams are still calling the Raiders about a trade. I am under the impression it would take almost 3 first-round picks. I'm not even saying that I've been told that. I'm saying what I understand is this. The Raiders want Maxx. Maxx wants to be a Raider. And if there's a team that even wants to entertain the idea of trying to get that guy on your team, you better offer 3 first-round picks. And that's an outlandish deal, and I understand it. Maxx Crosby staying in Las Vegas, and I do think that over the next week, you're going to see some sort of contract restructure, lowering his cap this year and tying him to the Raiders. Also, I was told that there is a conversation right now with Maxx and the Raiders about a no-trade clause being put into his contract going forward. Let's also talk about some of the other moves that the Raiders made officially official. You know, like after the Crosby trade ended up falling through. I know that everybody out there was probably feeling, hey, I guess every player that the Raiders post, I'm literally just commenting on the post, man. When the Crosby trade fell through, And I know I'm not the only one that was like, oh man, is Linderbaum going to be officially official? Is this guy going to be officially official? I was worried. I hear you. Seeing this right here, I'll tell you this: I haven't shaved my face in a long time. Tyler Linderbaum, I will shave my face live on the Raiders Report, and if people want me to shave more, I'll do it if Linderbaum pulls up here on the Raiders Report. But that's one of the cleanest daps I've ever seen, and knowing that now we have our brand new center in that interior offensive line, that's freaking awesome, man. Nakobe Dean, his deal became officially official, 3-year, $36 million. We got 2,200 people here in the building right now. I want there to be more people watching the Raiders Report than the Raiders YouTube channel. So the way that we can have that happen, help me out. Hit that like button. Let's get more Raider fans here. Let's get this thing going Oakland style, because there was a lot, and I mean a lot of good things that are going to be happening today. And I'm just like all of y'all. I can't wait to hear Tyler Linderbaum talk, because he probably sounds better than I do, I'll tell you that. I can't wait to hear Nakobe Dean, Kwity Paye. I want to hear all of these guys. Now, I will say this. I got asked this morning if the Raiders were going to have Maxx Crosby talk today. I reached out to a few people, and I was told no, Max will not be talking today at the presser, that it's all about the free agents, and that the Raiders kind of want some of the Maxx Crosby stuff to die down a little bit. But overall, I think you're going to hear from a bunch of these free agents today, and I can't wait to see Tyler Linderbaum's beautiful face in front of that Raiders podium. What up, Flack? Morning. Thanks, Mitch, for all the content updates. Again, man, like I started doing this show a few years ago, and it's just as much of a therapy session for me. I love covering this team. I'm very prideful in the work that I do. I don't know what else I would even be doing with my life. But at the end of the day, man, I'm going to give you guys 110%. I don't know how to do anything else. Jordan, Max quoted Edgar Allan Poe, a.k.a. the guy who wrote The Raven, saying, "You shouldn't believe anything you hear, ergo, they lied." The person I talked to yesterday clearly is a good source, right? The person I talked to yesterday, and I said this a little bit in the video that I did last night, when Max and his family went into the Ravens facility, it was kind of described and communicated to me as if, again, they just traded 2 first-round picks. Maxx Crosby is not the face of the franchise, but when you make that type of deal, he's the face of the franchise on the defensive side of the football. You expect them to show him the red carpet treatment. But based on what I understood, the moment he got to Baltimore, the moment that they got in the Ravens facility, it was as if everybody knew something that they didn't know, that there was some weird shit going on, and as they were, getting there, a little bit of a Baltimore Raven tour, here's this, here's that, it was very cold, it was very weird, and, again, the exact text that I received was, "We got played." So if Max's team and his family feel like that they got played, and then you see all the other reporting out there, and the fact that the scumbag Ravens have done this before to other players multiple times, I think it's only a matter of time before the legal tampering period is done. And I also think that it's only a matter of time before, to be real, people stop working with the Baltimore Ravens before it actually gets going. Big Raz, reports say the GM was literally on the phone trying to... That's true. That's true, but also he said that he was trying to get Hendrickson and Maxx Crosby together. Also, Max's agent called out the reporting of Diana Rossini yesterday saying fake news. Raider man, Godzilla is coming. Imagine an extremely motivated Mad Max. Oh, man, 20 sacks, MVP next season. Again, the NFL is an offensive league. He ain't going to win MVP, but can we get a defensive play of the year? I hope so. Yeah, I'm really curious to see how he fits in this new 3-4 defense. Everybody that I talk to, Max is really fired up about it because, we've seen Max kind of stand up, do his own thing, and the way that the Raiders defense has gone, Max has almost kind of been like, hey, man, if you want to go rover, you want to go ISO, you're the best player on this team, whatever you want to do, go do. But Max is going to be lining up with his hand in the dirt. He's going to be lining up as an outside linebacker. Somebody was yelling at me the other day because my depth chart graphic that I showed, they were like, Mitch, you don't have him as an outside linebacker. I could put Max at outside linebacker. I could put Max at defensive end. Maxx Crosby is going to feast in this Rob Leonard defense But the reason why that I believe he's going to feast, the reason why I think that you're going to see the best season that you've ever seen out of Maxx Crosby, somehow, I'm telling you right now, like, there is a monster that has been awoken that I never even thought was possible, that extra 1%. But here's the biggest reason why I think Max is going to have a career year. You ready? Because this is the most talented defense he's ever been a part of. And we haven't even gotten to the draft yet. I mean, you look at this team. Just look at this roster on the defensive side of the football compared to the team last season. It is astonishing how much better that we have already gotten. Raider, man, let's go, man. Big Raz, I agree, man. I do. John, Mitch, bro, you on? I honestly don't see the Raiders signing any more players. The reason why I'm on today is because Tyler Linderbaum, all the free agents, they're going to be speaking to the media today. So literally, you guys are going to be able to watch the presser with me live. Like, see how all these graphics over here? That's going to be the Raiders players talking. That's going to be all them. But also at the same time, I actually disagree with you. I could absolutely positively seeing the Raiders make, even if it's just a minor move out there. It's been reported that apparently the Raiders are looking, to add a quarterback. So we're going to be here. We're going to talk about it. But, free agency, man, is such a big thing to cover around the National Football League. Even if no Raiders news actually happens, I wanted to pull up here today because I was, I don't want to say cooked last night. I mean, obviously I was tired when the Max stuff went down, but I wanted to be able to talk more Maxx Crosby stuff today, and I wanted to be able to watch all the pressers with all of y'all. So, again, I don't need to do this show just to cover news. Did you see the Pac-Man Jones? Yeah, I mean, I saw Pac-Man last night saying that he's heard from a really credible and reliable source that Max is going to get traded to the Bengals. I would say the only way possible that the Cincinnati Bengals get Maxx Crosby in that jersey is if they give up 2 first-round picks, T. Higgins, and then you better throw in something else. And they're just not going to do that. Appreciate you, though, Aaron. Again, and if I'm not saying that Pac-Man Jones doesn't have sources, but also, I don't think he talked to the people I talked to yesterday. And the people I talked to yesterday made it pretty clear to me that Max is a Raider, Max will be a Raider, and Max is never going to leave Las Vegas. At least that is the communication that was received to me yesterday. What up, Danny? Baltimore proved they are still sleazy dirtbags, but I am thrilled Mad Max is back. I'm thrilled that we have a motivated Max. I am thrilled that this is, from what I am understanding, also part of the Raiders' plan. To me, my biggest concern with the whole Maxx Crosby trade was if Spytek and Brady and Klint truly wanted to trade away Max, if that was part of their plan, then at the end of the day, there's nobody above the shield. And as thrilled as I am to have Max back, in a perfect world, I want to win with Maxx Crosby. Number 2, I want to win without Maxx Crosby. Number 3, I want to lose with Maxx Crosby. At the end of the day, the most important thing has got to be winning. But my understanding is that Klint, Spytek, they want to be able to keep Max. And the reason why Max was traded was because Max and his team were working behind the scenes to help out get the Raiders the best trade possible because he did want to be traded away. He wanted a new opportunity. I was told, quote, the football god spoke, and I'm listening. Max is a very big believer in everything happens for a reason. And Max is going to be a Raider, and I'm excited about it. I'm excited to see what this team looks like because Maxx Crosby, with what the pieces that we have, I know I told myself at the beginning of the offseason I would temper my expectations, that I wouldn't get overly hyped like we do every offseason. But man, oh man, I can't wait to see Raiders football in 26. Hey, Mitch, thank you for the nonstop content. We all appreciate it. If you had to choose one guy at pick 36, EMW, Lee Hunter, or a wide receiver, who would I go with? Who's EMW? Is that the safety from Toledo? Is that who you're talking about? Is that the safety from Toledo? If I had to go Lee Hunter, McNeil Warren, or any wide receiver, just looking at our team and where we are right now, I would love another safety. If I actually probably ranked, I have EMW ranked higher than I do Lee Hunter, but also it's which wide receiver is out there? Which wide receiver is available? If the Raiders are planning on starting Fernando Mendoza in year 1, we might have to consider going out and getting that wide receiver. If the Raiders, I guess if the Raiders were to sign Kirk Cousins, I would say EMW or Lee Hunter before I would go out and get a wide receiver. So, but I appreciate the question. And again, y'all, I'm just as excited about everything that happened yesterday, just like all of y'all. I know that I probably earned a lot of people's respect yesterday. I know I already have a lot of people's respect from all the shows that we do, but I just want people to know, like, I'm a grinder. I love this team. I love being able to hang out with all of y'all. And again, this is my job, and I take it seriously. Hit me. What do you got?
Some news this morning in the lieu of, and this might be kind of looking into the tea leaves of Maxx Crosby staying. In the lieu of Maxx Crosby potentially staying a Raider, Cardinals edge Josh Sweat has requested a trade, and the Cardinals are looking at their options to trade the edge rusher Josh Sweat. So maybe teams plan B instead of Maxx Crosby, in that the Raiders aren't looking to trade him anymore. The Cardinals' Josh Sweat is now available.
See, I think that's pretty interesting. And you know, again, like it's been reported that the Raiders are still receiving phone calls about trades. I think that it would have to be, like I said, like I actually think it's like three first-round picks. It's such a high asking price that if Maxx were to be traded, any Raiders fan here would be like, oh, wow, this is unbelievable. But my understanding is that Klint, Spytek, and Maxx had a conversation yesterday. They were all on the same page. Maxx made it clear to them that he's all in, and that whatever the Raiders organization wants for him, that he's going to make it happen. But I'm also under the impression that, again, I think that you could be seeing a no-trade clause being floated out and thrown in to the Maxx Crosby contract. Here's what I'm going to say, though. I'm not going to guarantee, I'm not going to say any of that, but I would say that there is a 25 to 30% chance that you see a Raiders trade over the next 24 to 48 hours because of the amount of teams that are going to call the Raiders. They're going to ask about Maxx, but the Raiders aren't going to float out Maxx. I would say this, the top two players that you could see the Raiders potentially trade away if certain conversations are happening and if certain people are looking to get Maxx, I think that the Raiders could, again, I'm not reporting anything. This is my opinion covering this football team. Watch out for a Tyree Wilson trade. Watch out for another potential player, maybe even along the lines of a J.J. Pegues or Tonka Hemingway. Not because that the Raiders don't like those guys, but two defensive tackles that were drafted by your last regime. Tyree Wilson, the Raiders have to make a decision on his fifth-year option by May 1st. Obviously, he's not going to get that fifth-year option, so the fourth year, technically, this is going to be the final offseason for Tyree. And there's going to be teams out there like the Dallas Cowboys. I'm telling you right now, I know by a source close to me that the Cowboys are sniffing around and they're interested in Tyree Wilson because Tyree's got an agent down here in the DFW area. Where does he spend all of his off seasons? Down here in the DFW area. And if the Raiders were to get like a fourth-round pick for Wilson, maybe even a fifth-round pick, I do think that they could pull the trigger on that and a trade could end up going down. But also at the exact same time, I know that Tyree Wilson is excited to play in a 3-4 because he thinks it fits his skill set better, and he's also excited to be able to have and work with Rob Leonard as the defensive coordinator. So I'm not saying Tyree wants out at all, but I just know that teams are going to call and ask about Maxx, and the Raiders are going to go, well, what about this? Barry, I want Fernando to start this season. We need to maximize his chemistry with Linderbaum and the receivers now, not next year. I also want Fernando Mendoza to start, but, I've seen regimes come and go. I've seen coaching staffs do their thing. I've earned already more respect for Klint Kubiak and John Spytek. Going into when they were hired, I already had my expectations were high. Those were the top two guys that I wanted at GM and head coach. But, still at the exact same time, if they want to let Fernando sit a year and learn, I have to be able to sit back here and go, I have to trust the process. When it happened with Josh McDaniels, when shit was going on with Pete Carroll, you try to, I never believed in Josh. I was very much so on the fence with Pete because I believe in Klint and because they have already shown me in the first few days of, just in the last week alone, what the Raiders have done has earned my respect. Like, I see the path. I see the vision. So, like, I'm not going to say I'm going to love it. I'm not going to say I 100% agree with it. But I am going to trust this regime way more than I've ever trusted another regime because they've already, in a very short amount of time, have earned my respect. But at the same time, like it's what we got to do as a fan. I think it's what we got to do in general. Barry, I hear you, though, man. Do you guys want Fernando Mendoza to start right away? Give me a Y for yes. Give me an N for no. And if people are asking, when is the presser going to happen? The presser is scheduled to get kicked off here in 25 minutes. So as soon as the Raiders YouTube channel clicks that live button, again, I hope that you guys stay here. I hope that you watch us. I'm not saying that, I'm not trying to take away anything from the Raiders YouTube channel. I met a lot of really awesome people at the Combine that appreciate the work that I do, but also at the exact same time, like, I want to be number one. I want to be the most watched Raiders show on planet Earth, and I want Raiders fans to watch it here with me. So, that's just how I'm saying it. Raider Jeremy says no. I'll tell you what, it's kind of a little bit of a mixed bag in here. Sam says no unless he's ready. And yes, that's the mentality here. It's, do you think Fernando Mendoza, like if Fernando Mendoza is 100% ready by week one, it's going to be really hard for me to not want to see him out there on the field. If you're not confident that he's going to be as polished and as ready right away, but then also, if Brady and they feel like, hey, throwing a guy into a fire can be difficult. If you sit back and you learn, you marinate a little bit, and when you have it up here, you can kind of work that way a little bit more. Again, I'm gonna trust the process here. To the 3,500 people here in the building, we're at 622 likes. Let's get to 1,000 likes before this presser gets going. If anybody out there wants a Raiders Report shirt, Raiders Report hoodie, anything at all Raiders related, we got you covered. And if you're looking for a Weir Kubiak shirt or hoodie, oh man, we can do it again. I know the amount of people that ask for a refund on Friday and Saturday, and I don't blame people, right? Like, again, you spent your hard-earned money on something, but to actually be able to go through the roller coaster ride of what Raiders fans went through, this past week, I feel like I say this all the time. This past week covering this team was, I literally think, the craziest week I've ever experienced in my life. So if you want a Mendoza, if you want a Weir Kubiak, if you want some Raiders Report merch, it's going to be available all down in the comments, down in the description. And if you hate the Baltimore Ravens for the shady shit that they tried to pull and that they did pull, chatsports.com/FBAL. But if you click that link that Chuggs is putting down there in the comments right now, you'll be able to get any one of the shirts that we just showed. Cool. Yeah, Chuck said he just put the FBAL one. I also, as soon as you guys get them, I literally get the notification right away. Shout out to David S., who just got a short sleeve and an F the Raven shirt. More XLs being ordered. No, I'm just kidding. Also, whoever recommended this melon ball yesterday, medicine ball, I'm not kidding you. I am, you call me Medicine Ball Mitch from here on out because I am addicted to these things. Absolutely love them. Absolutely love them. Got to wear that Crosby jersey backwards all day. Let's effing go. You know what's crazy? I actually don't have a Crosby jersey. This might be weird. I have so many of y'all's jerseys. Like, legitimately, I have probably 150 Raiders jerseys of fans. And I've always been the person where I love Raider Nation way more than I love any player. It's just the fact. And I think when you do the show, you get to know people, and Raider Nation deserves to be recognized for showing up, showing out every single day. So I actually don't have a Crosby jersey, but I always say, like, I don't know if I'd buy a jersey now. I always wait for them to be a legend. I think I'm going to get a Crosby jersey because I'm really, really confident he's going to be a Raider for life. I feel like if Max saw me wearing his jersey backwards, he'd be like, bro, what on earth are you doing? Like, stop that shit. Oh, dude. Anthony, cheers to you, man. Num says, I got a shirt. It's kind of crazy. I'm not going to lie. This entire offseason has been crazy. If you haven't yet voted at the live poll. I hope that you do so. Grade the Raiders off season if you could. And also, Chuggs just put the timer on there for the Raiders free agent presser. It's going to begin in 18 minutes and 35 seconds. But, I mean, man, oh, man, crazy, crazy, crazy day. If anybody's wondering what our deals are on the program today, if we could do the wheel spin. I don't really know if we need to get all the wheel spins in, but we can. Every 1,000 likes, can you just change the title? Wheel spin, we got you. If you want to get in for our duck race, $20 Venmo. If you hate the Baltimore Ravens, let it be known. And if you're trying to bang, let's just have some fun today. Let's bang it out, and let's just have a good time with the nation. We'll probably be making deals throughout the entirety of the show, but I would like to get some more questions. I would like to be able to get some more comments, and I want to be able to answer as many as I can today. Essentially, I will be live as long as the questions are a-flowing, and as long as there is NFL news, Raiders news, any sort of Raiders updates, you guys already know. I got you covered. Also, whoever the MVP of today's show is, I'm going to get you a Maxx Crosby Raiders jersey. Whoever bangs the most, you'll end up getting one. And I'm going to see if I can get a specialty Maxx Crosby jersey. I'm working on some stuff behind the scenes, so it might be signed. That's all I'm going to say. What up, Britton? What up, big dog? Your friends downstairs are safe. Love being here, listening, watching all day. Thanks for being here for the nation. Your friends downstairs are safe. Oh, I get it. Yeah, so yesterday I tweeted out like the whole breaking news thing, and Raider Nation, I think it was Raider Nation Worldwide on Twitter, was basically like, I'm going to take your testes if you're wrong on this. So I'm good, man. I'm safe. I'm all good. My wife's probably thrilled about it. Though maybe in a few years from now, I'll get something wrong. That way I can get a free snip, and we're all good to go. Britton, get a pick. Get a pick. Doc, what up, Doc? Mitch, how good do you think our defensive line is going to be 1 to 10? My optimism is through the roof. Right now, again, I think it depends, right? So if Maxx is going to be lining up more as that outside linebacker type, then I would say our Raiders defensive line is still actually one of the weaker units in the NFL. If Maxx is going to be on that defensive line, I'd probably say 6, 7 out of 10. That's God's honest opinion. But, again, if you take Maxx off that line, right, and if it's Tyree Wilson, Adam Butler, Tonka Hemingway, J.J. Pegues, John Olalu, to me, that's probably a 3 out of 10. We still need to be able to improve on the interior. I want to get a big boy like a DJ Reader to help him feast and help everybody out, because I do truly believe the highest upside defense that we have is by Maxx playing more of that outside linebacker role, and you're using, Tyree Wilson, Tonka Hemingway, J.J. Pegues, John Olalu, Adam Butler, and then add a Lee Hunter at pick 36, DJ Reader there in the middle. And if that's your 6 and you're rotating those 3 guys, and when Maxx wants to put his hand in the dirt, you allow him to put his hand in the dirt. But again, you're paying Maxx Crosby to get after the quarterback. And I think that one of the problems of him not being able to get after the quarterback has been our lack of ability on the defensive line. Wilkins was supposed to help. Obviously, it's one of the weirdest stories of all time, the fact that there's still no information out on it. I'm optimistic. However, I want to be clear. I think that we are, the biggest needs I'm looking at right now on this roster, I think it's somebody else on that defensive line at DT. I think it's somebody else in that free safety room. I think it's another wide receiver. And then we're going to need a running back, or they're said that they're going to add a fullback. So in my mind, that's kind of 5-ish starters of some sort of the imagination. Robert, free safety, edge, right tackle, nose tackle, AFC West, be afraid. Be very afraid. See, I think that the Raiders actually with their offensive line are a lot more confident. Based on everything I've heard and just based on what I saw last season with my eyeballs, Brennan Carroll was one of the biggest reasons why the Raiders' offensive line was a joke. And I saw something that Pete Carroll spoke for the very first time, and he said that, the Raiders didn't do a good job last offseason putting a lot of talent on that offensive line, and he totally neglected to put any of the blame at all on his Nepo kid, Brennan Carroll, which makes me just even more happy that Pete and Brennan are gone. But I think the Raiders fans also got to look at 2024, right? In 2024, the Raiders had a top 16 offensive line in pass blocking and in run blocking metrics. And there really wasn't all that much of a difference. Sure, you lose Dylan Parham, but I would say confidently, it's Colton Miller. You got JPJ, Tyler Linderbaum. That's 3 out of your 5. And then between Charles Grant and DJ Glaze, 2 third-round picks, one of those guys got to win the tackle spot. And then you got Caleb Rogers and Jordan Meredith. One of those guys has to win the guard spot. And then whoever loses, that's a good 6. That's a good 7 on that back of that offensive line. I actually have a lot more confidence in this Raiders line. Plus, on top of that, we finally have a good offensive line coach in Rick Dennison to get it working. Can we get better? Yes. But I think now that the fallout of the Maxx Crosby trade has happened, we have other bigger needs. We have other bigger priorities out there. But if we invested more in the trenches, I would not be upset about it. Biggest concern on the roster right now, let me know down below. What do you think is the Raiders' biggest need? I mean, technically, if we look at the roster right now, it's quarterback. But I don't want anybody to say quarterback, right? I mean, Fernando Mendoza is going to be the guy in our mind. I would say, again, I think it's somewhere on that defensive line, somewhere at that free safety room, and then at that wide receiver position. I mean, if we're looking for a true number 1 wide receiver, I know for a fact we don't have a true number 1. You could say Brock, but let's just keep him at tight end. If it's because Trey Tucker, Jalen Nailor, and Jack Besh, I want those guys to be 2s and 3s. 2s and 3s, 2s and 3s. Right now I'm seeing backup running back from blanks. We got bigger needs than that. Nose tackle from Stabler, nose tackle from Darren, free safety from Casey, Land, Allen. We got Raider Raft. Also, just Mike's going to go with a wide receiver. I mean, it's very, very much up in the air. What about a long snapper? Do we need a long snapper? Now, I think Alex Ward is going to be the Raiders' long snapper this season. He's got ties with the Rams. Matt Gay is going to be the kicker. Not saying that they don't add another kicker for competition, but I think that's where it's going to be. Aaron, do you sign Kirk Cousins? I would not. And, again, I would not sign Kirk Cousins because I believe that Fernando Mendoza, Aiden O'Connell is a good enough quarterback room for the Raiders to get through this upcoming season. And I'm okay with the idea of allowing Mendoza to roll with the punches because even if he struggles, even if he's bad, he's going to be your guy the next 3 years, and it doesn't really matter. And I just think the more and more work, the more and more that Mendoza gets to see, he's smart enough, he's good enough to be able to make it happen. But also, it's the money involved. Like, Cousins, to me, has been a magician at getting contracts. And I see Kirk Cousins getting $15 to $20 million a year. Now, maybe it's a 1-year, $20 million deal, but that's $20 million in salary cap space that we can't use towards free safety, wide receiver, nose, all those other positions. And it's, I would say if Cousins comes in, you got to look at it as more of a long-term investment on Fernando Mendoza instead of just trying to win this year. I see Mendoza just flat beating out any other quarterback. And I don't really disagree with you, dude. To me, I know Aiden O'Connell is going to be extremely helpful to Mendoza. If they do end up bringing in another veteran, I think that's going to be extremely helpful. But overall, I am a believer in Fernando. I'm a believer in Mendoza. And I think when you bring people in that just have that, I'm addicted to football is my life mentality, that you get the best out of those players. And to me, Mendoza's the type of guy where there's some people that are afraid of a challenge. There's some people that take a challenge head on. Mendoza's the type of dude that he wants that challenge head on because I think he likes the challenge. I think he's addicted to, wanting to be the best. And that's a great addiction to have when you're looking at a franchise quarterback. We got 3,600 people here in the building right now. If you haven't already, make sure you click that like button. Believe it or not, it does help us out a lot. What's the status on Chin? $7 million to the salary cap? What do you mean, what's the status? I mean, Jeremy Chin's a good, strong safety, linebacker hybrid. I saw some dope on Twitter the other day saying that the Raiders should move on from Jeremy Chin. If you follow people that think the Raiders should move on from Jeremy Chin, I feel bad for you. Jeremy Chin might have struggled from time to time last season, but here's the thing. Every single person on that Raiders defense struggled from time to time. And I think what Chin did a good job of, I honestly think what the Raiders should try to do with Chin, I think what they try to do is they try to put him in like that Cam Chancellor role last season. They try to have him be a little bit of a replacement for Robert Spillane. But overall, what Chin does is he's a good run stopper, and he's going to be able to do a lot of other things for you in terms of like the coverage game, covering tight ends, covering running backs. But because our defense got significantly better, you're going to be able to use Chin as more of like that chess piece on the field because that's where he's great at, that versatility overall. So I like Jeremy Chin. He's a physical player. He's 28 years old. I think he fits our timeline well, and he's got 1 year left on his contract. It's essentially going to be a prove-it deal. I could see next offseason, I'm sitting here on this show going, the Raiders have extended Jeremy Chin on a 2-year contract. What? Hit me. Yes. I don't know if men can. So I know like my wife, so Jeremy just said, I don't know if y'all knew this, but you could select women drivers on Uber now. I knew like Alex, there was another app in Dallas. I can't think of the name of it right now, but it's only women drivers. What Raiders signing do you want to hear from? So today we're going to be hearing from what I understand, I think that there's a shot that we could hear from every single one of the Raiders free agents that are in the building today. So the Raiders free agents that are in the building today, Quay Walker, Kwity Paye, Jalen Nailor, Tyler Linderbaum. I don't know if Nakobe Dean is there today. I mean, obviously if they want him there, they could be there. But wild, man. Who do you guys want to hear from? Who do y'all want to hear from? Give me somebody else's name besides Linderbaum, because I'm pretty sure even my wife wants to hear from Linderbaum.
Give me Quay.
A little Quay Walker action. Quay Walker, maybe a little Nakobe Dean.
Quay Skywalker.
Ooh, I like it. Honestly, that'd be a dope. That'd be kind of sick. And also with you. A lot of Jalen Nailors down below. I think Jalen Nailor is going to be fun. Also, shout out to Raiders Designs. He hit me up on IG because yesterday I messaged Nailor and I go, bro, you got to get yourself a different profile pic. So then he was like, well, help me out. Shout out to Raider Nation. I saw a bunch of people. Yeah, so I saw a bunch of people send me some edits. You know, I'm the type of guy where I'm going to be loyal to my people. Raiders Designs on IG and on Twitter has always been a good guy to me. And he sent me the photo that he made of Nailor, so I sent it to Nailor, and then Nailor changed his profile pic. So if you don't think that this show can make a difference, if you don't think that our voice can be heard, I know I'm a loud individual. Today, I'm definitely not a loud individual. But the reason why I want people to watch the Raiders Report, the reason why I want y'all to hit that subscribe button is this is the #1 Raiders show on planet Earth, but we have a voice together. And the louder and louder that our voice is, the more likely it's going to be heard by players, coaches, Mark Davis. And, you know, to me, for Jalen Nailor to switch his profile pic to somebody that, you know, watches this show that made a pic of him, bro, I think that's really effing cool, man. I think that's really effing cool. It's Jay says, I want to hear from Christian Wilkins. I don't know if you do. I don't know if you do. I mean, I said it the other day. If you guys want to, we can do a Matt Gay jersey giveaway. You just let me know. We'll either do the Maxx Crosby or the Matt Gay jersey giveaway. Which one would you rather have? Which one would you rather have? Spam Max or Spam Matt? What could possibly go wrong? We got 6 minutes to go. We got 6 minutes to go here. We're going to keep rolling through some supers. Mitch, do we keep JJ, Tyree, and Tonka, move Butler? I don't see us moving Adam Butler. I know he's getting up there in age a little bit. He's still got 2 years left on his contract, and out of all the names that you just mentioned, I think that Adam Butler's the best one on the defensive line for what we have right now. The name that I'll say is the most likely to get traded is Tyree Wilson. And I know that there's been calls about Tyree, and I know there's going to be teams that continuously call the Raiders about Maxx Crosby. Again, the Raiders, everything that I heard yesterday, Max, told his family, told his friends, he told the Raiders that I'm not going to get traded. I don't want to be traded. I want to be here. Sounds like the Raiders are in alignment there. But I would say Tyree Wilson would be the top name to watch out for because he's essentially got 1 year left. So if you know you're not going to bring him back next offseason, then you just trade him now. Maybe you can get a 4th or a 5th round pick for the former number 7 overall pick in 2023. What's up, Ghost? Scracken Nation. Mitch, what's up, buddy? Feels good to be a Raider fan. Am I right? I'll say this. Even when the season sucks, I love being a Raider fan. I love being somebody that has a lot of fun. Yep. So the Raiders have just officially started their live, and once players start, walking up to the podium, there's nobody up there yet. I actually hate how the Raiders do it. I told the guy who runs the Raiders YouTube channel at the Combine, I'm like, stop doing the Raiders shield that just spins for 5, 10, 15 minutes. It doesn't make any sense. But what do I know? I only run a Raiders YouTube show. But, man, I think it always feels good to be a Raider fan. I'm always excited to be able to talk to everybody that watches this show. And, again, man, to me, even when we're losing, I love being able to talk about this team. Robert, much respect for you, Mitch, on breaking the Crosby staying news long before the so-called experts, ignoring the haters, my brother. Yeah, I mean, if you don't got haters, you're not doing things right. And I don't break a lot of news. And to me, I would say the only two news is the stories that I broke this year were Wilkins and were Maxx Crosby. I'll always say this. Sometimes people come at me a little bit and they're like, Mitch, you got to give more respect to the beat reporters. It's a tough job. I know it's a tough job, but respect's a two-way street, right? There's a reason why nobody from the Raiders beat reporters. There's a reason why nobody that covers the Raiders talked about the Maxx Crosby story. There's a reason why none of those guys are going to give me credit. And it's a two-way street, and I've learned that, right? But I'm going to keep on doing my thing. I know Raider Nation's got my back, and I know that there's not a person on planet Earth that knows this team better, that can talk about this team better, and I know for a fact I would run laps around any single person in that building right now. What? Lord Only Dan's Obi-Wan Nakobe and Quay Walker gonna run rampant. Bro, I love that. Send that to Arnold. Lord Only Dan's, if our boss and our graphic team approves this, I'm going to send you this shirt. You just let me know what size you want. I mean, I think that's kind of a dope shirt. I'll say this. Would you guys want this shirt? Why for yes and for no? We get them both up there, a little Star Wars theme. Get some lightsabers and the Death Star. What do we think? You guys in? I think it's kind of, again, I've never seen Star Wars. I feel like I got to see Star Wars then. What if we just went live on the Raiders Report Star Wars watch party? 24 hours straight of just us watching Star Wars. What could possibly go wrong? Mr. Lord Only Dan's for the win. Bro, I think it's creative. I've never seen Star Wars, Seth. I know, man. When I was a kid growing up, not to say that I wasn't allowed to watch TV or movies, but I really wasn't allowed to watch TV or movies. It was get your ass outside. I grew up in the middle of nowhere, central Pennsylvania. Shout out to the 570. He said a bunch of people are saying yes. All right. I thought you were going to be live for the presser. I am live for the presser. The presser starts in 27 minutes. Again, the Raiders, they did start their stream, but they're not live. There's nobody up there. There's nobody talking yet. You're going to be able to see the players up here on screen. Whatever you would see over on the Raiders YouTube channel, it's going to be right here. Full screen, players talking. We got it. We got it. And, again, even if this hits 0, the moment that I see somebody walk up to the podium, we'll get it going. So here's how this is going to go. Jalen Nailor, Tyler Linderbaum, Kwity Paye, Quay Walker. Those are going to be the guys that speak today. Those are going to be the guys that speak. The Eagles, Pro Bowl offensive guard Landon Dickerson have agreed to a revised 2-year contract. Interesting. Moving some money around in Philadelphia. Nailor, Linderbaum, Quay, Walker. So 4 players talking. Will there be press conferences? Why Spy and Klint addressing free agency signings? And obviously, so yeah, the presser is going to be today. They're literally getting ready to go talk. This Maxx situation, I reached out to the person I was talking to yesterday that gave me the scoop on Maxx, and they made it pretty clear to me that they're under the impression the Raiders kind of want this Maxx stuff to die down a little bit because in their mind, Maxx is a Raider. In Maxx's mind, he's a Raider. Oh, yeah, that's why it slaps. Also, according to my guy, Mike Dixon, shout out to Mike, Klint Kubiak, John Spytek, and Sandra Douglas are in attendance today for the press conferences. Love it. I think that's a really, really good look for them. All right, here we go. We're going to kick it over here to the presser. I don't know who the first one is talking, but so they're actually all up at the podium. Let's do it.
Have a big market for you, one of the top traders on the market. When you started to go to this process, what were you looking for, and what did you want out of this?
Yeah, I think going through the process, just trying to find a team that's suitable to my skill sets. Coach Kubiak, I'm excited. What he's going to build here, something that I think will fit my play, and obviously just the whole organization in itself, I think is heading in the right direction, and something that I want to be a part of, and build this program into a championship level team.
For Tyler, building chemistry with a new offense and a new quarterback, how do you go about that?
Yeah, it's going to take work. Obviously, day one, it's going to take everybody being on the same page, communication, laying the foundation of what needs to be done, the direction that we want to head, and ultimately it takes the guys in the locker room to decide how good we want to be.
Myers, Raider Nation Radio 920. What does this opportunity mean for you, being able to come back to Vegas, being a Bishop Gorman guy?
It means the most to me, man, just to be able to come back to a familiar place. Got tons of connections here. I see my guy Mark in the back. Just people that I've known growing up, and it's just a blessing to be here.
Did you think about that possibility just going into this process, knowing that it was maybe you could come home?
It didn't really hit me until a few weeks ago. Just talking about it and with my agent, and just felt like this was the right fit for me and the best fit for me to show what I can do on the field.
What are your thoughts on partnering with Nakobe Dean at the linebacker position and playing in a 3-4 like Coach Klint Kubiak said a month or so ago?
I'm really excited to do that because I don't play with him before, as we all know. So it's just another opportunity for us to go out there and to showcase our talent, and just to bring a type of energy, intensity to the defense, just add to it. Just bring a whole lot of grit that other guys can feed up on, and hopefully they can match our energy, which I know they would. I know Rob going to use us in the right way and set us up for success.
How do you think your skill set specifically is going to fit with Rob Leonard and his defense?
Fit perfectly. I had a talk with him last night at dinner. I'm not going to go into everything, but I know he's going to use me the right way, lining me up in different positions and just moving me all around so other teams can't really recognize what I'm going to do. And I just think he's really going to bring out my skill set because I think he quite understands me, although he haven't really saw me on the field yet, but I know he watched film and did a lot of things like that. So I think I'm going to be used the right way. I think he's going to do it the right way.
LeaveAverageRaiders.com. You've blocked for a lot of really good running backs at Iowa, and obviously Derrick Henry with Baltimore. With your experience of blocking for those guys, how do you think that will benefit Ashton Jeanty and how you kind of gain a relationship with him?
Yeah, super excited. I think as offensive lineman, that's got to be our bread and butter, is to be able to run the football. It helps things set up for different things for success, and the O-line play. It's a mindset. It's having the right attitude of, determination of what we're trying to do to the defense, and it takes all five guys being on the same page. So super excited to get with the guys in the building and kind of work towards our goals.
For Kwity, what would excite you most about potentially lining up opposite from Maxx Crosby?
Man, it's gonna be crazy, man. Just seeing him pursue and just his relentless pursuit throughout the down. Just being able to play with him and get after. I played with Jonah in Indy for a little.
Hang on. All right, we're back.
Playing with him, just playing with some ballers. It'll be great.
Seasons with the Baltimore Ravens. How difficult was it kind of that's where you started your career to kind of move on from that organization?
Yeah. Obviously very thankful for the 4 years I had with them. Developing me as a player. But excited for the new challenge on what's ahead. I think all the guys up here and all the guys coming in, we're going to take on a new leadership role of, trying to get the team in the best position possible moving forward. So excited for the next challenge, and I know all of us are ready to get to work.
Tyler, you're raising the bar for all centers across the league now. What does it mean that the Raiders have that trust in you?
Yeah, it means a lot. Don't take that lightly. Appreciate the opportunity, but at the end of the day, I got to prove it on the field. I got to prove it every day, and how I come in the building, earning my coach's trust, players' trust, and just thankful for the opportunity. But just excited to get to work and get to meet the guys.
Quay gave us an idea of how he's going to be used, how he sees his skill set in this defense. What about you? What different ways is this going to highlight your strength, and what do you think this defense is going to look like altogether?
Man, I'm athletic enough to play anywhere on the line, so anywhere these guys need me, I'm gonna go out there and play. Playing opposite of Max is gonna be great, and just anywhere they need me.
Jalen, thoughts on potentially and probably playing with Fernando Mendoza at quarterback?
I mean, it'll be great to have him come in, show what he can do. He's shown in the college level. He just has to come here and do that consistently at a high level. And I think it would be great for the team and our receiver room to have that kind of guy throwing us the ball, and that would be very exciting for me.
Some of the things you learned playing alongside Justin Jefferson in Minnesota?
A ton, man. Just his work ethic day in and day out. He's never too high or too low. He's literally the same person every single day. No matter what's going on in his life, he's always going to have a smile, joy, laughter throughout the whole building. And just what he does on the field, man, he's very confident, the way he runs his routes, things like that I've tried to implement into my game. Just going to try and do that even better, just to elevate my game.
Back into that, obviously being on a team with Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison now with this new opportunity, do you feel like this is going to give you a better opportunity to really showcase the receiver that you truly believe that you are and can be?
Oh, for sure. Just having that ability to play multiple positions in the offense, move around, motions, things like that. I feel like with Coach Kubiak's offense, he does that very well with the guys, trying to get them the ball and move them around. I feel like that's going to play right into my skill set.
Quay, you and Nakobe agreed in terms of around the same time on Monday. Did you guys talk about that like reunion beforehand, or was it just something like, oh, okay, like we're gonna do this? Towards the end of the season, me and him had talks that it was a possibility that he wasn't gonna go back to Philly, and it probably was the same with me going back to Green Bay. I knew I was in talks with him, but honestly, at the end of the season, we just talked about the possibility of me and him playing together and how we would love to do that. And honestly, man, the day of, I was texting him the whole day, actually talking to him the whole day, and I kind of told him my situation, where I was headed. 5 minutes later, he said the same thing, and we ended up here. So big things to Spy for that, for sure.
What about with Eric Stokes as well, being another Georgia guy?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I reached out to him. I talked to him pretty much like throughout the whole process. Probably like 2 weeks before the news came out, I talked to him, and pretty much just got a lot of feedback from him with Vegas and everything, and what we can bring here, what I could bring here, and stuff like that. And it was a whole lot that I talked to, but of course I talked to him one-on-one, and he gave me a lot of feedback on everything. So,
Wait, is there a time or a story you can think about going back to Georgia, Brock Bowers?
and that was pretty much the first week he stepped in there. We already knew what he was about. As soon as I think we were doing like 7-on-7. Of course, we don't have the pads on, but you could just tell certain guys who stands out right away, especially with being there with the level of competition that we have and the guys that we bring in at UGA. But man, right away I just knew, especially like not only during that 7-on-7 period, but it was I think around springtime as well. That's when he kind of separated himself, and I knew, well, not just me, but I think everybody in the building knew about him. So that was that.
What's kept you and Nakobe so close over all these years, despite obviously going to different spots in the draft?
Me and Kobe was close during our times there at UGA, and not only that, I spent a lot of time with him. So like in the league, it's kind of different. You kind of have your own hotel room, but me and him actually share rooms together. So it was just a whole lot that me and him did. The bond that we have, whether that was straight after practice, going into the room and watching film, whatever the case may be. But the bond that we have, it never really faded any type of way. Our relationship just continued to build and continued to stay strong throughout the years, 4 years of being in the league. And every offseason I got with him, and including this offseason, I'll be with him again. So our relationship never really changed, honestly.
Tyler, for you and everyone up there is being asked to kind of help turn this culture around and turn this organization into a winning culture. What does that take? What is it going to take to turn that around?
Yeah, just be ourselves. Be ourselves, and like I said earlier, earn the respect of our teammates, coaches, and be as consistent as we can be each and every day, and that's going to be enough.
Thoughts on partnering on the interior of the offensive line with Jackson Powers Johnson? What have you thought of him?
Excited to work with Jackson. I just got to meet him. Really just excited to get around the unit. Excited to work with the guys. Think we can build something special here, and it's gonna take everyone involved, and just excited for the opportunity to get to work with them.
Do you feel there's like a level of your game still to be unlocked, and you think maybe like a fresh start at a new place will help do that?
Definitely, yeah. Being able to come here, fresh start. I already spoke with Coach Smith, and just being able to go out there and play free, and just be myself. Playing with Indy was great, but there was definitely a part of me that felt like I can do more, and I have the opportunity to do so here. So, yes, sir.
For Quay, what stood out to you most about the direction of where the Raiders are heading that made you want to be a part of it?
Honestly, I just think they got the right people here, especially with the staff, and I just truly believe in what Spy is trying to accomplish here. I just think adding a guy like myself and alongside these guys and Nakobe and more people, I'm assuming that Spy may bring in, whatever the case may be. I just think we can actually get this thing turned around, and it's one thing to come up here and to say that, but it's another thing to do it. So time will tell. Only thing I can say.
Tyler, throughout this process, there was a lot of fans that had you circled as the guy everybody wanted around here. Did you kind of feel that from fans, social media wise, anybody reaching out, anything like that, of how much you were wanted by the fans here?
Yeah, I'm not a huge social media guy, as you can tell. Yeah, people can have their opinions, and it's cool to put myself in that position to be wanted. But at the end of the day, I had to do my research on where I think it was the best fit for me, and just excited to be here.
Tyler, I know you haven't been in the building obviously for all that long, but this is the first time I've seen this many faculty members all crammed into the press conference room together. I mean, what is it? What's the feeling that you've gotten from all these guys and gals from the organization so far?
Yeah, it's been awesome. Already feels like home. Everyone's been welcoming. State of the art facility, unbelievable. The people here is the right people to kind of turn this thing around.
Jalen, you kind of have a unique perspective. When you were here in high school and growing up here, Las Vegas wasn't really the sports professional sports mecca it is now. What do you make of all this, and how excited are you to be a part of it?
Just excited to see the city growing as much as it's grown since I've been here. I think it's taking the right direction, especially with this organization, with this coaching staff. I think we're setting the bar. We're going to set the bar high with how we want professional sports here in Las Vegas to be.
Tyler, obviously it didn't involve you, but there's been a lot of news between your former team and your new team the last couple of days. What has this situation kind of been like for you to process?
Yeah, obviously I can't speak on the situation. Don't know the details and what all went on, but obviously would love Max to be here and play with him, and I've gone against him. He's not fun to go against. How we have to scout him, and his just ability to lead a team is pretty special. So excited to be on his team.
Quay, for you, just what excites you about that possibility of teaming up with Maxx Crosby, and what you guys, and can bring as a defense with him along as well.
It's a lot to do, knowing that having him and Kwity, the ball probably gonna come out fast. So it kind of helps us on the back end, I'll say. Versus the run as well. Those are two guys that can do a lot, especially with him. His athleticism is so much that he can do, and the intensity that he play with. Honestly, I just love his play style, and I can't wait to play alongside him. And honestly, just to match his energy day in and day out. That's all I got to say. I think Maxx Crosby, his name and his play speak for itself.
Had a chance to talk to him?
He shot me a text, and I done talked to him a few times since I done been here. So, yeah.
Well said. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, guys.
Dude, I'm telling you what right now. Tyler Linderbaum speaks as if him and Klint Kubiak are the exact same person. I mean, I think, every press conference is interesting. Everything, you kind of hear all these different takes, but I heard a lot of different things. You could tell Quay Walker. I love the fact that they were talking about Quay and Nakobe Dean freaking sharing hotel rooms together, being great teammates at Georgia, and talking to Eric Stokes. A lot of times, I think one of the biggest issues with the Raiders defense has been you got McDaniels guys, you got AP guys, you got Carroll guys, and we've had all these different regimes, and it's been a melting pot, a bunch of different pieces to a puzzle that don't fit together. And the more and more, you start hearing some of these guys that are working together, talking together, have those connections back in college. Those are like the little details that I do think that can help you get an organization, a team back on track, back to winning some football games. Jalen Nailor, being back in Las Vegas, talking about how much the city has grown and how he feels like the Klint Kubiak offense, the motion is going to be able to really unlock another level of his play style. And I think that Jalen Nailor will be one of those dudes that Raider fans look back on and they get really fired up about, where I think he's going to have a sleeper, sneaky type of season like Nelson Aguilar did a few years. I'm not saying he's going to put up 47 catches, 1,047 yards, and 6 touchdowns like Nelson did a few years ago, but can that be somebody that helps you stretch the field? Maybe be a little bit of like a Seth Roberts, around 600, 550 receiving yards. Kwity Paye was a little bit quiet. The number one thing that I thought I heard from Kwity, though, was that he felt as if Indianapolis maybe didn't take advantage of his entire skill set. And I remember watching Kwity at Michigan, and I thought I was a much higher Kwity Paye guy at Michigan than compared to maybe what you saw in Indianapolis. But, he feels like as if Rob Leonard's going to be able to help him, take it to the next level. But man, oh man, Tyler Linderbaum, he said stuff about bread and butter's got to be able to run the football. The comments about, the Ravens, that was an elite question, whoever asked that one. Excited to work for JPJ. So here's what we're going to do on the Raiders Report here in a few minutes. I'm going to get you guys a video of my team, everybody. They're working on some stuff behind the scenes. And essentially, the entire presser, I was writing down my notes. I was writing down a bunch of different things. And I'm going to give you guys my full-on giggity reaction to every single line, every single sentence, every single question that was presented in that press conference from top to bottom. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be really cool to listen to. Chuggs, I think the way that we'll end up doing it is I think we do it almost like List 4 logo reveal style, or I think it's just we'll talk about everything Linderbaum, talk about everything Quay, talk about everything Nailor, talk about everything Kwity Paye. I think that's the way. Not that we need anything built, but you know what I'm saying. Biggest takeaway from that press conference. What do you guys think? We got 4,300 people here on the Raiders Report right now. What was your biggest takeaway from that press conference? And, Kwity, Quay, they were all kind of quiet. They said that, there's a lot of people in that press conference, a lot of excitement, I know, from Raider Nation. You got to go out there. You got to do it. You got to be about the business. But, again, man, I can remember looking at that Raiders team just a few days ago and looking at where I see this Raiders team now, and it looks, it does, dude. It looks completely different. I'm fired up about it. Also, one of the things that Quay Walker said that I loved, which was, something along the lines of that he loves Spytek's vision. And I know a lot of people think I probably talk out of my ass from time to time, but also at the exact same time, I've had conversations with John. I have had conversations with Spytek, and what I was told that John is going to try to accomplish last offseason, this offseason, it is it's aligning with a lot of the things that I've said. And, John, you and we were texting the other day, and like I can understand some of the frustration that you had from your part, from me, but also, I'm a Raider fan. I'm going to give you guys my God honest opinion every single day. And if I don't think that we're living up to what I'm being told, or if I don't think that we're living up to what that Raider expectation should be, I'm going to let you know about it. And, I told you how proud Raider Nation is. I told you how proud I was, and I'm excited to be able to watch this football team. But Tyler Linderbaum is going to be about that action. Quay Walker is going to be about that action. I'm telling you right now, Jalen Nailor will be one of those players that Raider fans are going to gravitate and they're going to love, because you're going to hear a lot of good stuff about him. And then Kwity Paye. Kwity Paye, I think, is a sneaky guy as well. So here's what's going to happen. We got 4,200 people here in the building right now. And once we get to 2,000 likes, I'm going to give you guys my show of my biggest takeaways from the Raiders press conference featuring Tyler Linderbaum, Quay Walker, Jalen Nailor, and Kwity Paye. So hit that like button if you bleed silver and black, if you appreciate the free content that my team and I provide on a everyday basis. I hope that you pull up every single day. I hope that you're always tuned into what we're doing, because at the end of the day, man, we are a big family here.
If you like the video, spam LV. I'm giving shout-outs. Let's get to 2,000 likes. We got 4,200 people in here. Just half the people in here got to like the video. Let's go. If you hit that like button, spam LV down below for a shout-out. I'm giving shout-outs. We'll answer a couple more Super Chats, and then Mitch is going to give you all of his press conference takeaways from this, what was it? I guess a 4-man presser?
Yeah. I thought it was going to be 1-1-1-1.
That's how they did it last year.
Now, they also didn't sign nearly the amount of players.
Yeah.
So, I do wonder, the way that was kind of set up today, I wonder if, we could see potentially, do Malcolm Koonce, Eric Stokes, some of those guys, do they try to maybe talk tomorrow? I don't know.
Amambrar, Ayo Potter, James, Raider Miggy, James Cole, Desiree, Grand, Robert, Yoda Jenkins, Sade, David Zahn, Justin Brown, Ramos G. Manuel, Raider Meeg, Bossman. We got Insane Rager, Big Man Bradford, Mikel Bowles.
The Miami Redhawks basketball team just lost. Their perfect season is over.
Oh, my gosh.
Tom is in shambles.
C-Boy Semi, Slurricane Senpai. Who else we got? D-Rock Raider. We're almost there. Let's go.
Come on.
360 more likes. If you haven't liked the video, it costs you nothing. I know we have Super Chats, we have deals, we have merch, but the one thing that you can do that helps us out the most, and it's 100% free, hit the sub button and hit that like button.
The way that I would look at the like button is this, and I'll always say, if you've ever had the opportunity to sit in the black hole at an Oakland Raiders game, tell me how many times your butt actually hits that seat. I don't know how many times it actually hits the seat. I mean, I've been lucky enough to be able to sit in the black hole a few different times. I don't know if my ass ever even touched that chair. I was up on my feet the entire time, and the way that I think about this is, if you're that type of fan, that they're going to be up on their feet, right? It's third down. We always joke, it's third down, we're yelling. I just think that there's a different type of level of commitment, and, again, it helps us out. And if you appreciate what we do, I hope that you guys end up hitting that like button, because it does really, truly, truly help us out. What up, Big Raz? What up, Raider Reggie? Somebody just said, Mitch, can I get a Raiders? Once we hit 2,000 likes, I'll give you the loudest Raiders I got. And if my vocal cords literally come out of my mouth and they land up on that camera, well, then that's on y'all. But we're going to put it all on the line today. We're going to answer questions as long as we can. And, today is the day of celebration for me. Personally, you kind of do this show, and I get it. A lot of people look at us as YouTubers. A lot of people look at us as, not people that get actual information. And I hope that people realized yesterday that we do get a lot of really good information here. We do get a lot of good scoops. And whether I think it's breaking news, whether I think it's Raiders news, whether I think it's a rumor, whether I just want to give you my opinion on a flippin' reaction video, I just want to be able to provide free content to Raider Nation. I want to be able to talk to you all about what's going on, because it's what I like to do, right? If anybody's ever met me in person, if everybody's ever hung out with me, what do? We talk Raiders, we talk NFL. You get to know me, I get to know you, and that's how we run this show, because I am a big, big believer, and I know I'm not the only one. You don't have to be blood to be family. And the amount of people that have come up to me and have said that line, I know I used it a lot here. I'd say probably the top two lines that people always hit me with are, where there's smoke, there's fire, with a stupid grin, which I don't blame you at all. And then I think the other one is, you don't have to be blood to be family. And when I hear people say that to me, I do truly, truly believe it, and it does
70
mean
likes
a lot
away.
to me.
70 likes away. Who's going to be like 2,000?
Uh-oh.
Let's go.
Somebody's probably waiting right now. Who's waiting? Who's waiting? Hit it. Hit it, hit it, hit it. Yoda Jenkins, Mount Raider more in the building. Raider Tone, what's going on? Aristocrat Raider, I see ya. Just Brand Perkins, Lewis Dixon, Cassidy Gates in the building. Talk about a different team, and I'll hit it from Jake. I ain't talking about a different
The
team,
Texans
man.
signed Reid Blankenship.
There you go. Quincy Williams to the Browns. 2,026 likes. It's meant to happen. It's meant to happen. So here's what's going to happen. We're going to roll through here, and I'm going to give you guys, again, throughout the entirety of that presser, I was writing my own little notes, and the way that I'm going to do it is we're just going to go player by player by player by player. I'm going to give you my God-honest opinion. I'm going to be rambling. I'm going to be ranting, talking about all this different stuff. We're going to do different shows throughout today's program. We're going to be live tomorrow, and if you don't know how Fridays go here on the Raiders Report, my plan tomorrow is when I go live at 11, okay, my time, the live stream ends when I can't stand anymore. We're doing Raiders Report Friday happy hour, free agency style, all flipping day tomorrow, and I mean it. The moment I can't stand on my two legs will be the moment that I walk out of this studio. So if you want to keep me around, let's do it. If you're down to party tomorrow, let's freaking do it. But we're going to have some fun, man. You need to shout Raiders from Wraith. Here we go. Only if y'all start spamming it down below. Give me some Raiders down below. Give me some Raiders down below. I heard Linderbaum do it this morning. Nailor did it. I believe Quay Walker did it. Again, like you got to be able to master the Raiders, and it takes some time. My Raiders here is not going to be all that good, so I'm going to need a bunch of y'all spamming Raiders down below to make sure that my Raiders isn't just absolutely, positively pathetic. Scott says Mitch is the GOAT. The Raiders Report is the GOAT. We have made this show the #1 Raiders channel in the world. It's all y'all, too. Again, I'm not going to take 100% credit for anything, nor should I take 100% credit for anything. You guys are just as much a part of this as Chuggs and I and my entire team here. There's a reason why we got 4,000 people here, right? To me, I talk to a camera every day, a flipping camera. Right there. That's what I talk to every day. You guys are a big reason why I'm here. All right, you ready? 3, 2, 1. Raiders! Let's go! Let's freaking go, man. And then Mark Cole! Bang! Come on, Mark. Let's go, man. The new MVP of the stream, Mark Cole. Whoever is the MVP today, I'm sending you a Maxx Crosby jersey. And I'm working on some things that it might even be signed. I might even be able to get you a signed one. I'm working on it. No matter what, it's a Maxx jersey. No matter what, it's a Maxx jersey. And I'm not going to lie to you, I'm pretty confident it's going to be a signed jersey. So cheers to all y'all. Let me get some of my medicine tea here, and then we're going to get into my reaction on the Raiders presser with all those guys. Chad, I ain't going to do that. There's a few people I will not mention on this show. Him and another guy I won't. They don't deserve it. They don't deserve it. You ready? Y'all ready? All right, coming up here, I'm going to give you guys my reaction to the Las Vegas Raiders presser featuring Tyler Linderbaum, Quay Walker, Kwity Paye, and Jalen Nailor. Let's get it going. Raider Nation, what's going on? It's Mitchell Renz here, host of the Raiders Report. And coming up here on the show, my instant reaction to the Raiders press conference featuring Tyler Linderbaum, Kwity Paye, Jalen Nailor, and Quay Walker. The way that this show is going to go is I'm just going to run through each player. I'm going to tell you every single question that was asked in terms of what their response was, and then it's just my instant gut reaction to what I heard. Here's the thing, though. We are live right now on this program. If you haven't already hit that subscribe button, please make sure you do so. It always helps us out. Whether it's news, whether it's rumors, I'm always going to be able to share and express my opinion with you. If you're new to the show, shout out to all of y'all. This program continues to grow and grow. There's a reason why we're the number one most watched Raider show on planet Earth, and I do think it's because of the community that we've been able to build here. You don't have to be blood to be family, just like you don't have to be in that room to be able to get inside scoops. To my source that I was talking to yesterday that gave me the scoop on Maxx Crosby, thank you very much. It helps this show grow, and I know you're a proud watcher of the program. So from the bottom of my heart, I greatly appreciate it. I mean, I think the first guy that we got to look at here, and the first guy that we got to talk about is the center, Tyler Linderbaum, who signed a 3-year, $81 million deal, and it's not a disrespect to Jalen Nailor. It's not a disrespect to Quay Walker, and it's not a disrespect to Kwity Paye. The number one guy that I was excited to hear from, the number one guy that I wanted to listen to was our brand new center there in the interior. And if you feel the exact same way, if you were ecstatic to see Linderbaum, give me some LVs, hit that like button right now, because Linderbaum, the moment he started talking, and, you know, he said, like, he wants to be able to build this team, that they want to be able to build it into a championship caliber roster. And I am a believer that if you want to build a championship caliber roster, it starts in the trenches. I know we like to talk about Mendoza, Ashton Genty, Brock Bowers, but at the end of the day, I'm a believer that I want to play FU football, and I want to be able to beat some guys up on the interior. You know, Linderbaum talked about how he believes that bread and butter is running the football, which I know fits with just going out and drafting a guy like Ashton Genty. He's even talked about how excited he is to block for Ashton, and I don't blame him, right? Like, you think about the running style that Ashton is, plus Klint Kubiak, plus the blocking style of Linderbaum. I'm not a math guy, but that equals a lot of success. Then, I think what you're going to see is the Raiders are showing belief in him. He said that he appreciated that. He was made the highest paid center in the NFL. 3 years, $81 million, $27 million. The next highest paid center makes $18 million a year if you're looking for a little bit of context. He described, that he knows that there's a new challenge, but he also, said, and every single one of the players today said that, they're excited for the not only challenge to play football, but the new leadership roles that they're all going to be bringing in. And when you fire the amount of coaches that we do, right? Klint Kubiak was there today. John Spytek was there today. Sandra, she was there today. They're not only signing Linderbaum, they're not only signing these guys that you heard talk, they're signing these guys as football players, yes, but they're also signing them to be leaders on and off the field. And, man, it's one of the most underrated and most important things that need to be brought to the attention. He says he wants to earn coaches and players' trust every single day. Playing over 1,000 snaps, being a dog there on the interior is going to be a great way to do that. And, one of the questions he was asked is like, how do you guys get back to winning? Linderbaum simply said, like, I'm going to be myself, and he thinks if he's going to be himself, then that's going to be enough to help him because it's contagious. Winning is contagious. He's talked about, that he spoke with Klint Kubiak. He talked about that he's really excited to be able to work with Jackson Powers Johnson, and that JPJ and him, they met earlier today. And ultimately, you look at Linderbaum, high school wrestler in Iowa. You look at Jackson Powers Johnson, high school wrestler. I know I say this statement all the time on this program, but the amount of times I heard it growing up as a kid, you don't mess with wrestlers, you don't mess with farmers. Well, guess what? We got some big boys on the interior there, and I think that they're going to be built really, really well to be able to block for a running back like Ashton Genty. I would say the funniest thing that Linderbaum said was like, there was a question about, the fans being excited because Linderbaum was my number one free agent. I know I wasn't the only one that had him as the number one free agent, but he literally was like, yeah, I'm not a big social media guy. I listening to Linderbaum talk, I could already have told you that he wasn't a big Linderbaum guy, but the more and more I listened to him, the more I felt like I was listening to Klint Kubiak, cool, calm, and collected, sitting back there. The fact that the whole presser again was packed, they appreciate it. He said that, he did his research. He said he did his research, and he thought that the Raiders were the perfect fit for him. He talked about and was asked about the whole Maxx Crosby Ravens situation. He said that he wants Max to be a Raider. He said that he's gone up against him. It's not fun to do it at all. But the number one thing that he also said was that he already feels like the Raiders in Las Vegas, it already feels like home. And I've seen Las Vegas. I've seen Henderson. I've seen Allegiant Stadium. And I've also seen what it was like in Baltimore. F the Ravens. I'm happy that Linderbaum is here. I'm happy that Maxx Crosby is with the silver and black. And you could tell every player that talked about Max today, again, they got a few questions here and there, and I actually really respect the reporters. Every single person in that group today, I want to give a round of applause to all the Raiders beat reporters because, even me, when you cover the Combine, you cover the Super Bowl, there's a whole new level of appreciation for what it's like to be in that room and to do the reporting to the highest ability. But I also call bullshit when I feel like I need to. And some of the questions last year and a lot of the years in the past have been bullshit questions. I love the questions today. I thought it was a very insightful press conference from top to bottom. But Tyler Linderbaum, if you want one of these shirts, I will happily deliver it to you. And if anybody out there still feels the same way that Maxx Crosby and the Raiders were screwed over by a scumbag organization like the Baltimore Ravens, F them. chatsports.com/FBAL. Let's go to the next player here. Let's talk about Quay Walker. And Linderbaum was the big name, right? Linderbaum was, I think, the number one reason why that people watched that presser. If I could be honest with you, though, I think the guy that gave the best answers, the guy that gave me kind of the most goosebumps was Quay Walker, who signed a 3-year, $40.5 million deal, $28 million of that guaranteed. He's going to be 26 years old when the season starts. But the number one thing that I have always said that I want the Raiders to do, we need more continuity, we need more chemistry, and he spoke about his chemistry and continuity with his old Georgia teammate Nakobe Dean and how that they think that they fit, really well together. And he discussed that he wants to be able to bring some grit, that he loved what Rob Leonard was telling him, and that he felt that Rob Leonard and the conversations that he had, that he's going to be able to fit perfectly with this Raiders defense. He discussed that he had dinner last night with our Raiders defensive coordinator, Leonard. He talked about Nakobe and them playing together. And if you don't remember, Quay Walker and Nakobe Dean, they were linebackers together on the Georgia National Championship team. And that, to me, was the best college football defense that I've seen in a few years. They were an outstanding unit from top to bottom. But, Quay's going to be your green dot middle linebacker. Nakobe Dean's going to be a weak side guy. A lot of times it's not rocket science, but when you put two players that where their strengths, their weaknesses really match each other, and they are as close as what they are. I mean, Quay Walker literally said something along the lines of, a lot of guys, they get separate hotel rooms. And he literally said when Nakobe and I were together, we stayed together. That's how close of friends that they are. I'll tell you this right now. When I go out and about, the only people that I'm staying in a hotel room with, I would stay in a room with Chuggs, I'd stay in a room with Trace, Reid, any of my really, really good friends. But as a grown man that makes millions of dollars, if I can afford my own room, I'll probably afford my own room. On top of that, he talked about Eric Stokes and how him and Stokes used to talk. And Stokes, he was another guy at the University of Georgia. And, the Raiders, I don't want to say we're kind of taking a little bit of a page out of the Philadelphia Eagles book, but the Eagles won a Super Bowl this way where they said, let's get a bunch of dogs, literally, from Georgia. Let's get a bunch of guys that work together. Let's get a bunch of great teammates and put them all together. I will say this, though, Quay. We got to get you a different hat. I know you're a Georgia guy, but I'm a Mets guy, so we got to move on from that Atlanta Braves hat. If anybody out there wants to tell me who their favorite MLB team is, please let me know down below. More questions, though. We're about Brock Bowers, Georgia Bulldog. And Quay said, early on, you could just tell in the 7-on-7s, very, very early in the college football process that Brock Bowers was a difference maker. And he is. And he is always going to be a difference maker. He said that he truly believed in what John Spytek is doing. And I know some people probably think that I talk out of my ass from time to time. But, I know I got good sources. I know that John Spytek and I communicate, and I know that John told me what his plan was for the Raiders last offseason. I know what the plan is for this season, and I fully agree with what Quay said. I'm buying in to what John Spytek is selling. He discussed that, playing with Kwity Paye and Maxx, that he thinks that the ball's going to be coming out a little bit quicker, which is good for the defense. Obviously, also going to be able to help him in the ground game. Loves Max's play style, loves the intensity that he plays with. He can't wait to match Max's intensity. And also, he said that Maxx Crosby has reached out and he's talked to Quay Walker. So let me know down below. We're going to make this the pinned comment here on today's show. Scale it from 1 to 10. How excited are you for the Raiders season after that presser? And I get it. There's going to be people that watch this show that go, Mitch, it's the same thing every year. It's presser this, presser that, presser this, presser that. And I probably say this every single offseason. This offseason feels different. 2026 feels like our year. So let me know down below, 1 to 10, how excited are you for this Raiders upcoming season? It's probably a chalk answer, but if you thought I was going to give anything besides a 10, then you're probably the only reason why you thought that is because my voice sounds the way that it does right now. But my voice sounds the way that it does right now is because of how excited and how amped up I am about this upcoming Raiders season. And I love the answers that we were given because they're the answers that I think need to be said. I think questions that needed to be asked were asked. And from top to bottom, I was really, really excited about a lot of the things that I ended up hearing here. Let's go to the next one. It was Jalen Nailor. And, Nailor signed a 3-year, $35 million deal. And I want to tip my cap to Jalen and, to all y'all Raider fans out there. We are the number one most watched Raider show on planet Earth. But I always say this, I'm a loud individual, but we together can be very, very loud individuals. I was messaging Jalen on Instagram yesterday. If you don't follow me, I'm at Mitchell Renz 365. And I messaged Jalen and I go, dude, we gotta get that profile pic of you changed. It's got to be switched up a little bit because he had a picture of him in a Vikings jersey. So he, tagged me on Instagram. He said, let's find one. So I told everybody from Raider Nation, hey, let's make some pictures. Let's try to get Jalen Nailor's photo changed. Shout out to my guy, Raider Designs. Again, if people support me, I'm going to support them. I sent Jalen Nailor the design that Raiders Designs hooked me up with. He ended up changing his profile pic. I know, if I would have just attacked that by myself, I don't know if it would have happened. But we as a nation can rally so players, coaches, organization, Mark Davis can hear our voice. And I mean it when I say it. I want our voice to continue to get louder and louder and louder and louder. Now, let's talk about Nailor because I'm telling y'all right now, this is going to be a player that Raider Nation does fall in love. He said he's excited to be back in Las Vegas. For those of you that don't know, he went to high school at Bishop Gorman in Vegas and really said that, the city overall since he's been in high school has grown and it's really flourished. Now, you also got to remember he was probably around COVID when he was in high school. And then also after the Raiders came to Las Vegas, a lot of things have been booming. A lot of things have been growing. But he felt that this offense was the best spot for him on the field, that he's excited to be able to play with Fernando Mendoza. He did say that Mendoza needs to show that he can play in the NFL, which is an obvious statement to make because, Jalen probably just experienced J.J. McCarthy where you look good in college, but you still got to be able to do it in the National Football League. I ain't trying to compare J.J. to Fernando Mendoza because I don't think J.J. McCarthy's anywhere close to the type of quarterback that Mendoza is. But, you still want to be able to see your receivers get excited about that opportunity. Said that he learned a lot from Justin Jefferson. You can tell that, Jefferson's work ethic is he's going to show up every single day. And if you want to be the best of the best, you got to be able to match that type of intensity. He said that, the Klint Kubiak offense, the motion, and just his ability to stretch the field will work really well in Kubiak's offense. But just, you could tell Nailor, he was, I think he was excited for this opportunity. Like I said, I spoke to him briefly yesterday, and the more and more I talk to my Vikings guys, the more I talk to people that really closely follow the NFC North, everybody says that Nailor was underutilized. He also didn't get the opportunities as much because, let's face it, are you going to throw the ball to Justin Jefferson or are you going to throw the ball to Jalen Nailor? No disrespect, Nailor, we're going to throw the ball to Justin Jefferson. So he's going to get finally that opportunity. And for the Raiders wide receiver room, we need competition. So between Trey Tucker, Jack Besh, and Jalen Nailor, that's three wide receiver 2s that can all block, that bring that impact in the ground game, which is really important for an offense that's going to run a Klint Kubiak style of offense. Speaking of a Klint Kubiak offense, oh, man, am I happy to be able to show these bad boys again. If you're looking to get your hands on a weird Kubiak, because I do, man, I feel like Raider Nation is back. I feel like the Raiders are back, and I love what Klint Kubiak is bringing to the table. I know we weren't able to show him for a little bit, but now that 98 is back in silver and black, if anybody out there wants any of the merch that I'm about to show, go to chatsports.com/RRshop. That link is going to be available down in the comments, down in the description of today's show. So whether you need a Wear Kubiak, whether you need a Fernando Mendoza, whether you need a Raiders Report hoodie, t-shirt, or if you're looking to get a Raiders Report hat, I do believe that if you as a Raiders fan, at least I would hope so, saw somebody wearing anything Raiders Report related, I hope you go up and I hope you introduce yourself. Shake their hand, give them a hug, tell them your real name, give them your YouTube name, and if they still don't have a picture in person, that's a really, really alarming thing. We have a beautiful family here, and I want people to continue to help grow this family at the Raiders Report. Let's talk about the final player, Kwity Paye. And Kwity was, I would say, the most, I don't know, I'm not going to say the most nervous, but I think maybe the most short-answered guy out of them all. And he said he's excited to play next to Maxx Crosby. Obviously, what player wouldn't want to play next to Max? But the number one thing that Kwity said, and I'll show you these numbers here, was that he was excited for a fresh start, that he feels like he's going to be able to play free. And he didn't say that he felt like the Colts were holding him back, but his words, the way he said it, the body language kind of sounded a little bit like, to me, like, I don't know if I was fully able to play at my highest ability in Indianapolis. And, that was an organization that they wanted him to stop the run a little bit more. I think Quay's going to be an interesting player that you can line up on the defensive line. You can put his hand in the dirt. You can line him up as an outside linebacker. Our versatility that we're going to be able to have is going to be fun. It's going to be exciting. He also gave a shout-out to John Ulalu, somebody who used to play with the Indianapolis Colts. But to me, I saw a hungry and motivated Kwity Paye. I saw a hungry and motivated Tyler Linderbaum. I saw a hungry and motivated Jalen Nailor. And I saw a hungry and motivated Quay Walker. I think they probably feel this, and I almost respect it, where they were cool, calm, and collected. And I think that they're very confident in what they bring to the table. I think they're very confident in what this Raiders organization is bringing to the table. But words are cheap. Actions is what it's about. And I know deep down in my heart of hearts that the Raiders are doing a lot of great things, this organization. If you're not watching this video live, pull up. We're live here on the Raiders Report. I plan on being live just about all day today. If you want to get a little bit wet and wild later on, hey, man, I'm happy. I'm excited. Max is back. The free agents, every single one has officially signed. So let's keep this offseason. Let's keep this free agency going in the right direction. Raiders for life! Bang! Just win, baby. Sorry I'm late. The only time you should be worried about that is if your wife says it to you, or girlfriend. I guess wife's not too bad. Or a random person. I don't know. Sorry I'm late to the party. Did we sign anyone else yet today? No, nobody else yet today. I think today is more about every single deal is officially official. And I never thought I would look as forward as what I did to officially official signings compared to what I did today. Right? When the Maxx Crosby trade falls through, you wonder, you worry, is it ever going to happen? And man, oh man, every single Raiders player has officially been signed, and now we can move forward and we can keep this thing, moving in the right direction. I will also say this. If any other, Raiders news ends up going down, if any other NFL news ends up going down today, we will talk about it. I plan on staying live as long as we have questions flowing in here on the program, and that's how it's going to go. I should also mention today's MVP. I'm going to get you a Maxx Crosby jersey, and I can't 100% guarantee it, but I'm pretty confident I'm going to be able to get a signed Maxx Crosby jersey. Mark Cole! Bang! Come on, Mark, let's go.
And then another one.
Another one! Raider for life! Bang! Mitch, I'm starting to get the chills. It's starting to feel like The autumn wind all over again. Go Raiders. You know, I get chills too when I listen to players talk. When you want something so bad. When you want something so bad and it's like until it happens, it's almost too hard to believe. You know, like it's
Oh my gosh.
I explained what? What?
Kenneth Walker showed up in Kansas City. Did you see this?
No.
Showed up in Kansas City, got off the plane. He was wearing a Raiders John Madden shirt. That's just not knowing your audience.
Really? Hey, I got to find this.
ML Football aggregated it from the Chiefs. Just look up ML Football.
I hate ML football.
I know. But you hate the Chiefs more.
You're right. You're 100% right. I mean, that's a beautiful thing.
you gotta tweet that.
I mean, this is. Sorry, y'all. Hang on a second here.
That's if any Raiders players showed up in a Chiefs anything,
dude, I'm telling you, there would be a meltdown. I already know it. I hate to admit it. I'd probably say the same thing. Like if I saw any one of our Raiders players come out of a, I mean, this is unbelievable. Hang on, I gotta tweet this out. I'm a bad multitasker. Kenneth Walker walks off the plane in Kansas City. I mean,
it's not a Raiders, but like John Madden.
Come on,
he's like on the shirt has John Madden while he's coaching the Raiders too.
Is it while he's coaching?
It's like it's the one like you have.
I know, I'm looking at it.
It's like the one that you have with Max and Brock, where it's like all the different faces of him.
Walker might. All right, we're gonna have some fun with this. Walker might sign. How about it's Walker is signing with the Chiefs, but his heart is clearly with Klint Kubiak and the Raiders. What could go wrong with that tweet?
All right.
What could go wrong?
We have a little bit of catching up to do from super chats that we got during the presser.
That's unbelievable.
So we gotta go through these so we don't lose
good.
any super chats.
Sounds good. Ryan James, will there be press conference with Spy and Clint? I think we already answered this one. Also, the next episode of The Rush is going to be lit. I actually told my wife, it's funny because my wife controls probably the TV in our living room. I control it up on the roof. It's just the agreement. Roof is sports. Down is like usually what she likes to watch. I already told her this weekend, whether it's Saturday, whether it's Sunday, I'm going to get some popcorn. I'm going to tune in, and I can't wait to listen to the Rush podcast. It will be something that I listen to. I wanted Carter and Akeem Messidor, but Max and Lee Hunter inject it into my veins. I mean, I think both of those players are unbelievable. I think you're going to get a new level, motivated version of Max. We're going to lower his salary cap, and I really, truly believe that he's going to restructure his contract in a very favorable way for Raiders fans out there. And I think Max knows that there's probably some fans that feel some type of way about him. But I think what Max is going to do this offseason, him and his agent, I think that they're going to show that I'm all in, that I'm not above the shield. Not saying that he thinks that, but I think what you guys are going to see Max do here in the next week with his contract, there's going to be a new level of respect for what Crosby's going to do. Is Jalen Hawkins still available? No. He signed, I want to say it was like 2 for $10
with the Ravens.
With the Baltimore Dickheads, which I still can't believe they changed their logo.
Yeah.
I mean, that's unbelievable. There is an option. Sign DJ Reader, then draft
He just
Lee
said,
Hunter.
is there any other option? Jaquan Brisker's still out there.
Yeah, Jaquan Brisker.
Trade, I'm not sure at the safety spot.
What about Justin Simmons? No, he didn't play for a whole year. DJ Reader, I do think makes a lot of sense. I'll be real, though. You're not going to do both of these. Like, I think you either pick one. I think you either go draft Lee Hunter at 36 or you go sign DJ Reader. The reason why I kind of lean a little bit more in the let's sign DJ Reader realm is because I do think big boys on the interior, right? Defensive tackle's been a position that shows that you can be successful in your mid to late 30s. And I really think, based on the conversations I've had, obviously there's difference makers, but a lot of conversations that I've had with defensive tackles, like especially Jonathan Hankins, who, shout out to my guy, Big Time Hank, as a man, right? Like as a grown man, think about the way any man out there, right? Think about the way that your body was and is from like a strength standpoint. I'm not saying like runability. I'm talking grown man strength. I'm stronger now at 33 than I was when I was 23, 24 years old. And then when you think about just these athletes growing into their bodies, there's just a different level of physicality at that defensive lineman position. But then also it allows us to look at wide receiver safety at 36. And I just think that there's some really good value, to be had there.
Patrick.
Mitch, just wanted to say thank you for everything you do for the Raiders fan base. This is for a little Chat Sports Raiders team. Thank you. And again, I don't keep any of the money. I don't keep any of the supers. I don't keep any of the Venmo. And it was funny the other day, somebody goes, Mitch, how do I know you don't keep it? Because if I got to keep all the money that was sent in, I'll tell you this right now, I would be able to buy a home. I'd be able to get a second car. I would be able to take less days off. But the reason why I do this show is because I want other kids out there to be able to chase their dreams. And, being able to see Chat Sports go from 4 full-time employees to now over 40 is humbly like one of the things that I am the most proud of in my life. So I think if people actually saw the percentage of money that I make compared to like what this channel brings in, I think it would absolutely blow people's minds. But I'm a believer in let's grow this thing. Let's give more people opportunities. And, I know my day will come. Let's go to Rob O. Seen people talking shit to you on Twitter when you broke the Maxx is going to be a Raider. I think at the end of the day, man, people don't want to see other people succeed. And I think it's jealousy. Like, I think that people are mad that I get the scoops. I think people, want to do what I do, and I don't blame them. Anybody out there can do what I do. But here's the thing. Nobody does it. And I know nobody's going to outwork me. And if somebody does try to keep up with me, good luck. You're going to have to really brace yourself because I'm going to bring it even that much more. But, I also will say this. I think people or judge you based on first impressions, which I don't totally disagree with, but I know this. I know me as a host, this show has gotten so much better where we are now in 2026 compared to the way that, we used to do it back in 2018. And if you're going to judge me and my sources in this program based on what it used to be in 2018, that's like judging the Raiders on 2018 compared to where we are right now. Mitch, I think we go D-tackle at 36 and grab wide receiver Surratt in the third. What do you think? I think that's a really interesting idea. And I'll say this. If you told me the number one spot that I don't think that the Raiders pick out of, I think the number one spot that the Raiders don't pick out of is 67. What do I mean by that? You got 3 fourth-round picks, and you got pick 67. I could see the Raiders packaging some of those moves to move up a little bit higher and go getting somebody. That's just my opinion. We got 3,500 people here. If you want my opinion, hey, man, send in those super chats. Let's keep the questions a-flowing here on the Raiders Report. Would Ayuk be worth going for at the right price? Absolutely, positively not. Brandon Ayuk, the only way I would even entertain the idea is if he played for free. And even then, I don't want guys that are selfish, that don't love football, that don't give a shit about their team and teammates. I don't want those guys. What's up? I trust you. I would say no. I think that these are good, or just
the one. I would go with the one without Maxx because he wasn't there.
Yeah. It's though. Take Nakobe. Nakobe Dean wasn't. He wasn't in the press. Yeah. Let's just bite the bullet. Get Diggs. 2-year, $20 million, 10 guaranteed, our best wide receiver in the second. I don't think Stephon Diggs would accept that deal. I mean, he signed a 3-year, $69 million deal last season. It was only 1 year fully guaranteed. It's why they were able to move on from him. My only pause on Stephon Diggs is there's going to be off-field drama. Stephon Diggs is off-field drama. Also, there are allegations, and again, they are just allegations, but there's allegations that he's got some domestic stuff going on. The Raiders have a very clear no tolerance for domestic violence policy. and also the fact that he's a wide receiver with Fred Bilenikoff, the whole Fred Bilenikoff Raider rule, I don't think Stephon Diggs will be a Raider. To me, the only way that they would make it happen is if you could 100% guarantee that Stephon Diggs doesn't have anything going on in terms of domestic. And I don't know if you can do that. So, in Black Lion Supreme, I kind of agree with you. Is he probably the top receiver out there? I could also make the argument, I would just rather sign Juwan Johnson, who's got ties with Kubiak and, what did I say? Juwan Jennings, sorry. John, Mitch, if we don't get a quarterback in free agency, what quarterback in the draft? I want Taylor Green from Arkansas. It's funny, the very first mock draft that I did this offseason, I had Taylor Green in it, and being able to watch him at the combine, being able to see him, I mean, he's like Terrell Pryor-esque. He's an unbelievable athlete. I could see the Raiders drafting another quarterback, but to me, I think they're going to draft Mendoza, and I do see them signing one in free agency. I do. Mitch, got a F the Ravens shirt. I need to change the shipping address, please. I don't know what to tell you. I have no control over that. I would say message. We'll ask our department here. I'll just say this. We'll send it to them. We'll try to do our best. To anybody that buys a shirt, it does help when you put the proper address in. I'll see what I can do. Like I said, I have no control over any of that. Like I had people text me the other day. They're like, Mitch, appreciate this, appreciate that. I have no control over any of that. That's our department. Lewis, trade 2/3 for Brian Thomas Jr. What do you think? I would do it in a heartbeat. Jacksonville says no. Life, we should sign Keaton Mitchell to be behind Genty. Oh, man. Baltimore, Trey Hendrickson is a Baltimore Raven. Are you sure they aren't going to make some
Not sure why
BS?
any Raider fan would want a veteran QB to step in. We've been down that road. Let's let the Mendoza era going. Just protect the kid. I agree, Hockey.
Again, like to me, it's the like if we're gonna spend $15 million on Kirk Cousins, why not just spend? I would actually just rather you spend $15 million extra on another offensive lineman, $15 million somewhere else. That's what I would do. Mitch, are we done in free agency? Been quiet for a while. Are we done in free agency? No. Has it been quiet in free agency from a signing perspective? Yes. But also the Raiders got a curveball thrown at them that looks like a prime Barry Zito curveball coming in at 100 miles an hour. And if you've never seen a Barry Zito type of curveball, I want you to go check it out. But I mean,
shout out to Noah.
They had to deal with the Maxx Crosby thing. I don't think that they had anticipated that was coming their way. Do you think it's over for Russell Wilson, Tyreek Hill, and Stephon Diggs? Do I think it's over? Like, what do you mean by over? Do I think that Russell Wilson, Tyreek, I think Diggs will get a starting spot. Another team will take a shot on Tyreek, though I don't know if he'll play this season. And then Russell Wilson, I think Russell can be a backup on a roster. It's just, do you want Russell Wilson on your team? Some teams, he's either well-liked or he's not well-liked, and I've heard both. Mitch, you broke the Max news first. Run that shit. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to take a victory lap. I took a little bit of a victory lap last night. It was a really cool thing for me. I knew my source was good. I knew who I talked to, and I I talked about it here at the office. I didn't reveal, anything. So the person who I talked to, you're good. I promise you. I talked to that person again this morning. But it's like anything, right? I've had players tell me things, right? And then it's been completely wrong. And it's just sometimes you got to go with your gut. I got a really good scoop. I had a really good conversation yesterday off my live show, and
I put the email for them to email shop@chatsports. If you screwed up your shipping address, email shop@chatsports.com.
Brax, to me, I work hard. I know the information I provide's good. Haters are going to hate, but I know at the end of the day, man, people who watch this show, and I mean truly watch it. Truly watch the program, know that we provide good information. We provide an entertaining program for fans out there. and we have good sources, we have good news. There's like, and I'm not trying to take away from anybody else, but I don't think that there's anybody close to what we do here. Sir Chai, I remember in Oakland, Darth Vader met Al Davis. Hashtag epic. Dude, I don't remember that. That's sick. Mitch, appreciate what you do. Can't wait for the season. Do you think that we should be looking to sign or draft a true cornerback one? I mean, we have Eric Stokes, and Eric Stokes, to me, the way that I would look at Eric Stokes is the way that people should probably look at Jakobi Meyers, right? Where I don't know if he's a great one, but he's a damn good number two. And then you got Taron Johnson, who I like a lot. It really comes down to what do they think of Darian Porter, because the Darian Porter conversation, old regime, still very much up for review. But I think the struggle now is going to be, if they would have been at pick 14, could have looked at it. But if you're looking at pick 36 for a starting corner, I mean, Brandon Cisse probably be one of the guys that I would target there. I'm from Massachusetts, played football with Wilkins' brother in high school. Their fam has not spoke at all publicly. I also live in Rhode Island, a town over from Paye, and I have close friends who are close to him. He grew up in Rhode Island before for Michigan. I mean, I don't know anybody close to Kwity. I've heard actually some good things. Again, I know some people that, some of my sources, ties, Michigan guys. So I've heard some good things about Paye in that regard. The whole Wilkins situation, though, again, Christian Wilkins signed a $27 million per year deal at defensive tackle. And now it's been crickets. There's nothing out there. I've had people ask me before if I would run with a story, but I think the reason why there's nothing out there yet, I think there's going to be I think there's got to be a court process. And I can't say what I've been told because, I've been told by people here that I can't say what I've been told because I don't want to have legal ramifications. But the story that I was told in regards to Wilkins was so incredibly mind-blowing that it's almost impossible to believe, quite frankly. Kader Kohu going to the Kansas City Chiefs. I wonder if he's going to show up in a Al Davis shirt. Get him in an Al Davis shirt. Kenneth, I'm a believer that Pete Carroll choked this team. I think Pete Carroll just was in over his head, and I don't think Pete knew the roster well. And if there's one thing that I learned about the Pete Carroll regime, they are an elite coaching staff at being able to point the finger at everybody else besides them. Somebody just asked me, Mitch, what's the duck race looking like? Or how do we have a lot of super chats, or are we? Well, no, I had somebody ask me, Mitch, what's the duck race? We are going to do a duck race today. We gave over $1,000 away yesterday. If it's funny. Now, hang on a second here. I just had somebody message me something. To Candace White, you're asking for a refund on a Raiders Report hat. Candace, I have been asking for your email, or I've been asking for your shipping address for a very, very long time. So I am trying to get in contact with you. Hang on, just hold it down for a second. I guess not. $20 Venmo to get in at Mitchell Renz 365. If you could. All right, let's get some of these names in here then. You're good.
All right. Mitch is going to get y'all's names in right here. Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365 to get in. Last super chat we had was Daryl. Said, are they restructuring a Crosby deal? That's what Mitch thinks they're probably going to do. They're more than likely just going to restructure that deal so he can stay in Las Vegas. He's made it clear he wants to stay, and that's the best way to keep him in silver and black going into next season, to restructure that deal. Or maybe give him a 1 or 2 year extension and, mix it up with that. Here we go. Chris Swish, my biggest takeaway is if Mendoza is really who we think he is. Keeping Maxx might speed up the rebuild and the best. I mean, yeah, you're a better team with Crosby. You're a better team with him and all the free agency moves that you made. So I agree. This speeds up the rebuild and possibly makes it where the Raiders may be fighting for a wild card spot. Xavier, who else do you think we're going to target in free agency?
I mean, I think Rachaad White. Rachaad White was a name that I've talked about before on this show. I also talked to somebody probably about 2 days ago at this point. It was before the Maxx stuff started circulating. So what's today? Thursday? It would have been like Monday night, Tuesday morning. I heard that the Raiders were looking at Rachaad White. Again, a lot of the Raiders' plans have been kind of derailed because the whole Maxx Crosby thing ended up falling apart. So they had to shift their focus a little bit. But Rachaad White would be another name I would keep in mind. I still think we need to add a safety. I think we need to add somebody else, a big boy on that interior. In terms of the duck race, Simon T.G., Brian Baca, Justin Fitness, Bayou, you got 2 from yesterday. And then also Salvador, $20 Venmo, shot to win, $60 here on the Raiders Report. If you're trying to get in for the duck race. If you're trying to get it in. Still need help with pass defense, but how would you rate our run defense? I'd say top 10. P.S. My profile is blinked out, Keanu Reeves. Yeah, I can't see it all that close. I always thought it was you. I was like, oh, bro, you got a sick watch. I don't think that we are a top 10 run defense team because, again, we don't have a top. I think we are a bottom 5 defensive tackle team. And I don't think that you can be a top 5 run defending team with a bottom 5 defensive tackle room. I mean, Tonka Hemingway, J.J. Pegues, unproven players. Tyree Wilson, Adam Butler. I mean, it's just we need to upgrade at that spot. We really do. So do I feel better about this defense? Yes, I absolutely do. But I don't think that we're a top 10 run defense team at all. It's been a happy time. Go. First thing I thought of was Bazinga. I'm a big Bazinga. I'm a big fan of Sheldon. So does this mean Malcolm, linebacker, Maxx and Paye, defensive end? I think you're going to see a multiple different things. It's been funny because I've had these mental struggles in my own mind when I build our depth chart graphics, and I'm like, you're going to see Maxx play outside linebacker. You're going to see Kwity Paye play outside linebacker. You're going to see Malcolm Koonce play outside linebacker. Now, I do think Malcolm is way more of an outside linebacker than a defensive end, where Maxx and Paye can play defensive end and they can line up on the outside. But I think at this point, you're just going to see Malcolm be a stand-up outside linebacker edge rusher in this Rob Leonard defense. What's up, Nick? Do the Raiders like Cone did Duval, like how Cone did Duval last season? I don't know.
Raiders.
I see what you're saying. Raiders. John, is Maxx still a possibility? Khalil Mack, I think, signed on Sunday.
He re-signed with the Chargers.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. All right, I got a few more people here in this duck race. Rustin Long. What up, Daniel Harvey? Nick Sane. And then Norman Hernandez are getting it in. 20 to win, $100. I can't wait for the season to start. Let's go, Raiders. We are a team. We are Kubiak, Mitch, Chuggs, and the team are the best for all Raiders updates. And, again, if you're a first-time watcher of the show, if you see the way that people talk about our program, if you see the way that people talk about us, I hope that you know that's years of building the relationships and the connections that we have done and that we've had. But every time we get something like this, I'll just speak on myself. I mean, it's humbling, there's a lot of other teams you can watch. There's a lot of other channels that people could tune into. But, at the end of the day, I mean, it's really cool that people choose us, and I'll never, ever take that for granted. Joseph, appreciate you, my dog.
Next up, we've got...
Reminder to the 3,500 people here. This is live NFL Free Agency Day 4. I know my voice doesn't sound good at all, but when news happens, we will do our best to keep you up to date. Actually, Stone Forsythe, I just saw that for the first time. Stone Forsythe going to the Carolina Panthers. Good luck. Raiders, I know we are saying F the Ravens, but man, I'm happy as hell they did what they did. Maxx is a Raider. Can we do a Maxx is back shirt, or once a Raider, always a Raider shirt? The answer is probably we can. We just not that like I shouldn't say I always. I typically get top priority here. Like if I want something done, we're cooking on something though. We're working on something lumberjack Raider. But I like this idea because this what you said is one of the ideas that was put in our Slack channel here at Chat Sports yesterday. Max is a Raven, nevermore. It would have been weird seeing Max in a game. I mean, dude, even like when he said Flock Nation, I about threw up. I probably did throw up. And then like just seeing like the picture of him in that Ravens jersey, obviously I wished him and his family the best of luck. And I was like, I think Baltimore is really going to fall in love with Max. I think Max is going to be able to bring that mentality. That's really good as well. But weird. What's up, Nick? What would happen if the Raiders threw a curveball and didn't take Mendoza? Who would or could it be?
No one.
I would have I'm not kidding you, dude. The mental crash out I would have would be unbelievable. It's Mendoza. I spoke to Spytek at the Combine. I didn't get the opportunity to speak directly to Kubiak, but I'm 99.99999% sure it's Fernando Mendoza. You don't pass on a guy like Mendoza. I asked Spytek directly, what do you think a franchise quarterback looks like? Kubiak described what he thought a franchise quarterback looked like. Their answers were nearly the same, and their answers looked and smelled a lot like Fernando Mendoza. Jokers, flag football. This is the most hope I have had since 1998 when Gruden was first hired. So, yes, this feels very different, and that's a great thing to see. Good reporting, Mitch. Yeah, I mean, I'm hyped for this season, dude. And I don't know how anybody can't be hyped for this upcoming season. Yeah, not only do you have the number one overall pick, you had the most money in salary cap, you got your number one head coach candidate out there, and when you're able to get your top guy, players got to be able to do right, but it's just so important to have coaches and a staff that is thinking similarly with your front office, and when you get those to align, good things can happen. Klint will unlock Dante, promise you. I hope so. I mean, it's there's no doubt that Darian Porter's got some upside. Or what do you mean? Klint will unlock Dante. Oh, Dante Thornton. I'm an idiot. Is that an A? I'm not going to. I read Darian Porter to start. See, I hope that he can unlock Dante Thornton Jr. Dante Thornton Jr. has got a lot of room to grow and needs to grow. But also at the exact same time, I mean, he's so far away, I think, from being a competitive wide receiver in the National Football League that, like, unlock would be make the roster. Because I honestly think right now, if it was Dante Thornton Jr. or Shedrick Jackson to make the Raiders 53-man, not saying that that's what we're going to be picking between, but I think that they might lean Jackson over Dante based on some of the conversations that I have had. Thornton's got the upside. He's raw, man. He's very, very raw right now. Somebody asked me, duck race. Yep, I got you. We got James Gallegos, Michael Houston, Ruben Torres, Santiago Herrera, and then Jesse Lopez. $20 Venmo opportunity to get in. $150. Greg Vack, also, you in. Raiders posted a YouTube short last night giving Nakobe Dean the nickname Codeine, LOL. Are we rocking with this one? I mean, did they? What's funny is I talked to the guy who runs the Raiders YouTube channel at the Combine, and he asked me like some tips of certain things that they could do to do a better job. Definitely. And what's funny is they've done a few of the things that I told them. I also told them that they got to get me on the show. They did post a few shorts. They did. They posted a few, but Again, I'm not trying to be that guy, but I think they just posted like Nakobe Dean. I don't know. Maybe they just like labeled it as Codeine. I mean, I would be kind of shocked if the Raiders wanted to go with that nickname. I also am a believer that nicknames are just given, right? Like, that's how it goes, right? I mean, we call him Chuggs. I mean, it's just how it went. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about Codeine. I don't know. Raiders going to take care of Maxx. Love the picks, but Maxx don't look right in any other color, so glad this worked out. Super happy with this new Raiders. See, here's the thing. The Raiders have already, in my opinion, taken care of Maxx. People can like that statement. People can get mad at that statement. It's time for Maxx to take care of the Raiders. What do I mean by that? The Raiders front-loaded Maxx's contract for a reason. When you see players that front-load their contracts and have the last 3 years of zero guaranteed, it's to create that flexibility of, hey, if I want to be dealt, I want to be dealt. Where I think that what's about to happen here is I think you're going to see Crosby get a no-trade clause, and I also think that Maxx is going to go, okay, I'm going to lower my salary cap so that way I can get some more guaranteed money. That way it's easier for me to stay in Las Vegas because I am under the impression that Maxx will never leave Las Vegas. The only way he's leaving is if the Raiders got some sort of unbelievable deal that Raiders in London would be bloody hell. I would never want that to happen. I mean, I literally think the only way that a Maxx Crosby trade would happen is 3 first-round picks. And that's just because Maxx has made it clear that he doesn't want to leave and the Raiders want to keep him. Cheers to Mitch Chuggs in the chat. F the Ravens. Let's F and go. Miggy, my dog. I say, Miggy, did you get your F the Ravens shirt? Chatsports.com/FBAL. If anybody out there is trying to get it. You guys like the Codeine? You guys like the Codeine nickname? Give me a Y for yes. Give me an N for no. I think the one that we have is going to be dope. I also think it's like it plays off of each other very well. And after what Quay Walker just said about how close him and Nakobe Dean are, I mean, that's Quay Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi, what was it? I see a lot of people saying no. Okay, there you go. Then we're not going to go with it. I mean, I think it's a great name for a Raiders Friday happy hour. But I want like my nickname to be that. I don't know. Love the presser and what Tyler Linderbaum and Quay had to say. What vet can we get at free safety, defensive tackle, or a wide receiver for a 1-year rental? So let's do this. I'm going to pull up some of my lists here in terms of wide receiver because we're obviously going to get a lot of different questions around all of these positions. So let's go with, I'm looking at some of the top names. DJ Reader, defensive tackle. Deebo Samuel, Jawan Jennings. Calais Campbell, I know he's 39 years old. He's still able to get it done at a high level. Stephon Diggs, but I don't think that one's going to happen. Looking through here. Did Daquan Jones sign yet? I don't think Daquan Jones has. I think that could be actually a really cheap, interesting name at the defensive tackle spot. It's got some connections also with our Raiders defensive line coach, Travis Smith. Jabril Peppers. What about, Christian Kirk, Jaquan Brisker, Andre Sisco, Sebastian Joseph Day. Those would just be some of the names that I'll throw out there right now. Ghost Raider, shout out to you. Trey Henderson has just passed his physical. Wow, it's crazy. Never saw that one coming. Who are your 4 to 6 round favorite sleeper picks? You're going to hate what I'm going to say here. I don't have too many out there in terms of like guys that I love from prospects. The way that I would answer this question is I would answer this question based off of what the Raiders need. So one player that I had a source reach out to me about and say keep an eye on him was the running back from Nebraska, Emmett Johnson. Emmett Johnson, I think, is a really electric player. Led the Big Ten in rushing yards. What did they do? Four-year, $14 million extension, making him the second highest paid punter in the NFL. A.J. Cole. A.J. Cole got a 4 for 16. A.J. Cole got a 4 for 16 last season. But I mean, so I'll say the running back for Nebraska, I'll throw his name out there. I think Riley Nowakowski, Max Bredesen, those are guys that are like fullback, tight end hybrids that you could potentially keep an eye on. I'm trying to think of just some other players that the Raiders maybe met with. I'll just say that, like, go check out all my mock drafts that I done. What about Bishop Fitzgerald from USC? I think he's a very interesting free safety option. You don't want him to tackle by any stretch of the imagination. Oh, wow, here we go. The Bengals, they are expected to sign Jonathan Allen on the defensive tackles position. I actually think that that's a really good move for Cincinnati. It's a 2-year, $28 million deal. Jonathan Allen, who was just released by the Minnesota Vikings at the start of the new league year, now ends up signing with Cincinnati. Autumn Wind, I get Dennison will make a difference, but I still think we need to add one more offensive lineman, draft or free agency. Who are the possibilities? Let's go Raiders. So I guess I would say confidently, I think the Raiders have a really solid 7 offensive linemen right now. If I had to look at some of the other top names, I think he's gone. Taylor Decker, but he's more of a left tackle. Has Joel Bitonio signed yet? Joel Bitonio still out there. What about Kevin Zeitler? I think Kevin Zeitler could be another really intriguing name. Like, Zeitler's 36 years old, but he's still playing at a very high level, and I think fits with what we do. So those are 2 names. And then there's a lot of good offensive linemen. Like Jennings Dunker is the guy that I keep on hearing a lot about. I don't even remember how many. Like, the Raiders met with Pat Coogan at the Combine. That was somebody that I knew that they liked. That could be somebody. I just got to get this video out real quick. Are you hungry at all? Because I think, did our food get here? Do you think I could just go grab a quick little bite? All right, y'all, I'm just going to go grab my food here. I'm going to tweet out this video. I'll be back in like 5-ish minutes. Chuggs will be here holding it down. While I'm away, I'm going to do a special duck race deal. If you send in a $40 Venmo, I'm going to give you a duck for free. So buy 2, get 1 free while I'm gone. Mitchell Renz, 365.
Would help if my mic was on. All right, Autumn Wind, you send in another one. Report, San Francisco to cut Trent Williams. Raiders can afford him? No. The reason why they're going to cut him is because he wants to make $35 to $40 million a year. He's 38 years old, he's going to turn 38 years old. I don't know if that's the guy you want. I don't think that's necessarily who you want. But you never know. If he's willing to maybe take a discount. Also, you have Colton Miller. So are you moving Colton the right side, or are you cutting Colton Miller? You have to figure that noise out. I think you could spend your money more wisely somewhere else. Plus, I don't think now that you have Crosby back that you really have the money to spend on a Trent Williams and like just absolutely break the bank. Nate, are you having any jersey deals soon? I sold my Crosby jersey for $50 last week on eBay, and I'm trying to get a new one. Nate! Oh, no! Right now, I don't think so, but, man, bad beat. Oh, my goodness. Oh, Nate, I'm sorry. That is tough luck. Selling the Crosby jersey only for him to come back 5 days later is yeah, man, that's I'm sorry, bro. I'm not laughing at you, but That's a that's a tough look. The dude who bought the jersey though is probably like, holy shit, Maxx Crosby jersey for $50. I'm sorry, I'm not laughing at you, but that's a rough one, man. I'm sorry. K Rock, did we really get Maxx Crosby for 2 first-rounders and a bad trip? I mean, I guess you could look at that. You traded 2 first-rounders back for Maxx Crosby. Hey, what a deal! What a deal, K Rock. Eastbourne, I just need us to beat the Niners this year. Just win, baby. We were discussing. Chuggs, give your lungs a break. All right, everybody, we're gonna. I know that was bad. Here we go. Everybody, let's breathe in and breathe out. All right. We're back. We were discussing in the office. Obviously, it's a away game, so it's going to be in the Bay. Also, there's rumors that could it possibly be the Mexico City game between the Niners and the Raiders? I don't know. Let me know. Is this 49ers game the game that you're looking forward to most this year? Y for Yes Inferno. Right now scheduled to be a home game for the 49ers, but, I mean, at that point, it's in the Bay. It's basically a 50-50 game between the Niners and Raiders. Is that the game you're looking forward to the most? Give me a Y for Yes and Inferno. This Raiders-Niners game. Big Island, what's up? Aloha. Coming in from Hawaii. A lot of yeses are coming in. And, I mean, this is from somebody. I went to San Francisco for my first time during the Super Bowl Radio Row, during the media week for the Super Bowl this year. I didn't realize how close. I mean, when you look on a map, you see them like they're close. Did not realize how close Oakland and San Francisco were. I get the heat on that rivalry now. You're literally looking across the bay and you see the other team. Did not realize that, but man, that live stream, that game is going to be a fun one for sure. If y'all are wondering, Mitch, he's eating his food right now. I saw somebody said, "Where's the other guy?" Mitch will be back in just a second. Don't worry. Oh, Matthew Butler. I didn't realize he signed with the Dolphins. Let's see. Next up, Ryan James. Will DeCam or Darian Porter step up this year? DeCamerion Richardson or Darian Porter? The hope is that is the case. The hope is that, one of these guys steps up, can be your CB2. I foresee the Raiders going out and drafting another cornerback this year, probably two, to at least give them some sort of competition in camp. I mean, but you hope that Darian Porter, DeCamerion Richardson can step up, can help you out. So I think that would help. Well, no, I know it's called the Battle of the Bay, but I didn't realize, they were literally on opposite sides. I thought, they're both in the Bay Area. I didn't realize they both share the same bay. Not a geographer over here. Didn't go to Ivy League school, so it's all good. But yeah, Ryan James, that is the hope that one of these guys steps up this year. Drake, Raiders. Who is a better mentor for Doza, Cousins or Carr? You can't side Derek Carr is the problem. Hold on a second. No puedes fichar a Derek Carr. You got to trade for him. Or the Saints have to cut him. Don't think they would do that. But, man, I don't know. I mean, I think maybe Cousins. We were talking about this yesterday, discussing it. Everybody says Cousins, bad mentor, bad leader. But also he got screwed by the Falcons. He signed and they told him, "Oh, we're going to build this great team around you." And then they end up drafting a quarterback in the top 10. So I don't know. Maybe Cousins, especially if he now depends on what kind of deal he wants. Like if he's willing to sign under $10 million, maybe Kirk Cousins. But if not, you know, Jay Carlock, thank you for the super chat. Levi coming in with the super chat as well. Levi Zuniga. Spytek pulled the rug on the Ravens and signed Trey. I believe that became official today that the Ravens are signing Trey Hendrickson. I believe that he put pen to paper, so can't do that. And also for the Raiders, you don't really need him. I actually think the Ravens made a bad mistake because Trey Hendrickson, he's a one-tool guy. All he can do is rush the passer. He's not good in the run game. Maxx Crosby, even with the injury concerns, I think is a better player overall than Trey Hendrickson. Do you agree with me? Is Maxx Crosby better than Trey Hendrickson? Give me a Y for yes and for no. I think it's not even close that Maxx Crosby is a better player than Trey Hendrickson. I don't think it's all that close. He is much better, better motor. I think he's better in the run game. I think he's a better leader. I think it's not even close that you're getting a better player. So I think the Ravens are going to find that out real quick, especially whenever they're giving up 5 yards a carry this year. Baby John Doe. Mr. John Doe. Baby John Doe. What did I miss from the presser? I had a work call. Good thing is, John Doe, go to the Raiders Report YouTube. We dropped Mitch's presser reactions. You'll hear all his thoughts. That video is already up on the channel, so if you missed it, don't worry. Like Mitch always says, if you type in Raiders Report, whatever you want, we probably have a video on that. And we just dropped a video on Mitch's press conference reaction. So go to the channel. You can check that out. The 4 guys that were talking are the 4 guys in the press conference. Tyler Linderbaum, he had a lot to say. Quay Walker, he had a lot to say. Jalen Nailor, and Kwity Paye. Those were the 4 guys that spoke today at the press conference. Oh, no. Got to go back to the very top. Those were the 4 guys that spoke today at the Raiders press conference. So if you want to see what Mitch has to say on it, you can go ahead and go on the channel. We have a video already for it. But appreciate you for tuning in, Mr. John Doe. Mr. John Doe. Doug Dedor, what do you think about Branch and maybe taking him at 36, maybe falls to round 3? Mitch really likes the idea of him for 2 reasons. One, really good player. I think round 2, round 3 receiver, Zachariah Branch out of Georgia. The other reason, he's related to Cliff Branch, which made Mitch really kind of perk up whenever he learned that information, that he is related to Raiders legend Cliff Branch. I mean, if he got selected by the Raiders, would you want him to wear Cliff Branch's old number? Let me know down in the chat. Would you want him to wear Cliff Branch, him wearing 21? Would that be too much? If the Raiders, let me know. Why for yes and for no. Would you be okay if Cliff Branch, I think it's his nephew or cousin? I mean, that'd be kind of chills. Seeing 21 out there? What do you mean? I would say Cliff Branch is a Raiders legend. No? Pistol Pete saying that's a stretch to call him a legend. I mean, maybe so. I don't know. DJ says absolutely a Raiders legend. I think he's a legend. I don't know. But if one of his family members got drafted, do you know how many old school Raiders fans are bringing out the old Cliff Branch jerseys? If he wears that, I mean, him wearing, also, you don't see receivers wearing 21, really. I think that would be chills. I think that would be chills. Doug Dedor, appreciate the question. I think I would prefer him for the Raiders at, their next pick in round 3. I think you could maybe get another defensive tackle at this spot, maybe a Lee Hunter, maybe a Christian Miller at the 36, and maybe even trade back up into round 2 to select him. I think 36 is a little bit on the high end for him, but I mean, if you think he fits the offense well enough and you think he's, good, go for it, right? Go for it. Next up, Corbin just joined. Has anything gone down today? There was a press conference today with 4 of the Raiders' new free agent signings. It was Tyler Linderbaum, Quay Walker, Jalen Nailor. Did I say Quay Walker? Oh, and Kwity Paye. We had the whole press conference here on the Raiders Report. Also, so if you want to see that, you can go back on the live and watch their entire press conference. But also, Mitch did his reaction video to it. So if you want to know what he had to say about what they were talking about, Lord Cameron Abbott, no new signings today with the Raiders. No new signings, but Mount Raidamore, I have to let you know about the deals. The winner, or the MVP of today's show, is getting a Maxx Crosby jersey and might or might not be signed. I'll let Mitch confirm that, but might or might not be signed Maxx Crosby jersey for the MVP of today's show. I'm just throwing that out there, just saying. I'm just saying. Might or might not be signed, but the MVP of today's show getting a Maxx Crosby jersey. Right now, I think it's Mark Caw. Or Mark Caw and Raiders for Life, I think, might be tied at 2 banks. Cody,
I am back.
You think we draft one of the Indiana? I think, I'll continue to say I'm the biggest member of the Elijah Surratt fan club. I think that would be a better bang for your buck to get him in round 2. Because it looks, Mark Caw says not me. Okay. Hey, respect that, Mark. Respect that. You saying you only had 1 bang.
Never know, Mark.
Real reg. I just remember yelling your name today, so I didn't remember how many times. But I will say, Omar Cooper, I don't know if he even makes it to you at 38. Or what is it, 30? What,
36. Yeah, I mean, I was at the Combine, and Omar Cooper was the name that just kept on climbing. But again, I got to give Chuggs a lot of credit here because, we were talking about Surratt in October. Omar Cooper we were talking about much earlier. And I know a lot of the attention, goes on Mendoza. But, those 2 guys were also, I think they were, just the perfect fit for what Mendoza does, right? If you're going to talk about a quarterback that's this high-level processor and, his ability to throw these back shoulder throws, to put balls right on the dot, you also have to know, the receiver, you just got to have that chemistry. I remember when I was a kid, my dad showed me this clip of Peyton Manning and Marvin Harrison. And essentially what it was Peyton Manning throwing a ball to Marvin Harrison, and it was a slant route, but Manning was blindfolded. And he goes hike, he drops back, and he throws the ball, and it's a perfect ball to Marvin. And, the reason why I bring that up is when you have a high-level processing quarterback like Fernando Mendoza, he's going to want to make sure that everybody knows their job, and you got to be in the right spot at the right time. That's how you can execute a Klint Kubiak offense. So, I look at an Omar Cooper Jr., I look at an Elijah Surratt. What's crazy is I think Surratt's starting to kind of turn into, the better value.
Dude, I think they're both really good. I would have Surratt higher on my board. That's just me.
And that's what's kind of interesting. I think Surratt goes somewhere around 50, where I don't know if Omar Cooper Jr. makes it out of round 1.
Speaking of wide receivers, I want to get your take on this because we were talking about it right before you got in.
Uh-huh.
If the Raiders were to select Zachariah Branch, odds that he wears 21 for Cliff.
Oh,
You know how many old school Raider fans would be bringing those jerseys back out?
I'll say this. If there's anybody that deserves to wear it, it's Zachariah. Nobody on the Raiders wears 21, so it is available. I'll say that it would be electric.
And you don't never see. I mean, the only receiver that I can think of in the 20s is Rashid Shaheed.
It
He
would
wears
be
22.
electric.
Does any other receiver wear in the 20s?
I can't think of a receiver that wears 20s.
Just Rashid Shaheed at 22.
Yeah, I can't think of another receiver right now off the top of my head. Yeah, I don't know. PJ Houston, see you later, man. See you later, Mr. Gator. Well, Lil Watts. Hey, guys, any news on Wyatt Teller?
He's a Texan.
So he's still available?
Yes.
Okay.
He's a Texan.
I was like, there's sometimes like when you guys ask a question, I'm actually, actually, I don't know if he got signed anywhere. I think maybe not, but
Guys, I'm sorry. He's a Texan.
see, Wyatt Teller, though, he's a good interior offensive lineman. It's just, I do think the Raiders are a lot more confident in their O-line than what people realize. I do. I think that they believe that they have their starting offensive line potentially already on this team. Not saying I already know the starting lineup. I think it's going to be Charles Grant and DJ Glaze will battle for right tackle, and I think Jordan Meredith and Caleb Rogers will battle for that other guard
Yeah,
spot.
Don the Don. Braden Smith has been signed. He is actually a Texan.
So talk about what you told me yesterday with Braden Smith, and you think that their plan for the Texans offensive line, because I thought it was very interesting.
So that was a report from Lance Zierlein.
Okay.
He lives in Houston, does Houston sports radio, and then he also does draft. He said he could see the Texans move him to guard because that's where he played in college at Auburn. Now, Aaron Wilson talked with him last night. He had an interview with Braden Smith, and Braden Smith said the Texans didn't mention anything about a position change to him when they signed him.
Okay.
So, don't know. I think they're keeping their options open depending on the draft, to be honest. I think like Titus Howard was a tackle. They moved into guard multiple times. So they're not afraid to, like, move guys inside, outside.
Do you think, like, what do you think the Texans' best offensive line is? Do you think it's Trent at right tackle and Braden at guard, or do you think it's Braden at right tackle?
Right now, but they're going to sign one more lineman, and they're definitely going to draft 2 or 3 linemen in the draft. So I think they're keeping their options open depending on who. Like, they're one of the finalists for Wyatt Teller. They have been linked with him. They've been conversating with him. I think he's one of their 5 Zoom calls that they had too.
Okay.
So they really like Wyatt Teller. They were one of the it was them in Cleveland that were in for Elgin Jenkins.
Oh yeah.
So he is another guy. Like, the Texans are in for another guard. They're looking for a guard. Maybe Jordan Meredith. I don't know.
Oh shit! What just happened here? Oh! This one's coming in from
Jacob
Corcoran. Bang! 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 Mother effers! Raider Nation for life. Let's freaking go, man. Let's freaking go, man. And then, Lord Cameron Abbott. Bang! You know what? I thought about doing this the other day. I'm going to go get a beer bong real quick. Here's my deal out there. Tyler Linderbaum just signed a 3-year deal. If at any point on today's show, if we get 3 bangs in a 60-second stretch, I'm going to do a Linderbong. That was freaking iconic, man. Wake me up here a little bit. It's Thursday. It's free agency. Let's go, man. Mr. Shoe Guy, listen to while I'm at work and thought that we signed someone big. Sorry. Yeah, freaking out maybe on NFL free agency day is maybe not the best thing to do every single time. But you know what, man? I feel good. I'm feeling happy. Do you care if I go grab a bong and if I go grab some beers?
Yeah.
Do you guys care if I go get a Linderbaum?
Did you read this one?
Thirsty Thursday. I think we don't have enough cap to sign any big names, but Max being Max saying he's on board with this rebuild, he's going to restructure his contract so we can get some more pieces after us getting screwed by the Baltimore Ravens. I think what's really going to be interesting is, do the Raiders decide to do it before tomorrow? Because Maxx Crosby's 2027 contract of $29.8 million becomes fully guaranteed tomorrow. So, like, if you're the Raiders, do you wait and, like, restructure that? Or you're like, you know what? No, I like Maxx Crosby under $30 million in 2027. Like, I think Maxx Crosby under 20, like, that's like a really good deal for the Raiders in all honesty. Like, the Crosby contract is truly one of the best contracts in the National Football League. Shout out to Jacob. Shout out to Lord Cameron Abbott for answering the call. And that's going to be a random deal that I do today. If we ever get 3 bangs in a 60-second stretch, we're doing a Linderbaum. Let me go grab one real quick. What happened?
So I have college basketball on all day.
Missouri, 69-68.
Yeah. College basketball's on today. If you ever see me going crazy looking over here, oh my God, Missouri just got it back. I'm watching Missouri, Kentucky right now, 69-68, Missouri with the ball. Holy shit. Cleric, thanks for everything you do, Chuggs. Hey, appreciate that. Appreciate that a lot, Cleric. If I was Max, I'd be pissed just from having to fly to Las Vegas to Baltimore and back. I mean, also, you got to think, you wasted time looking at houses, looking at schools, looking at this, that, and the other. Like, you wasted so much of your time and energy on something for somebody to just pull the rug on you. I'd be pissed too. I'd be pissed. I also expect a lot of black, blue, and red at the Raiders and 49ers game. I'm not talking about the team colors. I've been told how those games go down. You know, you make fun of me, you can joke as much as you want. I don't know if I'm a real one enough to be going to a Raiders-Niners game from everything that I hear. No. I just heard kind of like a UFC main card. Oh, sure, yeah. Best. All right, let me know the question of the day. You can come in the frame for a second. My guy Trizzy Trace, he does all of our social content here. He's our social lead. So if you see anything from Chat Sports, his TikTok, Instagram, you don't like it, blame Trace. Question of the day is, what was it? Best college quarterback of all time. Ooh, okay. I think I got it. Oh, yeah, it's definitely Drew Mestemacher. Let me know, who do y'all think is the best college quarterback of all time? I'm going to give my answer here right now. You know I'm from Texas, so there's only 2 acceptable answers. Either you're going Vince Young or Johnny Manziel. Are you hook 'em or are you gig 'em?
Raider Nation, what you think?
A lot of Tim Tebow's. Jamarcus Russell in the chat is funny. Yeah, I mean, I'm from Texas, so I got to go with either Vince Young or Johnny Manziel. Lamar Jackson's not a bad answer, too.
I said, bitch, I'm from Texas.
Joe Burrow's a good answer, but
Did you
also
see Kenneth Walker coming out of the plane today? Bro, All right, y'all, so here's the special deal. I know we always do different styles of alley-oops. We're going to mix in a little bit here of a tuna clock. If you bang 3 times in 60 seconds, I'm doing a Linderbaum.
Well, here's one. Rustin
Long Bay! 60 seconds on the clock!
Raiders! Thanks for keeping us up to date and in line with what's going on.
Thanks.
Love the Chat Sports team and the Raiders Report. Raider Nation for life. Real one for life.
Let's rock. I'll tell you this right now. If anybody ever gets the opportunity to party with Rustin Long. I hope you like shots. Rustin, I tell this story all the time, but I'm not kidding you. I always tell the PG 2869 shot stories. The night that we had in frickin' North Carolina, bro. Unbelievable experience.
Whoever said Al Bundy, hilarious in the chat also. Somebody said General Booty. Fun fact.
What? Yeah, what's sorry, Trace is hitting me with we're making some social media content here. Let me get my Linderbaum ready to rock.
Colt Brennan from Hawaii.
Bro, Colt Brennan from Hawaii sling the pill. He could frickin' sling it. Best college quarterback? I mean, I think there's a all right, I'll go with my answer here. I'm going to go with the best college football player of all time. Tim Tebow. Guy would win.
I feel like somebody needs to say Colt Brennan.
I do feel like Vince Young's the answer also. Derek Carr at Fresno, man, could sling it. He could. Terrell Pryor. Great athlete. Hey, shout out to the nation for always making this show a hell of a time.
General Booty, fun fact, I actually covered him in high school. He went to Allen. So, General Booty, real name. Maybe. I think so, actually, because it was like 3 years ago.
A little bit of the Linderbaum. Let's go, man. Justine. Chuggs, you're right. Cliff Branch is 100% a legend. I mean, you want to talk about speed. Quick. I mean, he could run down the field and what?
Andrew Luck is a great one. Case Keenum. Why did I not think of Case Keenum, too?
Houston.
He was awesome.
Oh, dude, he could. I mean, when he was at Houston, he was so fun to watch. I mean,
Yeah.
Joe Burrow at LSU. I mean, that's the greatest offense I've ever seen with my own two eyes.
Charlie Ward.
Somebody said Michael Vick at Virginia Tech.
Alex Smith from Utah was nice.
I mean, Marcus Mariota at Oregon was nasty.
Caden saying Chuggs in college is the GOAT. I did play a little intramural at UNT, so.
Frosty Jamarcus Russell. I mean, dude, I can remember watching Marcus Mariota in that Oregon Chip Kelly offense. I mean, that was fun to watch. Cam Newton from Stephen. Bro, when I've met Cam, he's one of those guys where you don't realize how big he is until you stand next to him.
RG3 in college was
Nice.
disgusting.
Very nice.
RG3 on Twitter now, not so much. Shep, look at Andrew Brandt's tweet regarding Crosby and keeping him. I cannot stand how much national media members hate and shit on the Raiders.
Who is it?
Andrew Brandt. Dude, Missouri down 3, 1 minute left.
Who you got, UK or Missouri? I can't wait. And I mean, I can't wait for college basketball. You said Andrew Brandt?
Andrew Brandt. It's on screen.
Yeah, okay, I think I got him.
Charlie Ward. Before my time, but I've heard a lot of great things about Charlie Ward.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really want to give attention to people that I think are just spewing ridiculousness. So, yeah, I mean, this is completely false.
Aaron, I disagree on this. He said Jack Besh already plays like Surratt. I completely disagree.
Yeah, I don't agree with that statement either. I actually think Surratt is probably a better possession receiver than Besh, where I actually like Besh's yards after the catch at TCU. I thought he was a physical player. I think that Besh is a better blocker than Surratt, but Surratt's also a good blocker.
I actually think Besh would be better if he put on a couple pounds and was like a tight end 3 and play like in that tight end slot tight end role. I mean, I think Surratt is a true outside guy who he is one of the best back shoulder receiving threats in this draft. Like him and Mendoza if you watch Mendoza highlights, you will notice every time it's a back shoulder throw, it's to Surratt. Matt Leinart with USC was nice. Tim Couch. The USC guys, Carson Palmer.
Hey, I got to send a message to Barrett real quick here.
Oh. What is this guy doing? The
What?
Missouri guy just, he had oh, yeah, that's off of him. Literally got the ball tipped away from him, off his knee, going the other way. Dumb play by the Missouri guy. Next super chat coming in from Jesus. What are the chances of us signing Juwan Jennings? He's a good blocker and has shown he can handle number one duties here and there.
I think Juwan Jennings is an extremely intriguing idea for the Raiders. And where I really think now the Raiders got to turn their attention is because you don't have that first-round pick anymore at 14, I honestly think the way that I would handle where I go next with my next signing is I think it's what players do I like in the draft a lot at 36, right? If I'm the Raiders, I'm going, what players do I think I'm going to be able to get at 36? And I would make my own little big board, and I would probably put 20 players that I think that I could get at number 36. And then you look at that list, and out of that list, you go, what's the one position in here that maybe I don't see as frequently? And then you try to address that need in free agency. Like, I do think that there's going to be some good receivers there. I don't know how much of the talent at defensive tackle is going to be there. And then also, free safety, I don't love the free safety options there either. So I think the other question is, if you sign a veteran quarterback like Kirk Cousins, then I think that you're going to see this team add a veteran wide receiver like a Juwan Jennings. But, there's got to be some contract restructures. Wide receivers cost money. Where I think that you can get some really good young defensive tackles. You can get some good guys.
Roxo.
Max really, really wanted to leave. His team spread drama. Now it's just all cool. I'm guarded about Max. I don't know a lot to process. Does he fit the rebuild? I'll just say it like this. Max did want to get traded. Max was open to the idea of getting traded. But also, I think the way that Max handled it, I did not talk directly to Max's agent. So I hope that Max's agent, I'm just talking about what I've heard personally. Max, though, did want things to kind of go behind closed doors, and he wanted the Raiders truly to get the most draft compensation possible. He wanted the Raiders to be in a good position because he does truly love Raider Nation. He loves the Raiders organization, and his respect for Mark Davis is through the roof. I don't really think that his team did spread that much drama. I think, honestly, what happened was the NFL media knew that Max, behind closed doors, wanted to be dealt. When Max was asked about trades, he never said really anything. He wore Raiders stuff, but I think that us fans, we wanted to hear, no, I don't want to get traded. That was just never going to happen. In terms now of, is everything all cool? I am okay with the idea of Max being a part of this organization, but that's because I know Max is all in. I am under the impression that there's going to be some sort of a contract restructure, which shows that Max is willing to do right by the Raiders to make sure that that organization could win. I'm not going to say that I heard this, but based on my conversations, I don't think Max expected the Raiders to be in the situation that they are today with the roster that we have. And, and I don't even know if I did as a fan. Like, I expected Spytek and Kubiak to be aggressive. I did. Look at the live poll right now. 80%, 79% of the votes have given this offseason an A grade, and the draft hasn't even happened yet. So I think for Max, it was like, is this thing ever going to get going in the right direction? It's hard to believe. And now I think Max has seen the direction. Like, he has seen where we are at right now. And, I mean, it looks like it's a lot better of a situation. And it is a much better of a situation.
DD Natman.
I also know Max has never been more motivated than he is right now, and that's a scary thought. What do you think of Laki Tassi, 6'6", 373? How close is he to making / starting? So, starting, I don't think he's anywhere close to being a starter. Now, the thing about Laki Tassi is, though, he's the International Pathway Program player. So the NFL, if you don't know what the International Pathway Program is, it's essentially like, and they give an opportunity for players that are from overseas that maybe don't get as much scouting, they don't get as many eyeballs, they get the opportunity to be on an NFL roster. So the Raiders, you can keep Laki Tassi on your team, and it doesn't count against your 90-man. Like, technically the Raiders will have 91 players on that roster because of Laki. And, you know, it's been a very successful, like a few years ago, it was, oh my God, I can't think of his name and I feel terrible. I follow him on social media. His IG is New Era. I can't think of it. I'm sorry. But like Jordan Meredith, right? He was an International Pathway Program player. The Raiders' old fullback a few years ago, Jakob Jacob, International Pathway Program player. Jermaine Illuminor might have been, because I know Jermaine was overseas, but then Jermaine ended up playing college football at Lackawanna, which is actually like a really close area where I'm from in central Pennsylvania. Who the heck? David Agoa. David Agoa was the other Raiders International Pathway Program player. The thing about Tassi is he just started playing football. The people that he's really close to in that Raiders organization, I know him and JPJ are very close, but when you're this big of a guy, if you can learn, and I think like that's what we got to be doing right now. We need to be teaching him. He needs to be learning, and unfortunately, for a player like Laki Tassi, he needed to be able to have a great offensive line coach. I would look at Laki Tassi as essentially being a rookie this season because he didn't get anything last year from Brendan Carroll. He'll be on the team though. It doesn't make any sense not to keep him because you get him for free. I have a Mendoza Topps Bowman card that got graded as a PSA 10. A guy wanted it for $2K, and I asked for $3K. He said it's not worth the risk for an NFL bus. LOL, he messed up. I'm keeping it. I mean, I guess I would say to him, there's a risk in any player being a bust. No doubt about it. Being out in Indiana, it's Fernando Mendoza was almost godlike. And it's a weird thing to say out loud from another, like, as a man saying that about another man. It's a weird statement to make. However, though, when Fernando Mendoza, I saw Mendoza a few times at the Combine. And, again, at the Combine, there's players walking around everywhere. There's professional athletes walking around everywhere, coaches, GMs. I mean, you're, like, walking down halls and, like, you know, there was one time I was literally walking and Ruben Bain's right next to me. Ruben Bain, right? Ruben Bain. When Fernando Mendoza, and again, it was in Indiana, so it's a little bit different. Dude, the amount of security, the amount of people, the amount of, just stories that you heard at the Combine. Every time he got shown on the big screen, Lucas Oil erupted. When he would walk into restaurants, people would stop what they are doing. We went to, I would say, the nicest restaurant in Indiana, and the entire restaurant, everybody stood up, like people just eating their dinner. People, again, I wasn't actually at the restaurant, but I talked to people who were there, and like the managers, the waiters, like everybody stopped what they were doing, and we're giving them a round of applause. I think when you have that type of impact on a city, when you have that type of impact, whether you are whatever, Fernando Mendoza is going to be a success. He might, and again, like to me, when you draft somebody number 1 overall, you're hoping that results in a Lombardi. You're hoping that results in a championship. I just don't see Fernando Mendoza being a bust. He might, I think his lowest floor is the way that we look at Kirk Cousins right now in the NFL. A good starting quarterback that maybe never won anything big. I think Mendoza's the truth. Nick Sanchez, what do you think about drafting Close.
I think he'd be able to fill a huge hole in the Raiders.
You know, I say this. When you got the nickname the Black Hole, some might argue it fits. And, he's got some girth to him. He's thick in his lower half. Sometimes he really packs a punch with his hands. But there are some scouts out there that they say his motor, it's a little lacking at times. In the 4th round, though, swarm. No. Almost, Nick. It's good, though. I like it. Raider Rick, Shane Falco or Johnny Utah? I know Shane Falco. I don't know Johnny Utah. Do you know Johnny Utah?
No. For y'all wondering, Missouri lost to Kentucky.
Damn. Though Missouri was what, the 2 seed?
No, I think they were both like 7 and 8, or
Okay.
they were like in the middle.
I got you. Draft Chris Paul at guard, maybe. What up, Raider Born?
No,
Mike Clark.
He's a free agent, Chris Paul, from the Commanders.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say, wasn't he out of Tulsa?
I think so.
I was gonna say, I remember talking about Chris Paul a few years ago. Mitch, I sent my 2+1 for the Duck race based on current free agency moves. Rank the AFC West defenses. Man, here's the problem with you, and this is me being just brutally honest.
Oh,
Because I've been live so much on the Raiders Report, I'd be lying to say I even know what exactly the other moves that those other teams made. I'm probably going to put Denver and Kansas City, though Kansas City has lost a lot of talent on that defense.
Oh, my God.
Denver had the best defense last season.
This Louisville guy hit his head on the ground and is bleeding.
I think the Raiders, though, deserve to be in the conversation of the 2nd to 3rd best defense in the AFC West. Shout out to my guy, Mesa Mike. So because Mesa here reminded me, which I appreciate that you did, my deal was if you sent a $40 Venmo, that was you buying 2 ducks, and I was going to be able to give you a duck for free. The last name that I have in here is Greg Vack, which means Jesse Lopez, who I already got. Hang on. Sorry. Soldier Man, you're in. Rustin Long, he got multiple ducks. I'll say this right now. This duck race is now much, much larger. Dungeon got some ducks. Jesus Franco, not ducking around. I mean, this is about to be much larger. Giggity. Simon TG. Oh boy. Got it. Tristan Alum. Got it. We got Jose Salas. Took advantage of the deal. I see DeAndre Mal taking advantage of the deal. I'm going to tell you all right now, it's going to be a $20 Venmo, well over Michael Clark. It's going to be, I think we're going to be close to $500 now in terms of the winner if you want to get in our 50-50. I see, let me go here. Mo Shav. Got it. Roberto Di Liberto. Got it. Bro, this is a lot. Keith Crego, where the pets go. Got it. And then I see Christopher Lopez. Got 1. Nick Sane took advantage of the deal. I know this is very repetitive. I'm sorry. Give me a minute. Darius Davis, Darth Fatass. We are at $20 Venmo for a chance to win $560 here on the Raiders Report. The final thing that we will do on today's show is we will do a 50-50. We will do a raffle at the very, very end. And then as soon as I gave the update, Let me just get all caught up, and then we will keep it moving here on these Super Chats. Carlos Comedy, Rudy Mendez, David Vergara.
He didn't hit his head on the ground. I guess he has a bloody nose.
Nathan Wolf, Jackie Fields, Justine Gonzalez. Justine, it was so cool meeting you.
Runaway Jet.
Edwin Ramirez, 20 to win, $640 as it stands right now. I can't wait to play the Jets this year just so we can Geno in the mouth. You know, I'm excited for that football game too. You know, selfishly, that game means a lot to me. My dad, he's a Jets fan. I worked for the Jets in college.
Oh.
And obviously the fact that Geno Smith's there.
Off the board.
What?
Commanders have agreed to terms with running back Rashad White.
Yeah, I knew that based on what I heard, Commanders were in, the Raiders were in, but Commanders, they're going to get their guy. I don't know what this deal is going to end up looking like. I was under the impression that it was going to be somewhere around $5 to $6 million per year. We'll see what Rashad White ends up getting. I'll say this right now, Runaway Jet, the number one game that I want to see for a week one of the NFL season, right there. Like, who do you guys want the Raiders to play week one? If you don't know who the Raiders' opponents are, I'll tell you here. Give me a second. All right, so the Raiders obviously play the AFC West. Your home options, Bills, Dolphins, Rams, Seahawks, Titans. Your away options, Cardinals, Browns, Patriots, Saints, Jets, Niners.
Niners.
See, I think the Niners game, no matter what, is great. Doesn't matter if it's week 1, doesn't matter if it's week 18, doesn't matter if it's in the middle. That's going to be a great game. The Jets, to me, though, where I don't know how good the Jets are going to be. So, like, from an NFL, like me trying to sell this to the NFL, I know for a fact, if it's Raiders-Jets, Geno's first game back in MetLife, first game against his old team, can guarantee both fan bases are going to be 100% in at that point. I think Raiders-Jets makes all the sense in the world.
And I know you just mentioned this as well, but Jaden Daniels, Rashad White were teammates in college. Big thing in
Arizona
free agency.
State.
College teammates teaming back up together.
Yeah. Brandon Pilley signed a 1-year, $2 million deal with the Seattle Seahawks.
Defensive tackle.
Yep.
Yeah. Steve Hodley.
How about Surratt and the second round, 36, familiarity with Mendoza? If Mendoza wants him at 36, I think that you should listen to him. Obviously, the Raiders aren't going to have those conversations. I would say the only way that I would want the Raiders to go with Elijah Surratt in the second round is if they sign a starting free safety, if they add another guy at the defensive tackle position, and I would say you have to add another defensive tackle and you have to add a starting free safety in free agency. Because wide receiver is a need. But I'm just a bigger believer in sometimes like the trench work. Also, what happens if Mendoza doesn't start year one? Does that change the opinion? Maybe.
Next up, going to be K-Rock.
Max right now is like MJ when another player talked trash.
And I took that personally.
And I mean, he's got it tatted on him. You know, like, I have not spoke directly with Maxx Crosby. I have spoken to people who are very close to Maxx Crosby. I've reached out to Max. Like I said, I've reached out to Max on social media, and I've reached out to him. What I know is everyone's telling me that it's about to go to a whole nother level. But the way that Max is, I think he's like I don't want to say like visual guy. That's not the right way to put it. But when he believes something, and for him to get it tatted on him, he's just like mentally, he's always looking for that extra motivation, right? And I can remember back when he got the tattoos that he did, Muhammad Ali, Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan. one of the people that I know that's close to Max was like, one of the reasons why he did that is so every day when he wakes up, he knows like what he has to chase. He wakes up every day, he's like, am I Michael Jordan? Am I Kobe Bryant? Am I Muhammad Ali? Like, am I these types of guys that, give that extra 1% every single day? And, I'm the type of person like me, like I know I wake up every single day and I'm motivated in my own right. It's easy for me to get out of bed. It's easy for me to do certain things because I feel motivated every single day. Not a lot of people have, that ability. So like, if people doubted me, that would fire me up. The fact that people are doubting Max right now, I can't wait to see what he does this season. Truly, I really, truly cannot wait to see what he's about to do. And when it can be contagious, when your top player is going to be doing the shit that Maxx Crosby's doing, like that's going to make Kwity Paye want to do that. That's going to make Tyree Wilson want to do it. It's going to make Tonka, JJ, every single person's going to want to do that. And because Max is the guy that walks in that locker room and, he's the guy and he's been a part of that organization for so long, like the feeling is the Raiders players are pissed off at the way that whole situation was handled because they felt bad for Max. So I know the Raiders guys have always had Crosby's back, but again, when you can have a team that can rally, you just gave the entire 2026 Raiders a little bit more bulletin board material because they feel like that, their brother was did wrong. And I always say on this show, like as a white guy, I don't have any like white people loyalty, but as a loyalty to Raiders fans, I feel that. So when Geno Smith flipped off the Raider fan, I felt a way. I'm like, you're not just flipping off him, you're flipping off me too. And I think a lot of these Raiders players feel like Baltimore didn't only flip off Max, flipped off the Raiders and flipped off them too. I think when you go back and you look at it, could this be one of those moves that made this team closer together? And in the National Football League, everybody's talented, everybody's a great player in their own right. How do you take it to the next level? How do you get to that 1%? I think you're going to see it this year from the Raiders. What up, Mr. Shrimper? I honestly thought we were going to sign Bobby Okereke at linebacker. Okereke. I'm super happy on what we got and prefer it. Curious on what you think of him. Honestly, I have the utmost respect for him because he's the one in that Raiders and Giants game when, I don't know if y'all remember, the Raiders were kind of marching a little bit, and Geno Smith, bad throw. He stepped in front of it, picked off, and that was, I think, the biggest play in that game to get the momentum back on the Giants side, which ultimately helped us get the number 1 overall pick. So I got respect for him in that regard, but I don't want him. I mean, Quay Walker and Nakobe Dean, I think is a great linebacker duo. You heard him talk, today. Quay was super fired up to be able to play and work next to Nakobe. I have respect for him in that regard. Amazing Talents 101. Thank you for supporting the show. Barry Graham. Fernando steps into the league as a 12 to 16 guy. That is his floor. With great coaching, experience, supporting cast, probably an 8 to 12 guy. I actually don't totally disagree with this take, Barry. I think it's a good take. I'm hoping that he turns out to be everything that we're hoping Fernando Mendoza can be. I don't know if he's instantly 12 to 16. I would probably say like 16 to 20, and he can be that 8 to 12 with the right coaching, the right mindset. Like, to me, I do think Fernando Mendoza, the longer and longer he plays in the NFL, the better and better he's going to get because he's just going to get smarter and smarter and smarter. And when you have a quarterback like, I know that he was a Charger, but Phillip Rivers, right? Phillip Rivers was retired for I don't even know how many NFL seasons, steps into the NFL, but because he just knows the game so well. And when you have that ability up here, you can do everything that you want from a defensive scheming standpoint. Look at Peyton Manning, look at Tom Brady, look at some of those old school great quarterbacks. They were just truly field generals. And I do think the longer Mendoza plays and the more football he sees, the more everything that he sees, he's going to be one of those guys. I don't know if he's ever going to be like that top number 1 quarterback in the National Football League, but at the exact same time, you put him in the right system. Guy showing you he can win. Guy showed you that he can lead. And as a quarterback, that's your job, to lead and to win football games. We'll see. I mean, I'm fired up about it. I am super fired up to see how Fernando Mendoza's career ends up projecting. And I'm hoping 3 years from now, I'm live on the Raiders Report screaming that the Las Vegas Raiders just made Fernando Mendoza the highest paid quarterback in NFL history. And if somebody doesn't want that, I think you're crazy. Yes, saying that he's the highest paid quarterback in NFL history might scare some people because it's a lot of money. It's not your money. I know the Raiders did it at one time, at one point with Derek Carr, and it didn't really result in the way that we wanted it to be able to result in. But if you get the notification that Fernando Mendoza is the highest paid quarterback in NFL history, I think that that means that he is everything that we want and everything that, quite frankly, we deserve as a fan base. Johnny Utah was another Keanu Reeves character, point blank. I got you. So I don't watch too much TV. Random super chat. All right. But I'm expecting a baby girl in July and received a baby shower present from JPJ and Kimmy. I'm juiced right now. Raiders. This is why I love the Powers Johnson family. JPJ is a stand-up guy. I have obviously supported Jackson for a long time. He sent me a signed Raiders jersey. But, dude, congratulations to you. Congratulations to your family. How did you do the birth reveal? You know, I know Alex and I always talk about how we would probably do it, where Alex is a little bit more extra than I am, and there's nothing wrong with that. I love and I really appreciate how she celebrates birthdays, and maybe it's just different for women compared to guys. For me, my birthday was February 20th. My younger cousin, her name's Tori. Shout out to Tori. She was February 21st. So, when we did birthdays when I was a kid growing up, we did joint birthdays. And, I wasn't the center of attention. And in my own mind, I'm happy that she was. And I would want, my younger cousin to be able to get a little bit more of the love. But the way Alex is with birthdays, it's crazy. For my birthday, I turned 33 years old. Alex, she's not a morning person at all. Not a morning person at all. I woke up that morning. I walked downstairs. I had a bunch of balloons on our little coffee table thing that we have. She got all these little dinosaur figurines. Got a bunch of donuts. She ended up bringing some of those donuts in to the office. But yeah, I'm telling you right now, I was blown away by what she did. So congratulations to you. Congratulations to your significant other. July baby shower. All I'm saying is I'm very free in the month of July. If you need somebody else to pull up, I might be able to. Amazing talents. Do you think we double dip at quarterback in the draft? Only if the Raiders don't add a quarterback in free agency. I don't see that happening. Frankie, Mitch, that's a Latina thing. My girl's the same way. I mean, I never experienced birthdays the way that I have. I also learned it's not a birthday with my wife. Birthday, no. Birthday month is apparently a thing. October rolls around and it's my wife's birthday is October 6th. It could be October 18th, and we'll go out to dinner. And when we walk into that restaurant or whatever, they'll be like, "Oh, happy birthday! Whose birthday is it?" And I'm always laughing. I'm like, "You got to be 800 years old, the amount of birthdays that we've celebrated." But do we think we double dip at quarterback? I would say the only way that we double dip at quarterback again is if we don't get anybody in free agency. If it was up to me, I actually wouldn't mind the idea of a double dip in the draft. And again, I'm confident in Mendoza. I think AOC is a really good quarterback, number 2. And then if you're able to bring in another, again, Taylor Green. If you look at my very first mock, I had Taylor Green, but it's because I watched him a lot down here. My buddy Trace, he's a big Arkansas fan. And when you got a quarterback that's one of the 4-3-7, that's interesting. Definitely interesting. All right, we're going to keep it moving here. We got 2,500 people in the building. Raider Keys, my wife, has a birthday month as well, 16th, and it's her birthday from day one. Yep, bro, it's unbelievable. But again, I'm not saying that I don't like to be celebrated. Everybody likes when people appreciate them and celebrates their birthday. But I would much rather celebrate my wife. I'd much rather celebrate my kids. And I don't know. To be honest with you, I get enough attention here on this show. I'm a very laid-back guy. I'm not an attention seeker. If I'm in the spotlight, I can handle it. But I think it's really cool to see them because she appreciates it way more than I do. How about signing Jaquan Brisker? I like the idea of signing Brisker a lot. Chicago Bears safety. I think it would fit our defense, and he would be a better fit as a free safety than Isaiah Paul-Amal. I still think that Brisker isn't the exact fit for a free safety that I want, but still it would be an upgrade. I just don't want them to piss away Isaiah Paul-Amal's career by playing him in the wrong spot. Would you trade Saints a 6th-round pick for Derek Carr? My honest answer is no. I don't want to trade picks. I also don't know exactly how much it's going to cost. Former Saints safety Rodney Thomas is signing with the Seattle Seahawks. And again, I like Derek Carr, and I probably one of my biggest gripes on this show is people think that I don't like DC. But I just want fans to be fully bought in and invested into Fernando Mendoza, and that's how it was. And that's how it needs to be. And we might have, I think the problem with the world, the problem with life is you always have to plan for the 1%. Unfortunately, I think that 1% is probably closer to 10%, because I know for a fact if Derek Carr is on this team, there's going to be 1 out of 10 Raider fans that are screaming for them to bench Mendoza and put in Derek Carr. That just can never happen, and I don't want that situation to even be a potential. And the only quarterback that's really going to happen with at the loudness that it would happen with is DC. If you told me that that's not going to happen, then yeah, I'd be more interested in Derek because he's down with the guy. Elias, shout out to my newborn Julian. Let's go Raiders. March 10th. Unbelievable. Yeah, my buddy Joe, he was the best man at my wedding. His daughter's first birthday is tomorrow. So I'm sure I'll be getting a lot of pictures. I'm sure I'll be getting a lot of stuff as well, though. Uncle Mitch loves you very much, Liv. I wish I could be there. I think that's probably one of the hardest things about doing this job is I don't really ever get time to go travel. I don't really get a lot of time to go to those little types of things. Not even say little. It's a big deal. First birthday. I would love to be there. Really would. Elias, shout out to you. Are we all caught up? We are all caught up on all of the super chats. So here's what we're going to do. I know we got 2,500 people here in the building as it stands. The Raiders have not signed any players today. I don't know if the Raiders are going to sign any players today. We're kind of been waiting around. We've been kind of hanging out, and we've been sitting back. I also told you this, that I would stay live as long as the questions and as long as the super chats are flowing in here. So I'm going to ask you all this question, and I'll probably be here for, like I said, a little bit longer unless I need to be here longer. And that's just kind of how I'm going to leave it. If you guys want me to stay live, I'll stay live. I've been live for probably, we were definitely over, I would say, we were definitely over already 20 hours this week. And today we only been live for 3 hours. I would say, Monday we were live. I was live for 10 hours on Monday. You guys were live a long time. I'd say it's probably about 7 hours on Tuesday. It's probably another 7 hours. 24, 20. We're probably 27. I'm probably 27 hours live this week. So, my voice is hurting here a little bit. Rich said, Mitch, stay live. I got you. Again, here's the balance, and here's how this show has to work, and here's the conversation that needs to happen. The super chats, if they come in, I can stay live. If not, I gotta go do other stuff here at work, and Chuggs gotta go do other stuff, and the other guys, we have a big team here, so everyone has to be able to do these different things. How much for a guaranteed extra hour? If we get 3 bangs in the next 5 minutes, I'll stay guaranteed for an extra hour. Pascal, big Raider fan since 95 from Germany. Deutschland, what's up, man? Who we got so far? Who do we let go? Keep it up. Great work. First off, Pascal, I got to ask, where in Germany are you rocking from? I love Germany. I really want to take Alex to Cologne. I had the opportunity to live in Cologne from 2015 to 2016. I played for the Cologne Cardinals in the Bundesliga. I got to go watch FC Cologne up against Dortmund. That was a lot of fun. Some good Donor. I really, really miss Donor. Man, who we got so far? Who do we let go? I mean, who do we get so far? Traded for Taron Johnson, tendered Thomas Booker, tendered Jordan Meredith, signed Tyler Linderbaum, Jalen Nailor, re-signed Eric Stokes. We got Kwity Paye, Quay Walker, Nakobe Dean, brought back Malcolm Koonce, signed the kicker Matt Gay. In terms of guys that have left, Daniel Carlson's not going to be coming back. We lost Stone Forsythe, which is probably really devastating for a lot of people out there. Kenny Pickett ended up leaving. Look at that, Stone. The Raiders had 2 offensive linemen last season, bottom in the NFL, sacks allowed with over 10. Wild. Also, Jacob Corcoran. Bang! Let's go! We got a new MVP. Spam Jacob down below. He wants another hour. You want a shout out here? Spam it. My Tyler Linderbaum deal's available. If we get 2 more bangs here in the next 60 seconds, I got to do another Linderbaum. Who getting that 98 jersey, bro? Right now, you're in first place, man. Also, I didn't even get to see my bang go off because of work. F my life. Who can we get as a quarterback still in free agency? So, I guess my question for the quarterback in free agency is, do you want a starter or do you want a backup? If you're looking for a starter, I would say the top 2 options are Kirk Cousins and Aaron Rodgers. Huh? We can't do Jimmy G again. I'm sorry, I just can't do it. Zach Wilson, I don't think happens. Though, Carson Wentz, maybe. Like a really cheap option, Brett Rippon. He's got some Kubiak ties. You want to know, like, if the Raiders go, I don't like anybody in free agency. I do think, I'm going to look up the exact numbers here. I do think that there could be a potential trade option for the Raiders. And I think it would be this. I think if the Raiders ended up trading for a quarterback, I think the quarterback that they could potentially trade for, Jacoby Brissett. Jacoby Brissett was a backup to Tom Brady in New England. He's a 34-year-old quarterback. He's experienced. The Arizona Cardinals have a brand new regime, so that's totally different. And Arizona ends up saving $7.4 million by trading away Brissett. If the Raiders ended up trading for Jacoby, he would be $4.8 million. I'll tell you this right now. I sound way better now than I did a few minutes ago. I sound a lot better now. I actually think Jacoby could be an interesting target for them to look at. Raider for life! Throwing it up there. Oh, boy. Let's go, Raiders. Great job again today. Mitch, by you and the crew, best in the biz. That means we are an alley-oop and a bang away from another hour of this show. Do I think Kirk would be a good mentor? If Kirk wants to be a good mentor, he can be a good mentor. It's just, is that what Kirk Cousins wants to do? I don't have the answer to that. Also, minor Browns news here. The Browns are re-signing cornerback Trey Avery. I'm going to crack this open. My voice is hurting me a little bit. Hopefully you don't mind. Does it? It's cold. I mean, alcohol probably won't help, but it's cold. Feels good. Check your DM from Nash. What DM? What DM are we talking about here? You said what's crazy is I have been sent some crazy stuff in my day, Chuggs. I have been sent some crazy and outlandish shit in my day. Stop it. What's up? I would love to be able to catch up to the Raiders YouTube channel. How many subs are they at? Raiders Report YouTube channels is at 337,000. We're at probably like 221, 220. If we caught up to the Raiders official YouTube channel and subs, I don't know what I would do. Somebody asked, what's the duck race update? I got you. Hang on. $20 Venmo. Last time that I saw, $640 would be going to the winner. Then we got Christian Ocampo, Juan Limon, Crystal Mendoza, Demoni, Gotcha, Melina, Kenneth, Jacob Souter. I got James Nicely, Roger Williams. 20 to win, $720 here on the Raiders Report. Oh, and we got a few more. Hang on, let me get it all up to date. Andrew D. Richard Kelly. I'm telling you this right now, I'm not doing anything this weekend. A whole lot of nothing. No, I got to get my taxes done. Huh? I'm not going out to a block party. No chance. I know it's St. Patty's, but dude, I got to get my hair cut at 11. And then I got to get my taxes done at 1. Yep, Alex and I, we're filing. I've never filed, so I don't know. So it's a new thing for me. I don't know. I tried. So I can't go into everything in the back end. Huh? Yeah. King, I sent 20 to Venmo for Damani for the duck race. I got you. I think I said that name. Lash, I remember when we were thinking about signing Dak. I'm glad everything worked out. How did, and we're getting Mendoza, would we be able to afford Cousins as a backup? Here's the thing. If you went out and got Kirk Cousins, he wouldn't be a backup. And, like, that's where that conversation needs to be. Mendoza, he would be, like, the long-term option, but he wouldn't be the backup. He wouldn't be the backup. Because, again, he's going to want $15 million. I think, how much do y'all, if the Raiders ended up signing Kirk Cousins, how much money do you think he ends up getting? Because I'm thinking it's going to be in that $15 million to $20 million range. Kirk's agent, it's been a magician with the amount of money that guy's been able to get. I also remember those guys. Right, we're just gonna put a timeout, just a little timeout. That's okay. I don't need negativity today. It's just, again, it's the Raiders off season. Let's be positive. If people get mad that I put them in timeout, that's fine. You can always just come back 5 minutes from now. Just go sit in the corner. It's all good. It's all good. Kirk's agent is a magician. Big Raz, that was actually me. I put him in timeout. I got there quick. I got it. Nash, your IG DM. Here's the problem, Nash. I don't want to sound like that guy. The amount, your picture matches, so I see it. Okay. I think it's a maybe. I'm not gonna say no. I might be able to make it happen. It depends, one, when the Raiders Gala is. So the Raiders Gala, I'll be at. Hang on. It's pretty accurate, though. It's pretty accurate. My buddy gets married June 13th, and then my anniversary with my wife, our 1 year, is June 6th. So if I went out there, it would have to be for a work trip. So I'll just say this right now. If we can figure out a way for me to get out there for a work trip, maybe we do like a little Raiders Report meetup, and then I'll go to the baby shower. I'm sure your wife wouldn't mind if like 200 Raider fans pulled up to your baby shower. I'm sure that would be totally okay with the wife. Favorite Raiders player of all time is an interesting question. What's the biggest Raiders free agency need? Oh, man, I don't know. Free safety, defensive tackle. It's kind of where I'm leaning right now. I mean, I see a lot of people still answering the, can you go back to the favorite Raider one? Somebody said Tim Brown. Lyle was nuts. Yeah, I've heard that. What do I think of Kyler on a vet min? I like the idea of Kyler Murray on a $1.2 million deal. Like, I would rather take Kyler Murray on a $1.2 million deal than pay Kirk Cousins $20 million. And it has nothing to do with the quarterback. It has everything to do with just the price tag. But I am pretty confident Kyler's going to be the next quarterback of the Minnesota Vikings. It makes sense for Kyler, and it makes sense for Minnesota. Free frickin' safety from C. Dunn. Seth Roberts from Anthony. Napoleon Kaufman, Jerry Porter, Tim Brown. Who? Yeah, Seth Roberts is crazy. I think the only way that Seth Roberts is your favorite Raiders player, if you were the Raiders guy in the end zone when he had that walk-off touchdown and he ran into the end zone and he threw the football, if you got that football, that's the only way that Seth Roberts is your favorite player in my book. Like I said, this like, don't get me wrong, Seth is a hell of a name pull. Hell of a name pull. We got Renee says, Mitch, I've been trying to ask you something on Instagram. All right, Renee, I'll look. All right, Renee, I'm here. What do you got for me? What do you got for me, Renee? I'm in there. Send me what you got, Renee. Also, Chuggs and I let's do this. Put a timer up there. We'll get out of here in 28 minutes. Oh, Reid's about to come in? Okay. Well, no, I mean, I don't mind staying live longer. I just if I can, I can. If not, I won't. It's really up to all of y'all. Just how about put 28? We'll end the live stream at 3:00, and we'll do a game where every bang that ends up happening, we'll add some time to the clock. Sound good? We'll get out of here at 3. Every bang that happens, we'll add. Let's do every bang we add 20 minutes to the clock. How about that? Every bang, we add 20 minutes. That's how we'll do it. Renee says, bro, I stay in Houston. I'll drive up there for a Saturday, have drinks. I've been trying to chill. In May, June, or July, Renee, I'm in. This weekend, no chance. This weekend, no chance. I promised this to any Raider fan out there. I will be doing a Raiders Report meetup at the Boyle Daddy here in Deep Ellum, Dallas at some point. And it's only because, again, it's owned and operated by a Raiders fan. He showed up, showed love to me, was super, super kind to my family. And I love seafood. Like, to me, like crab legs, you give me some lobster tails, some shrimp, I'm in. Like Cajun style, dude, I love that type of food. Really, really, truly do. So the deal is this. If you bang, I'll add 20 minutes to that clock down there. Favorite Raiders player of all time? Let me know down below. Daryl LaMonica, Mo Collins, Steve. We got Twisted coming in here. Finally bought a few shirts and a Raiders Report hat. Thanks for all that you do, Mitch, and clubs and gang. Yeah, it's been a minute. If you guys don't know, we got a bunch of new Raiders Report gear. Renee, June 12th, it's a weekend. I can't do June 12th. I'm going to be in Pennsylvania for my buddy's wedding, June 13th. June, July. Renee, I promise you, we'll make it happen. We'll make it happen. If you're looking for any F the Ravens, we're Kubiak, chatsports.com/RR shop is where you got to go. Mendoza? Need a little bit of Mendoza action? I hope. If it's like 3 years down the road and I see Fernando Mendoza in that shirt, I'm going to be like, dude, he kept it. I respect it. Oh. See, here's the problem, though. I don't think Mendoza will be in a relationship anytime soon. He's made it clear like he doesn't want/have time. I mean, I hear you. I hear you. That's hilarious. I was in Indiana. I mean, if we're talking about that, yeah, I mean it's like D3 compared to D1. You know, there's not as much talent. Not as much talent. Shout out to Twisted. Let's go to the next one. Before I get a text from my wife. I mean, dude, like Las Vegas. I mean, I've been out in Las Vegas. I mean, people show up and show out in Vegas, especially for the #1 overall pick. I mean, the brothel literally told Jimmy Garoppolo anytime you want for free. Crazy. Could you imagine Mendoza at one of those places? I can't even imagine. What do you know about Napoleon Kaufman? To be real with you, man, I don't know too much about some of these old school Raiders players, and that's probably on me. One of the things, though, that, like I always joke about with people, and joke about's probably not the correct term. But we always do Madden games. You know what I mean? Like we've always done Madden games on this show, and oftentimes, like I've thought, can we potentially do something like old school Raiders games? Like I would love to be able to show them, and instead of doing like a Madden game, like let's do an old game where, you know, Kaufman runs for, I don't know, 200 yards or something like that. I mean, looking at his stats here, 1995, 2000, 6-year NFL career. Actually, I'll tell you this, he's actually a lot smaller of a back than I thought. 5'9", 185 pounds. See, though, like that, when I say old school, I thought he even played before when he did. I mean, the numbers are pretty solid, though. You know, like for me, this is not an excuse, but it's an excuse. I always try to focus on the now, and I really try to focus on like what's happening. But my old school Raiders knowledge does need to get better. I actually got a book. Oh, man, it was given to me many, many years ago out in Oakland, and it was, I actually still have it. It was like 101 Raiders. It was, I think it was like Oakland Raiders 101. Now, it was 100 things Raider fans should know or do before they die. I had a fan give me that book. I still have that book, and it's, I got a box full of like Raiders memorabilia, stuff that I've gotten from fans over the years. Kyler here for a year, 1.2, then to the Athletics. Could you imagine that story? Could you imagine the baseball field gets built? The baseball field gets built. He can play football, plays a little baseball. That's the greatest story. That's one of the best stories in sports. Backup for the Raiders, starter for the A's is sick. I mean, could you imagine it's like Kyler Murray in at second base for the A's, and then all of a sudden he's just got to, you got to leave that game and get there, or vice versa. see Kyler Murray throw a touchdown and then a few hours later hits a home run. It's funny because the amount of people that still say that they think that Kyler chose the wrong profession, I disagree with. See, I didn't. In the beginning, I thought that he should play ball, but then when I saw he's going to be the number 1 overall pick, I mean, you go be the number 1 overall pick. I guess at the time, where now, yeah, but you're playing quarterback. Like, I think quarterback's the difference maker. I don't think Kyler Murray would have ever made anywhere close to what he's made in football. He's not making 55 a year. Who? You're looking at the entirety of the contract. Where in baseball, like, I bet you Kyler hit me.
Shohei Ohtani.
I know he ain't Shohei.
Best player in baseball.
He's not
10
Shohei.
years, $700 million.
You're not. You
Patrick
got
Mahomes, best player in football, 10 years, $500 million.
Yeah, but you're looking
He's
at.
making $200 million more.
I know, but you're talking. How about compare? You got. I would say compare what they make per year. Like, you got to look at it per year. Per year, guys in baseball, like maybe Juan Soto, Shohei. Again, Kyler Murray was a good baseball player. I don't know if he would have ever been. Like, I don't think he's signing a baseball contract $55 million a year. I don't know if he would have ever signed a contract at $25 million a year.
Other guys, average annual value of their contracts.
Look at second baseman.
Kyle Tucker, $60 million a year.
That's surprising.
Juan Soto, $51 million a year.
Okay.
Zach Wheeler, $42 million. Bo Bichette, $42 million a year. Aaron Judge, $40 million a year. Framber Valdez, $38 million a year.
I know, but Kyler Murray's not a home run hitter. I think you're giving me numbers of guys that
Bregman, $35 million a year.
Bregman's a good comp.
Nolan Arenado, $32 million. Manny Machado, $31 million.
I don't see Kyler ever being that good. Like, not like that good.
And my other point was, you're not leaving the game injured. Baseball players.
Maybe.
But, I mean, compared to being like a football player, I feel like baseball players.
Sure.
Your life after baseball, you're not. How many baseball players do you see like, I can't walk anymore?
I mean, I know a lot of baseball players that can't lift up their arm. Their shoulder gets effed. I knew Kyler Murray was a good baseball player. I do think he made the right decision. It would have been fun to see him play, though. A speedy second baseman that doesn't hit for power, I don't think he's making the big-time bucks. Could be wrong, though. You never know. Garrett, Mitch, big fan of the show. Thank you very much, my man. Garrett Ayala. Random story, the first YouTube channel that I ever really worked with and worked on, this is back way many years ago, Domingo Ayala. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of him. I don't know if you've ever seen him. I met Domingo, got to know him well, helped him grow his YouTube channel. The agency I used to work for, again, when I say agency, I was like an intern back in, it's probably 2015, Parkview Sports. Shout out to my guy, Tim. We represented Domingo Ayala. It was kind of a weird thing. We would take him all around the United States, and he would go to these like baseball tournaments and stuff. Just became a Raiders fan last year. Oh, okay, hang on. Been a Cowboys fan my whole life because of my family, but you're my favorite YouTube channel. Watch every day. How much salary do we have left? I'm going to send this super chat. I'm going to show it my wife. I'm actually very humbled by this. I really am. Like changing teams is not an easy thing to be able to do. I'm unbelievably humbled the fact that you just said that. In terms of how much money do we have, I'm probably not going to give you the best answer here, but I'm going to go to Over the Cap. I'm going to look at what it says. It says we have 37 mil. However, Quay Walker, Eric Stokes, Matt Gay are not on there. I think that's going to be closer to then, let's say, $23 million. And then there's going to be a little bit of a restructure. It's split. That's okay. I probably shouldn't even put that in there anyway. I'm saying right now we're around 23 mil, but that's awesome, dude. Yep. Uh-huh. Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. Yep. Yep. Garrett, shout out to you, man. Reminder, y'all, the show is going to end in 14 minutes and 13 seconds. Though, I did say this. I said every bang that we get, I'm going to add 20 minutes on the clock. That deal is only valid for the next 14 minutes. So however many bangs we get is how much time we're going to put on the clock. And then as soon as that time goes on the clock, that's how much time is left here on the Raiders Report. Raider for life. Bang! I want that jersey. Bang, bang. I'm looking. Raider for life and Jacob. See, I see Raider for life with a slight lead over Jacob. He's number 1 in the XP. Jacob, will he respond? And then probably what usually ends up happening, Raider Ron's like, hey, I just got off of work. Bingo, bango. Bingo, frickin' bango. Coming in from the top rope. Raider for life. So that will be an additional 20 minutes. However, we're just going to let that go all the way down to 0, and then we're going to add the time. Does that make sense? So our final deal is every bang in the next 12 minutes, we're going to add 20 minutes to the show. Hopefully that makes sense. Raider for life, man. What size are you? If you're able to tell me, if you're willing to tell me. Let me know. Let me know. Though, let me see if I can find your name on here. Dude, I'm not going to lie. The shirts that they just dropped, I hate to admit it, the Minter ones, they're pretty sick. I mean, I actually haven't seen this shirt. I only see what it says on Shopify. Yeah. That's sick. Yeah. Iced it out. Yeah. The more I watch tape, I see Nailor in a JSN role. Just one of your thoughts. I'm not saying he's JSN. Just see him like he could be in this role. Oh, man. I don't see Nailor in a JSN role. And again, like I think the only way when you discuss a JSN role, it's you got to be a player of that type of caliber. And I really don't see him being used that way. The way that I honestly see the Raiders using Jalen Nailor is very similar to the way that Klint Kubiak used Rashid Shaheed in 2024 with New Orleans, where he's a explosive player. He can stretch the field for you. He's a much more quality of a receiver than maybe he gets the opportunity to show. Can make some of those big plays. I don't see Nailor playing special teams. And we just don't have a JSN. And I'm not saying that like we're going to use JSN. The way that I would say like our JSN role receiver, it's not even a receiver, it's Brock Bowers. And what do I mean by that? Like watching Kubiak design plays and scheme ways to get JSN open is why is one of just another reasons why I love Klint Kubiak, right? Because everybody knew that JSN was a receiver that was going to get a bunch of targets in a game, and the amount of time that he was just as wide open as what he was, they just said, I don't care if you double him, I don't care what you can bracket him, I'm good enough, and I'm going to be able to find a way to get JSN 10 targets every single game. That's what the Raiders have to do with Brock Bowers, where Bowers, I get it. People don't look at him maybe the same because maybe he's not a maybe he's not a wide receiver, but he's the best thing that we got as a true number one option. So by adding him and adding him into the mix, I think finding a way to get Brock Bowers, oh my. Well, buckle it up, Buttercup. Lord Cameron Abbott. Bang! 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 Oh my goodness. Hey, is that jersey signed? Let's get another hour. I mean, y'all are already up to 80 minutes. I've got nothing to do. Let's get a fan mock draft if we can. Oh my goodness. Jacob Coracoran. I'll get it right sooner or later, Jacob. Bang! I guess we doing a bidding war. Banging all my OT away. Oh my goodness. I mean, from the top frickin' rope, man. From the top frickin' rope, man. Unbelievable. And then this kind of finishes off the alley-oop we had earlier. Raider for Life threw one up, and now he's going to throw it down. Raider for Life. Bang! I have too many jerseys. Please donate it to another fan, but thanks anyway. Well, I'm trying to get it signed. I'm confident I'm going to be able to get it signed. If I can't get it signed, Raider for Life, you got it. But I got a gut feeling I'm going to be able to get it signed. I got a guy on the inside. I got a guy on the inside. All right, so here's what we're going to do. Let's put the clock until... So right now we end at like 5 o'clock, I think is what it is. Is that math? I think that math. I think the show ends at 5. I mean, I'll just say the latest I can stay today is 6. Correct. The latest I can stay today is 6 o'clock. But I mean this right now. If I'm staying here till 6, this is going to get crazy. It's going to get crazy. I know that. Hang on, I owe you guys one. Probably honestly owe you 2, quite frankly. We're doing Linderbongs today, fellas. Gents, ladies. Hang on a second. The Linderbong. Reid was literally like, "Oh, are you guys almost done?" So at the end of the show, not quite, Reid. Not quite. Paul, are we going to sign anyone? Yeah, I don't know. Though, would you guys want to do a mock draft? Fan-led mock draft? I mean, that gives us something to talk about for at least 2 hours. That doesn't put as much pressure on y'all to get questions in. Makes it a little bit, not going to lie, it might even make it a little bit easier on me. You are correct, Mitchell Renz. 2 need to go down from Big Raz. All right, only because Big Raz is telling me, and only because I love Lord Cameron Abbott. Oh, dude, do you see this picture? This is awesome picture. Hang on a second here. there's a picture. I got to tweet this out. There's a picture of Linderbaum and Spytek. Tyler Linderbaum. How do I make a joke on this? Tyler Linderbaum. I love this. I'm just going to say, I'll be nice. I love this. So the picture, I'll put it for you guys here in the chat. I don't know if y'all saw this. I didn't see this picture. I just tweeted it out. Mitchell Renz 365. This is sick. Yeah, I'm gonna put it for you guys in the chat. Check that out. Check out that photo. That's awesome. I love that energy from Linderbaum. I love that. And honestly, I love that from Spytek as well. I respect the hell out of that. I respect the hell out of that. I will check my Venmo. Give me a sec here. Give me a sec here. I know you don't have it, but you should get it. The picture it's essentially like Tyler Linderbaum punching John Spytek in the face as they're getting ready to sign their contract. It's playful. It's fun. Though I also saw Chuggs showed me a tweet, and it said, Linderbaum looks like the bully in every high school movie. No. Wasn't that close? Oh. I actually don't remember that part. Uh-oh. All right, let's see where this show goes. Oh, my God, it's not even 3 o'clock yet. Not even 3 o'clock yet. What could possibly go wrong? What could possibly go wrong? Mitch, how would you feel about Spytek signing Cousins as an insurance policy to a huge offer for the number 1 pick? You can't deny, and instead he goes all in on the 27 draft for a quarterback. Excuse me. Here's the thing, dude. What do you consider a huge offer for the number 1 overall pick? Is it 6 first-round picks from the New York Jets? Because if it's not, I'm not interested. Yeah, what is a franchise quarterback worth? I know what a franchise quarterback is worth to me. I just think when you think about the Kubiak offense, when you think about the way Kubiak thinks, the way Brady thinks, the way that we're going to be a run-first offense, highly accurate quarterback, I get like there's always the chance, but I look at this team right now, Sports 101, and I don't see this team being a top 5 team. I don't see them being a top 5 team. I really hope that they're not even in the top 10. Like, I think with the roster that we have, I think if we won 6 games, I would be disappointed. 6 wins is right around 10. So if you're going to go up from 10 all the way up to 1 and go get your quarterback, you're giving up a shit ton of capital that you already just got. I know that the Raiders love Fernando Mendoza, so I want to rock with Fernando Mendoza. I will check Venmo. Yeah, boy, here we go. Buck, what do you guys think happened? You let me know down below. What do you think happened? You let me know down below. Oh. Yes, Mitch drank in country accent. Is that a thing? I have a country accent when I drink? It's news to me. It's news to me. All right, let's get this duck race. Let me update the duck race, and then I'm going to tell you what happened because we're going to be here a little bit. Last name that I got was Richard Kelly. I just want everyone to spam. LCA down below because we got a new MVP. I see Bronson Ketchum. Gotcha. We got Timmy Jones. Got it. Rudy Mendez, Matthew Abramson, Steven Corbel. LCA, I'm going to put you in the duck race. All right, let me send this message to you there, Chuggs. Just so all of y'all know, it is a $20 Venmo. Right now, you'd go home with $800. Yep, hang on, I got to burp. You would go home with $800 here on the Raiders Report. We do have a brand new MVP. I also want to say this to Jacob. Jacob, you did get to 5 bangs on this show, which means I'm going to put you into a raffle, Jacob. And at the very end of the year, essentially what happens is if it lands on you, either I would fly to you or you would fly to me down here, and I'll pay for everything. Lord Cameron Abbott, bang! It's fun to stay at the LCA. All right, y'all, here's how we're going to do this. Here's how we're going to do it. This is going to be interesting. It is going to be interesting. This live show ends in 2 hours and 38 minutes. Shout out to LCA. Shout out to Jacob. Shout out to Raider for Life. And shout out to all of y'all. Charles, Mitch, you can't hear yourself. Honestly, no, not really. So, there's a thing that we can do on our, I could technically, if I wanted, hear my own voice in this. It drives me nuts, though. It drives me absolutely nuts. So I choose not to do it. Obviously, I can hear myself talk. But, when you talk out loud, do you actually listen to how you're talking? No, you're just talking. Yeah. LCA, what's good, Mitch? I'm on work, lunch, go Raiders. Literally nothing has happened today. Nothing has happened today. Nothing has transpired today. In terms of the MVP, the only reason why it's Lord Cameron Abbott, he's banged 5 times. I know Jacob has banged 5 times. I do baseball rules. Tie always goes to Mount Raidermore. Tie always goes to the runner. Tie always goes to Mount Raidermore. Hella High says, I don't have Venmo. Is Zelle fine? By the way, Raiders. Zelle, I can make Zelle work. Though I would say Cash App. Cash App would be Chat Sports. Would be the way to do it. That would be the way to do it. Zelle's okay. What I have to do then is I have to take the money out of my bank account and I just have to put it in Chat Sports for tax purposes. It's an extra step, but obviously if you're willing to spend money, I'm here to make money. I know that sometimes really pisses people off when I say it, but this is my job. Obviously I'm here to make money, but I also am here to make the best Raiders content possible. And if people want to have some fun, if people want to enjoy their day however they want to do it, that's how we're going to do it. Since LCA and Jacob are the MVPs of this show, along with Raiders for Life, this is my question to LCA. Jacob, Raiders for Life. Do you want to do a Raiders mock draft? Okay. I figured the answer is going to be yes. This is interesting. The San Francisco 49ers are bringing back Dre Greenlaw, linebacker. Yoda, what are you telling me, Yoda? Yoda, can you just stick to Venmo? It's okay if you can't. Juan Nav, I got you. Drew, I got you. Gilberto Rod, I got you. We have to do a mock draft? Okay. Cam, I'll let you make the first pick. How about that? Isaiah, you're in. Marcus Thompson just sent me a $1 Venmo with the pizza emoji. Shout out to you, Marcus. Shout out to you, man. I mean, how do you give Zelle? I don't even know how you do Zelle. I'm not giving out my phone number. I mean, if you look up Mitchell Renz, does it pop up? Yeah, I don't know either. I don't know either. No idea. It's good to have options from Yoda. Don't worry, Yoda. I won't tell your wife. It's good to have options. I talked to Yoda. Him and I FaceTimed the one day. I forget, what were you doing in your backyard? You were just like, what? Is that bigger than Dre Greenlaw? I think Dre Greenlaw is a bigger name. You're probably right. Yeah, I mean, Samson, I can never pronounce this, guys. Ebicom. Atlanta Falcons. Interesting. What are they screaming about out? Is there a game going on? They got to have a bet going on. Miami and Louisville. Napoleon Kaufman was a badass running back from Washington Huskies. It was a backup to Bo Jackson. I actually got to meet. Hang on here a second. I got to meet a Raiders great when I was in when I was at the Super Bowl. Let me see if I can find him. That's not it. I don't think that's it either. Nope. Definitely not him. I think that's it. Nope. Ah, man, I can't think of his name. I actually have his phone number. I'll have to dig through it. Wonder if I do. Maybe if I look this up. He played guard, okay? Maybe you guys could help me find his name. He played guard for the Raiders in the 80s. He also played for the New England Patriots. But when I was standing there, I had a Raiders hat on, and he came up to me, and he was like, "Are you a Raiders fan?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm a Raiders fan." And he told me that he was an offensive guard and that he used to block for Bo Jackson. Hall of Famer. And I can't remember his name. I do have his phone number in my phone. I can't find it. No. Who was it? It's an offensive guard for the Raiders. I want to say like he's got a Super Bowl. He had a Super Bowl ring on. No. I don't think that's it. Wasn't Penn. No. Wasn't Steve. No. I might have to just go in my text messages and dig here a little bit. When was the Super Bowl? All right, here. Wasn't that. Oh, they're watching the Bonnies game? I think I might have found it. Yes, so does this name ring a bell? Brian Holloway. He played offensive guard for the Los Angeles Raiders from 1987 to 1988. Though never won Pro Bowl, never won a Super Bowl though. That's on me. I thought he had a ring on though. He showed me something. I mean, he was a first-round pick, 19th overall in the 1981 draft. Brian Holloway. I mean, he was a gigantic human being. No, I can remember what he looked like. Does anybody remember Brian? Brian Holloway? Brian Holloway. Very, very nice man. Probably should do a better job remembering it, though. Probably should have done a better job. All right, so here's what's going to happen. Reid and Chuggs, they're about to switch, okay? Everyone spam Chuggs down below. He's heading out for the remainder of the night. Kaufman was team chaplain, retired for ministry. You know what? I have heard that before. Everyone say goodbye to Chuggs. Goodbye to Chuggs. Krista Rader, Joshua Garcia, Wolverine, Crystal, Yoda. And Reid is getting ready here to sub in. We're going to do a little bit of a line change. Maybe. Yes, I did. Kyler would be a Shetty mentor. I don't totally disagree with you, man. You know, like I actually don't totally disagree. You think that you could get me like 5 and then 5 more of the Happy Dads? And then could you also get me a Merbanga? I don't think I'm gonna do it out of this thing anymore. I'm gonna switch up my drinking apparatus. Brian Holloway from Hunna. Yep. Yeah, we're getting ready to do a line change here. Getting ready to do a little bit of a line change here. Yeah. No, I meant just. You're okay. Yeah, I just wanted the 5 cold ones. All right, so here's what's going to happen. We're still going to be live here 2 hours, 26 minutes. Reid's just finishing up a few little odds and ends. And then we're going to do a fan-led mock draft. If you don't know what a fan-led mock draft is, it's essentially we're going to put a mock here up on screen. We're going to run it from PFF, and you guys get to make the picks. You know, we do a lot of voting. Obviously, people who super chat have a shot to get the pick that they want exactly. And it's kind of a cool way to be able to, you know, kind of see like what this Raiders team could potentially look like after NFL free agency. Mitch, if you ever did leave the channel, would you want to be, who would I want to be my successor? Oh, man. I mean, here's the thing, dude. And this is me being 100% honest with you. The only way I'm leaving here is if I get offered something like really big elsewhere. And to be to be frank. Like, I think if I got offered something really big elsewhere, it would be to talk about the Raiders. Like, why else would you hire me to go do something? I don't think my successor is here at Chat Sports. I would want somebody that knows the Raiders very, very well. I know it'd be difficult to step in and do this show because I don't know how many people out there can do. Again, talking about the Raiders, not saying it's not easy, but like I at this point now, I know the Raiders very, very well. I think it's like, keeping up with. I'm not afraid to work, I guess. I don't know. Let's just keep it like that. I don't know who the successor would be. I have no idea. It would be somebody that would need to want to be able to do it, somebody that needs to know how to do it. But I don't see me leaving. Here's like the God honest truth. I don't see another company on planet Earth paying me what Chat Sports pays me. Like, I know for a fact The Athletic doesn't pay what we pay. I know, again, it would have to be ESPN or NFL Network, and I don't even think NFL Network pays what we pay. So, it'd have to be a life-changing amount of money for me and my family that obviously I would have to consider. The Dolphins are signing former Rams free agent wide receiver Tutu Atwell on a 1-year deal. Tutu Atwell going to Miami. Big Raz as the successor. All right, I'll put in a good word for you, Big Raz. That's impressive. Very, very impressive. Very impressive. Best two-sport athlete of all time, Bo Jackson. Bo Jackson, Deion Sanders. Chuggs just asked, do you count Olympic sports? Who's doing Olympic sports? And like Shaun White, snowboarder, skateboarder. Though I saw in a movie he's kind of an ass. No, like it was a movie and Shaun White in the movie was a jerk. I forget what the movie is. I just saw it recently. Who? Chase Buttinger? Basketball player, now he's a sand volleyball player. I mean, that's Olympic sand volleyball player. I'm not trying to take anything away from him. I've never heard of that person, so I don't think it can be the greatest. Like Bo Jackson, to my knowledge, never went to the Olympics. There you go. I'm just saying. Could you go grab me the Merbonga when you get a sec? John Kirk, 25 mil, 2-year, $15 million. I mean, that's literally the Gardner Minshew deal. Are you okay doing the Gardner Minshew deal again? Because I don't really want to do the Gardner Minshew deal again. Like, to me, I don't think that we need to do the Gardner Minshew deal. To me, you do the Gardner Minshew deal with Kirk Cousins if you don't believe in Aiden O'Connell. And again, I'm not saying I believe in Aiden O'Connell as a starter. I don't. I believe in Aiden O'Connell as a really good backup quarterback in the NFL. I think he is. I think Aiden O'Connell is a good backup quarterback in the NFL. Hi, Reid. So we're going to do a Raiders mock. Yep. Another Miami move. The Dolphins are signing former Bengals free agent cornerback Marco Wilson to a 1-year deal. I wonder if we could make this into a beer bong. Jeremy, what do you think? Could we Raider bacon? Could we do it? Could we do it? $3D print this into a beer bong? Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, nor should I. Maybe. $219. We did a deal, and now we're here. And now we're here. What do you got? Sorry, y'all. We're just trying to figure out some stuff on the back. Is Maxx taking a pay cut? I don't see Maxx taking a pay cut. No. I see Maxx restructuring his contract. Like, the way that NFL contracts work I know Maxx still has 4 years left on his deal, but those final 3 years are zero guaranteed. I don't even look at those final 3 years. Like, the way I honestly would look at it is it's the guaranteed money. When you're a player of Maxx Crosby's caliber, you're probably not going to play a season of football when you got $0 million when you got nothing guaranteed. You're probably not going to play. So they're going to figure out a way to get the money to be more guaranteed, lower the cap hit this season, and then they'll get it moving in the right direction. All right, let me get my Venmo pulled back up here for the duck race. I was looking for Brian Holloway on my texts. I think we found him. So, Jaguars GM James Gladstone said, any reports that wide receiver Brian Thomas Jr. were being shopped were fraudulent claims. Interesting. Also, safety Jarek Reed signing a one-year deal with the Tennessee Titans. Cardinals release veteran guard center Evan Brown. You know, I mean, this is typically the type of free agency where it's like there's stuff happening, but are things actually happening? I don't know. Like, with all due respect to Evan Brown. If the Raiders sign Evan Brown right now, the first thing I'm doing, I'm going, what do I need to know about Evan Brown? Like, what's happening exactly? John, I appreciate you. All right, so the last name that I got in the duck race was Isaiah. I see Felix Gonzalez. I got you in. For those that do not know, we got a $20 Venmo right now for a chance to win $850 here on the Raiders Report. $850 going to the winner. Whoever bangs the most today, MVP, you're going to go home with a Maxx Crosby jersey. Rob, where's my boy Reid at? He's coming. He's coming. Shout out to Reid and Chuggs. They've been putting in some serious hours this week. Yes. No. Now I'm pissed. The Baltimore Sun just put out a big picture on Twitter of Trey Hendrickson with the caption, physical past. I mean, at this point, I don't want to say like I'm more pissed off of how the whole thing went down. And it's kind of a weird thing, right? Like, it's like I would have been happy with the 2 first-round picks. I'm also really happy to have Maxx back. I also, like when the Raiders change regimes as often as they do, doesn't really, like this maybe not important to all of y'all, but like I know Max's team. I talk to people in the Crosby circle. Like, so when Crosby leaves, like for me personally, I kind of hit that panic button a little bit of now I have to find, how do I get information that maybe I used to get? And I'm not saying that the Crosby team gives me stuff left and right. No. It's like a context. It's like a Rolodex. Like, I just know because the Raiders have hired and fired as much as they have, I'll have a source, and then it's like, oh, that guy's no longer a good source for me the next year, and I got to go find a new one. Like, if the Raiders coaching staff stayed consistent for a long period of time, confidently, I think I would be able to break a lot more stories than what I do. But, you got to be able to build relationships, and it's not easy being able to build relationships when I'm here, they're there. We're working on it, though. Baltimore, I hate Baltimore at this point. I I think the Baltimore Ravens are a piss-poor ran organization. I think they're Bush League for what they did. Do you ever worry about your liver or kidneys? All the time. I get tests done all the time. You know, there was a time earlier this year. It was in December and November. I had a nut issue, yeah, but I got some test results back that were essentially like you should probably slow it down a little bit, and I have another test coming up here a little bit. If they tell me to slow it down, I'll slow it down. But I also think people like this week is a crazy week, right? So I'm going to do what I need to do to be able to get through the workday. I hate to admit it, but when you guys bang and I do a beer bong, it wakes me up. It really, truly does. It's like an adrenaline rush. It's the only way that I can possibly compare it to. I'm not a gambler, but growing up, my family used to always go to Atlantic City, and it's like when you hit that little bit of a, you get the 3 sevens pop up on a slot machine, you're like, oh, shit, like it wakes you up. Because I can make the argument, drinking a lot of caffeine, energy drinks, like that's just as detrimental to me. So we're going to have fun, man. I'm going to live my life.
I took a break from energy drinks. I haven't had one since before the combine.
Good for you, man.
Yeah. That's like probably like over a month. What you got?
Defensive end Bryce Huff.
Oh.
Has just retired.
Oh.
From the NFL at 27 years old.
Good for him.
See, a guy retiring at 27, do you think that's nobody's interested? Or do you think that's just injuries and other things?
He's made a ton of money, and he's ready to be done.
I mean, isn't that crazy? I mean, guys that like
Drew Dahlman.
Like you look at 27 years old. Like to me right now, I think
Say that again.
Drew Dahlman.
No.
Oh yeah, there was some slurs in there. Like if I signed a 3-year, $30 million contract and I was 27 years old, in all honesty, I'd be able to retire on that.
Yeah.
I don't need a lot. Now my wife might say, "Can you get another?" But yeah, wild. Bryce Huff made a lot. I mean, Bryce Huff has made a lot of money compared to most people. I like Derek Carr and Gruden, but the amount of times you have to answer questions about them drives me crazy. Y'all got to let that shit go, man, please. Me? Who?
I've seen that person before.
I mean, I no. I mean, who's voted yes? Look at who's voted yes and look at who's voted no. I hate to break it to the 11 yeses. I think the 2 no's might be bigger. Sorry. I think we should hold ourselves to a higher standard. That's just me. That's just me. All right, so here's what's going to happen. Reid, can I go pee real quick? I'm going to go pee. Soon as I get back, we're going to answer some super chats, and then we're going to get into this mock draft here. Sound good? How many likes are we at? Let's pull a Chuggs moment here. We're at 2,951 likes. I'm not starting a mock draft until we get to 3,000 likes. We can get there. I'll be right back. Let me just go pee really, really quick, and then I will be ready to go.
All right. Sorry forever. I was gone for a while today. I had to. I don't know if you guys know. I am the host of our Bucks channel. Same thing as how Jeremy is the host of Texans. So I had to do a little bit of work today. So Jeremy was filling in for a while. But Ghost Alico said yes. Mitch drank in country accent. If you get enough drinks in Mitch, He'll say some stuff. He'll say some stuff funny. All right. Let's see. Mock. Let's see here. Raiders. We get to. I'm gonna like write all this out, and then you guys are gonna get to 3,000 likes before I'm done writing it. Okay. Okay. Raiders mock draft if we get to 3,000 likes. What's up, Micah? How we doing? If you guys can't already tell, yeah, we're already at 3,000 likes. All right. So much for writing down that. Oh no. Look at our countdown box. It's all messed up. There we go. Hey, yeah, we already got to 1,000. So we're doing the mock draft once he comes back. Let's see. Ooh, I want to see what you guys are saying for this. This may have been asked already. I don't know how long ago because I haven't been here. But who's your favorite Raider of all time? Who's your favorite Raider of all time? Thanks, Ron, for throwing those thumbs up. But yeah, I was gone for a while today just because I had to get a video out for the Buccaneers channel. If you guys want to go subscribe to the Bucs channel, it's Bucs Breakdown by Chat Sports on YouTube. I don't know, if you guys are interested in Bucs news. All right, Raz, you said I'm too late. Bo Jackson from Danny, Howie Long, Ken Stabler, Hendricks? Oh yeah. Gino? Oh Jesus. SoCal said, no love for the Bucs. That's okay. I wouldn't expect it. Romanowski, that's a good pick. I might have to go favorite Raider. Give me Marshawn Lynch. Oakland native. Raider Dar said hard to pick. I know. It is a little hard to pick. Somebody said Derek Carr. Roy said Derek Carr. That's good. Alex Leatherwood. Okay, actually I have a fun thing we could do here. All right, ready? Name Okay. I have a fun one. Name the most random Raiders player you can think of. The most random Raiders player you can think of. I'm going to look him up, and we'll show a picture of the most random Raiders player you can name. And we'll throw it up on screen. We'll get some random ones. Not Rich Gannon. Somebody DM said Mitchell Renz. All right. I'm going to pick one out of the chat, and we'll look at a picture of it. Here we go. All right, ready? Oh. Hold on, let me All right. Who is this? Who's this? Mitch, who is this? I said name the most random. Sal got it. So did Steve. John Condo. I have no idea who this is. I'm going to be honest.
John, is that the long snapper?
Yeah.
I mean, that's got to be the long snapper from a few years ago. John Condo. Holy
Just a
cow.
few years ago.
just random Raiders players' names. I love it.
Yeah, that was what we were playing while you were gone.
I got you. We did cross 3,000 likes, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to get into a Raiders fan-led mock draft. The guys out there are watching Creighton against Seton Hall. So one of our buddies here at work, his name is Searle Tom. He's the producer for our Seahawks show. He does a bunch of other shows as well. He's a big Nebraska guy. So Creighton needs to win to get into the tourney.
Yep.
And they're about to lose, I think. They're down like 7 or 8. About a minute left. Not good. Not good.
Ideal.
Yep. Oh.
And there's a lot of
What?
Nothing.
This is like one of my favorite times of the year. Also, we have a football game on TV right now, and it's randomly a Raiders game. So we have the NFL Network on like our one TV here in the office, and it just like cycles through random shit. This is, oh my God. This is Raiders Cardinals, week 2 of 2022. The Raiders get up 20-0 in this game and lose. That's how this game goes. The Raiders get up. It's the first year of Devontae, Derek Carr. The Raiders in this game, they get up 20-0, and they lose this football game. And that was the start of Josh McDaniels blowing double-digit leads. This season, the Raiders became the first
Who's the
team.
running back?
The Raiders became the first team. That's Jacobs. They became the first team in NFL.
Oh, that was when he was 28.
Yeah. Yep. It's the first
That was
year
before he changed his number.
that the Raiders, I believe any NFL team, blew. They were in the lead 5 games that season by more than 10 points, and they lost every single game.
That is hilarious.
But yeah, they're up. I actually think that I don't know if they're up 20-0 in this game. I know they get up 20 points. What would we have done if we were at max cap space when the Ravens pulled that BS?
Never would have gotten there.
I mean, you don't know.
Oh.
I mean, they would have had to restructure. They would have had to move around. There is a chance. Luckily, the Raiders had the amount of money that they did.
I don't think. I mean, you never know, but an NFL organization that pays too much money when nothing's been official yet. I guess they could have, but they'd have to pull out of those agreements.
Maybe. Or, to be honest, what probably would have had to happen, and I think this is what should have happened. Like, to me, if I'm an organization and I make a commitment to a player, you're not only making a commitment to a player, you're making a commitment to that player's family, right? And the way that I am, Dean, I don't know if you got a significant other. I don't know if you got, kids in your life, but you're like, to me, you could screw me over. Like, man to man, like, I can handle it. I'll figure out a way. When you do my family wrong, like the people that mean a lot to me, that's where I draw the line. So honestly, what probably would have had to happen is Mark Davis would have to whip out that checkbook of his, and he would have to start dealing out cash. People think Mark is cash poor. He ain't cash poor. And he would have probably had to figure out how to outright out of his pocket pay some cash to some of these players to then lower a lot of their salary cap. That probably would have had to happen.
Yeah.
Yep. Mitch, we need to get Linderbaum a new profile pic. Linderbaum literally said today he's not really on social media. I have messaged Linderbaum. I have tried to get in contact with Tyler. I can tell really quickly which guys are on social media and which guys aren't. Like Jalen responded to me right away.
Yeah.
We were able to get Jalen a new profile pic quickly. Linderbaum, I have a feeling, is going to be a little bit more difficult.
Yeah.
No, hey, man, you never know, right?
You never know.
You never know. I don't have Venmo as Zelle fine. See, I would rather just keep it on Venmo because I don't know how you guys would even send it to me via Zelle.
Yeah.
Because I'd have to give you my phone number. And I ain't going to do that.
You don't want that to happen.
Oh, Carr over the middle. Mac Hollins. First down, Raiders.
Oh, Mac Hollins. Oh my
Dude,
God.
Mac Hollins was a stud this season. I love Mac. I'll tell you this right now. I would love for the Raiders to figure out a way to bring back Mac Hollins. Physical, wide receiver, stretches the field, absolute dog.
Hunter Renfro downfield block.
You don't see that too much anymore. We need to grab Elton Jenkins, strengthen our line for sure. He signed, what, 2 for 24?
Yeah, he signed already.
He's already gone.
He signed to the. Do you know?
Sadly, the first team that came to my mind was the Browns.
Yes.
Okay.
Good job.
Honestly, it's a blur at this point.
I know.
There's so many guys that have signed. What
Oh.
up, LCA?
So funny enough. Sorry. Funny enough. I went to do my my Bucks video. Filmed the whole Bucks video about them tendering Sean Tucker and signing Ashawn Robinson from the Panthers. And I got done. I was about to do it. I was about to post the video, and then they signed somebody else. They signed Miles Kildrew, the special teams pro. So I had to work it. So that I told Chuggs I was coming in to relieve him of his services, and then that happened, and then he was like, "Oh no."
Yeah, I could tell Chuggs was getting a little sleepy, which again, I mean, it's when you guys have been as live. I mean, they've been live for a long time. We've been live a lot this whole week, but at the same time, I mean, we've been having a good time, man. I've been having a good time. I like being live more than like if you guys wanted me to go live every single day, I would honestly it would be a conversation that we could have if you guys were like, hey Mitch, go live every single day. I would give you a deal. If we hit that deal, I'd be live tomorrow. Right? I mean, that's how it would go. Now I'm saying like every day, like I would still get my off days. But oh my God. Pass interference against Darren Waller. He almost one-handed snagged that son of a gun. This game's going to break my heart, and I already know how it ends.
Yeah.
And if anybody, is this what? Oh, CBS? No, it's NFL Network. Yeah, NFL Network right now is playing a replay of the Raiders-Cardinals 2022 Week 2 game where the Raiders get up 20 points and they blow it.
What did LCA say?
Oh, man. He says he's got 6 bangs today. So 6 bangs for LCA, which means, Jacob, if you want to be the new MVP, you need 2 bangs to pass him. Good luck to you. All right, so here we go. So I told LCA, since he's the MVP, he gets to make the first pick of our mock draft.
Oh.
It's going to be Fernando Mendoza. DC is my favorite Raider. Tired QB3. Trade for QB3. He always puts Raider Nation first. I know he loves the Raiders. It would be a lot of fun to cover Derek Carr. The content creator in me says Derek Carr at quarterback is the best thing that possibly could happen. That's me thinking with my heart. Me thinking with my head, I don't think it makes a lot of sense to bring DC in. Do you think we sign anybody today? I actually was under the impression the Raiders would have made more moves, but also at the exact same time, I do really truly wonder how much that Maxx Crosby trade impacted their ability to do what else they wanted to do. I mean, they went guns a-blazing day one, right? Guns a-blazing day one. Devontae Adams slant touchdown Raiders.
Woo!
What's cool is, like, you go back, you watch some of these games. I mean, it's a nice throw by DC. Devontae, hell of a slant there, catches it and then does the between the legs. It's a great job by Mac. It's a great pick play. Look at, oh. Dude, his head is above the goalpost.
That's crazy.
I wish Devontae could have worked out. But then again, if you're going to be selfish and a little bit of a diva, it is what it is.
Daniel Carlson.
AJ, oh, the snap is good. 7-0. Raiders up. Let's go. Let's go. Josh Herbert says, why am I smiling? I don't know, man. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to run a mock draft. Here's going to be my deal out to all Raider fans out there. I don't want to get too crazy today because I'm telling y'all tomorrow. Raiders Friday happy hour, final day of free agency week. For me personally, I think I've had like 2 days off in the last 28 days, okay? I have Saturday and I have Sunday off. Obviously, if any Raiders news happens, you guys already know, I will keep you up to date. I got you covered. Tomorrow, we're going to go balls to the wall. Tomorrow is going to be a balls to the wall type of day. So the way that this show is going to go is this. If anybody bangs, if I see any red on this show, I will put down a beer for the last 2 hours of this program. I have 5 beers to the left of me. If I need to go get more, we'll see what ends up happening.
Can you grab me one of them, please?
Yep. Do you care what flavor?
No.
Here, I'll just give you 2.
Thank you.
I'll give you 2.
Wild cherry. Ready?
Is that what I gave you?
Yep. Ready?
I mean, it's a great sound. Oh, wait.
I just needed a.
Needed the bev.
I
Needed the
just
bev.
Needed to take the edge off.
You know, sometimes that's what it's about. You just got to take a little bit of the edge. A little bit of the edge.
Got to edge a little bit.
How many games do I see us winning this season? You know, there's still a long time to be able to get into it. I would say, though, I see us probably. You got a great job. You get paid to drink. You know, I get paid to have a good time with my friends. I get paid to have a good time with my buddies. Also, Jacob said, I'm good, man. I ain't got Venmo, so I'm out. Would have been my first Raiders jersey, but that's the way life goes sometimes. Jacob, Jacob, how about this? You don't have Venmo. I don't know. Do you have Instagram, Jacob? You got IG, Jacob? Let me know. Jacob, put your Instagram down below. If you haven't, we got to figure out. Put your IG down below.
All right.
Do you care if everyone knows your IG? So we got to do 7 round. I don't really want to mess with any of the settings.
Yeah, because it's like care for positional value. We could do in the middle, like positional, or maybe a little bit more, like there.
So Jacob, I'll make you a deal, man. You banged 5 times on the show. You don't have a Raiders jersey. You showed up. You show out. I think at the end of the day, this show is always about showing up and showing out. I'll whatever jersey you want. If you want a Maxx Crosby jersey, I'll send you a Maxx Crosby jersey on the house, on me. Not on the house. You earned it. So obviously, LCA, if you're the MVP, I'll obviously send you a Maxx jersey as well. But Jacob, I think this show is all about being legendary. I think this show is all about, showing a good time to Raider Nation, because I know you're not sending the money to me. I think I want people to spend money on this show so people, when they watch this show, have a good time. Because if you've ever been to an Oakland tailgate, if you've ever been to a Raiders party, I think it's just about showing up and showing out for each other. So, Jacob, I got you, man. You deserve it. Legendary shit today. Unfortunately, you ran into the buzzsaw that is known as Lord Cameron Abbott. I'm like, that's just. You could be a hell of a hitter, but you're going up against Randy Johnson in his prime, and his name's Lord Cameron Abbott. So just give me your IG, because all I need is your first name, last name, size, shipping address, and I'll get it out to you. So appreciate you, dog. Seriously, I really, really do appreciate the fact that you got as crazy as you did today. I think anytime that we see somebody new on this show showing up and showing out for Raider Nation, that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. So that's what it's about. All right, here we go. Raiders mock draft time with the first pick.
Wait, we got to enter the draft.
Okay.
All right. Start the draft.
With the first pick in the first Raiders report mock draft. You know what we could do?
Oh, we're going off the path already.
Well, no, I'm saying like if you guys want it, I could turn. I won't do it. I could turn it into a video, but
we can do that.
Let's
tomorrow.
just have some fun.
We can do that tomorrow. Maybe we'll do another one tomorrow.
Who do you guys want the Raiders to pick?
I mean, Arvo Reese and Jeremiah Love, they are there.
We're gonna get one guy. It's like, I want Taylon Green.
Or I want Ruben Bain.
All right, Jacob. Jacob, I'm just gonna hang on a second here.
Well, LCA, Who do you want?
He sent in a super chat already. Jacob, I might not send you the message now.
Somebody said Pavia.
But, Jacob, what I want you to do is DM me, Mitchell Renz 365. All I need is your first name, last name for shipping. I need your address so I can send you and your size. You send me all that information. I typically, when I do like jersey orders and all that, I typically do it on Wednesdays. It's like my most free day where I'm not live making content here. I do some of my other responsibilities at Chat Sports. I will look up the Instagram. I will then probably DM you then, heart your message, whatever. So just send me all that information, and we got you, bro. Thank you. Thank you for being a legend today. Appreciate you. Real talk.
So?
I think we got to do Fernando Mendoza. Don says Diego Pavia. Don, the only way I'm taking Pavia number 1 overall in this mock draft is if you personally send in a $700 Venmo and take over the number 1 spot from Lord Cameron Abbott. Is it worth it to you? Because LCA right now, he's the MVP.
Is Diego Pavia worth $700? No.
Diego Pavia isn't worth a 7th-round pick. I wouldn't take Diego Pavia even in the 7th round.
Is he going to be the lowest drafted Heisman finalist?
Maybe.
That'd be fun trivia. All right, we going with Mendoza?
I don't even know if he gets drafted. He's rubbed a lot of teams the wrong way.
Are we going with Mendoza?
Darren says I'll send in 1K. Darren, if you send in 1K at Mitchell Renz 365, Diego Pavia is the number 1 overall pick in this mock. Oh, man. All right, let's go with Mendoza. No, he ain't going to do it. We do need a punter. We do need a punter. All right, this is where it's going to get interesting here, okay?
Number 36.
The Raiders are on the clock here at pick number 36. Just do a little bit of a scroll. Doesn't need to be anything crazy. I want to know from all the y'all down below, who do you want the Raiders to go with? If I had to filter positions, I would filter defensive tackle. I would filter safety. I would filter. See, I think Lee Hunter's interesting there. If you want a cornerback, Maxx Crosby, hell of a play. R. Thomas, Jermaine Bernard, A.J. House. Yeah, I've watched him a lot more.
Eli Stowers.
We're not going tight end.
Jadarian Price.
Jennings Dunker. Where are we going? Where are we going? Where are we going? Somebody's spamming D'Angelo Pons. Is Pons available?
Pons is. He's right there.
Pons, I guess we go. Where are we going? Where are we going? Wherever.
I have my
safety from Toledo's already gone.
I have my thoughts.
Talk to me.
I say we go Lee Hunter. We've been looking for that big need. No, a big nose tackle, big guy in the middle. He's right there.
I see a few Lomos. I see a Dunker in there. Pons, Hunter.
Do we want to filter?
Sure.
All right, let's filter safety.
How about you filter. I'm going to make a poll.
Safety.
Okay.
Interior defensive line.
All right, so I'll say this. Lee Hunter is going to be on the poll.
Maybe interior offensive line or exterior offensive line, like tackles.
I mean, honestly.
No offensive line?
You can make an argument for both.
What about wide receiver?
Yep.
All right, so safety, wide receiver, and interior defensive line. Lee Hunter's number 1.
We can go offensive. Go offensive line.
Tackle?
Yeah, because what's his name's on there?
Caden Proctor's there.
Proctor's there.
Caden Proctor could be a move. Same thing with Max Ahinachor.
Ahinachor's interesting.
Ahinachor, his stock is good.
All right, so I got Lee Hunter, D'Angelo Pons. Somebody, I don't think, is Omar Cooper Jr.? I think he's probably gone already. He might still be available. He's a little bit lower on.
Surratt's there.
Genesis. See, I don't think Omar Cooper.
Jacoby Lane.
Yeah, no. Let's. All right, so that's done. So let's go Proctor. Can you just go up?
Yeah.
Caden
I'm right here.
Proctor. Easy, and then
Max Ahinachor.
We'll
just Max I.
Here, we'll do. Well, I got Caden Proctor in there, and then we'll go
Lee Hunter
Chris Bell.
and Chris Bell.
Those are the top players. Let's just do that. All right. Poll is live. Who are we taking? If you want to make the pick, $100 Super Chat, $100 Venmo, you make the pick, and I do a beer bong. Your decision. I do see right now a lot of votes here. Vega's already gone. Big Raz likes Proctor. Honestly, I like Proctor too. I know where I would go, but I don't want to sway people. I know where I would go.
I already said mine.
I mean, I'll say this. I would go based on need because there is a player available that I think is the – if we're going best player available, it would not be the pick that I would go with.
I agree. I know who I would pick, and it is the clear winner right now.
So you would go Lee Hunter.
Yep.
Pons at 16%. Caden Proctor at 28%. Chris Bell at 7%.
Raider Rod said, is Jacob Riguez not available? He is.
We're not going to take a linebacker.
We don't really need.
Where are you going to put him?
We don't really need him right now.
You're going to take a guy at 36 that's going to be a backup?
See, like, our whole process of, like, maybe switching the order.
Draft first, then free agency.
I kind of like Quay Walker and Nakobe Dean better than drafting Jacob Rodriguez.
I agree with that.
So it's like,
again, and I like
there's some pros, there's some cons to it being before.
And I don't want to do trades. I know some people are like, what are the trades available? Like, to me, don't get me wrong. I know the Raiders will probably make a trade from time to time. I like to do the mock based on, like, what the picks are because trade can be anything, right? Like, trade is like opening up a box of worms.
That's why we're behind the camera here, not in the front office.
So, like to me, like, I want to just look at if we just stuck to what the picks would be after free agency, how does it look?
I think
if you want to make a trade, you already know. The only way, if you want to make a trade, you got to bang. And that's just the way that it's got to be. Once we get to 365 votes, we'll make the decision. But I'm pretty confident we're going to be leaning in one direction right now. Yep.
I mean, Caden Proctor's it's a good option there. He's the best available, but I think the offensive line right now it's pretty good. I think you just need depth in the later rounds. No? What do you got over there?
The Raiders posted a video of Tyler Linderbaum, and then Kyle Hamilton posted a picture of something from Phineas and Ferb, and I just don't understand it. I've never seen Phineas and Ferb. I know. Sorry. Never seen it. What up, Charles, Ian, Cap, Ron, Def, Halo, Timmy Jones, all here in the building. Who's your pick, Mitch? I'll tell you once we get to 365 votes on that poll, which we're close. If you don't know why I'm going to 365, then you're probably new to the show. People are asking about the duck race. The last time that I checked, $20 Venmo, it was for Mitchell Renz, 365. Last name was Felix. I see Jaime Perez, Landry Wilson, Jaime Portillo, Jason Sanchez. 20 to win, $890. All right, the pick is in. Lee Hunter, Texas Tech. Who would I go with? I would also go with Lee Hunter. I know that he tested poorly. I saw people saying he tested poorly at the combine. I'm not always worried about how guys test at the defensive tackle position. I like tape a lot more, and I look at Lee Hunter as somebody who was a big focal point on that Texas Tech defense. He's a big guy that's going to help out double teams. But, like, to me, Lee Hunter makes Maxx Crosby, Kwity Paye, Malcolm Koonce better. Because we technically are making those three investments, Lee Hunter makes those three guys better. And he's a run stopper. We don't have a run-stopping defensive tackle on this roster. So I'm going to go Lee Hunter. All right, so now we're at pick 67. So just scroll down there a little bit. So Zachariah Branch. See, this one's going to be interesting. Dalen Everett's there. Keelan Rutledge. Genesis Smith is there. Okay, where are we going? I see a lot of people spamming
Anthony Hill Jr.
Elijah Surratt. The Seahawks are signing former Packers running back Emmanuel Wilson to a 1-year deal worth $2.1 million. All right, we're here at pick 67. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a tune o'clock deal. You ready? If we get 5 $20 super chats in the next, if we get 5 $20 super chats by the time we make this pick, I got a beer bong here on the house. Yes, we got to keep doing that. All right, so I'll add Elijah Surratt because I already see everyone's typing his name. I am going to put Genesis Smith in here, safety. We got, it looks like Zachariah. How do I spell Zachariah? Yep. I think I got it. Zachariah Branch, and then I see Rutledge. All right, I'll add, can you go to Keelan Rutledge? How do I spell that? Right, yeah. Though, I will say this. There is a player that I saw available that I have rated as my highest player on the list, not in the poll. I don't think it's a need. I do want to be clear, though. Out of all the players that I just saw you scroll through, the number one player that would be on our Chat Sports big board would be Anthony Hill Jr., linebacker from Texas. We have him in the top 40. And I trust our team. I trust our guys. Oh, no. This is big draft news that it's going to impact his ability. According to Dane Brugler, okay, very well tied in NFL analyst, Florida defensive tackle Caleb Banks suffered a broken foot at the combine that will sideline him until June. The injury happened the night before his on-field testing. He performed a partial workout, not knowing the extent of the injury. The fracture on the fourth metatarsal was surgically repaired by Dr. Norman Waldrop on March 9th. NFL teams have been informed. So the fourth metatarsal, to my understanding, is your ring finger toe. So metatarsal, I believe, is the medical terminology for toes. Anytime I hear these types of injuries, broken foot, big guy, little bones, they scare the hell out of me. One of the injuries that Christian Wilkins had was his fifth metatarsal, pinky. That's a bigger deal. Like, the further on the, fifth metatarsal, bad. Fourth metatarsal, not usually as bad because it's, inside a little bit on that foot. I talked to one of my buddies when the whole like Wilkins thing went down, and he's like, you hear fifth metatarsal, Liz Frank, like those types of injuries, they can be a real fickle. Because what the problem is now, you got a guy that's over 300 pounds who can't work out and can't exercise. So you get a little bit slower, and it's just the process to get back up to speed takes a little bit longer. I think Caleb Banks, a guy that I do believe would have went in round 1, I wonder where Caleb Banks falls now. If Caleb Banks is there, knowing that he's got a broken foot right now at 36, do you take him? He's my number 1 defensive tackle. And now, that's going to impact him. It sucks, but it's the truth. All right, we're going to let some of these votes roll in. While we let the votes roll in, Haunted Hour, I would like to come to work for you, Mitch. Also wanted to ask what stopped this roster making the playoffs. I want to get Ashawn and Caden McDonald. Ashawn just went to Tampa Bay, right? Yeah, Ashawn Robinson went to Tampa Bay. Caden McDonald from Ohio State is another player that I like a lot at pick number 36. I see him being a first-round pick now, especially with that Caleb Banks injury news. I know you probably sent that in before that you knew, but I think now that Caleb Banks is out, Caden McDonald, some of those other defensive tackles are going to go a little bit earlier. In terms of working for me, we will be showing a job posting. So if you want that shot, let's do it. On lunch break, any moves by us today? No. PG, unfortunately, the answer to that is no. I can't believe the media is now saying the Raiders are free agency losers. Now, because Max is back, they hate to see us succeed. The media is a joke. What's funny is I do kind of consider myself a minor part of the media. We do have media credentials here at Chat Sports. I don't know how you consider the Raiders losers in free agency. I mean, the amount of holes that they filled, the amount of just starters that were added. But at the same time, good. Let them doubt us. More bulletin board. Bulletin board material. Raiders giving off 2024 Commanders vibes. I think the Raiders are giving off 2025 Patriots vibes. Way more than the Commanders. Patriots went out and spent. The Commanders added a bunch of like minor moves to like build a bunch of starters. I'm getting more Patriots. Hope every Raider fan here has a great Friday's Eve. Yeah, I'm having a hell of a day, man. B-Rad. The only move I question is not keeping Carlson and separating the kicker holder tandem with Cole. Do you think that that's a change, is an improvement? I got this question asked a lot, and I actually, this is why I want people to subscribe to this show, because I want people that watch this show, like you watch ESPN, you watch national media networks, it's going to be very bottom level, very easy things to talk about. Here on the Raiders Report, we could talk offensive line, we could talk kicker battles, we could talk punter, long snap, whatever you want to talk about, let's talk about it. The reason why I'm okay with the Matt Gay signing, okay? And I'll explain it like this. Do you trust what John Spytek and this Raiders organization have done so far this offseason? Again, that's up for you to answer. Me, in my mind, I do trust it. I see it. I like the path. I think that they've done a really good job this offseason. So with that being said, the Raiders' new special teams coach, Joe DeCamillis, right? Joe DeCamillis was with the Los Angeles Rams from 2021 to 2022. The best 2 years of Matt Gay's career, 2021, 2022. So if this organization and our coach is like, that's the guy that I want, we're at the point in the offseason where I got to trust what our guys are doing. And let's also just say this. Daniel Carlson has not been the Daniel Carlson that he was at one time. Like, Daniel Carlson is I saw somebody the other day call him Daniel Carlson top 5 kicker. That's outlandish talk. I would say Carlson is a very average kicker in the NFL. He's probably somewhere around that 14 to 18. He's right in the middle of NFL kickers. Does he have a stronger leg than Matt Gay? Yes, he does. That's my biggest concern when it comes to Matt. But also at the same time, our long snapper, Alex Ward, he also comes from the Los Angeles tree. So because he comes from the Los Angeles tree, so he was on the Rams from 2023 to 2025. No Joe DeCamillis turnover. There's no overlap there at all. But he also comes from the Rams special teams tree. I'm going to believe in it, and that's just the way that it is. Do I think Carlson's a better kicker than Matt Gay? Looking at it, yes. Do I wonder, could Matt Gay go back to being the way that he was with Joe DeCamillis? Every player that I talked to at the Combine could not say enough nice things about Joe DeCamillis. Derek Big D Garcia, considering the chance that Max could fail his physical, Spytek has the foresight to account for it with the cap money. I mean, but they're not going to do that to Max. Like, the reason why the Baltimore Ravens are a Bush League organization is because they knew Max was going to fail his physical. And he will fail his physical. He's not medically cleared yet.
He just got surgery. Like, of course he is.
He's not going to be medically cleared until June. Maybe May. If he can keep on doing his thing and work ahead of time. Again, for somebody that really effed up their knee, the way that you get ahead of schedule is you attack rehab. And Max, from what I understand, he's doing 3 hours of rehab minimal every single day. I mean, I can remember when I was in high school. Again, high school, I'm not the athlete that Max is. But, I was doing an hour and a half, 2 hours of rehab I did it 3 days a week. And there was a point where I felt like my left leg was stronger than my right leg by the end of it. So he's going to fail his physical, but that should be expected. Darren Waller, back of the end zone, touchdown Raiders. Up 17-0 over Arizona. 7 minutes left here in the second quarter. This game is it's a heartbreaker, though. All right, the pick is in. It's going to be Elijah Surratt. And that's where the poll is.
Oh, yeah, I like it.
Would you take Rodgers to start, let Donald sit behind?
Caleb Rodgers?
But who's Donald?
I don't know who Donald is.
See, are you saying Rodgers is an Aaron Rodgers? Let Donald sit? Who's Donald? Maybe that's where I'm having a hard. I don't know.
Corbin. This was name a random Raiders player. Don't sleep on Nnamdi Asomugha.
I have the weirdest respect for Nnamdi Asomugha.
He was so good.
So good. So where I went to college, a bunch of my buddies, Eagles fans.
Legend.
And one of my best friends in college, shout out to my buddy Chad Frankenfield. He was our closer. Met him through, I used to play for an academy. It was called the Lehigh Valley Baseball Academy, LVBA. Shout out to Dylan Dando, great coach of mine. Tough guy to work. He was a tough coach, man. Tough, really tough coach. And then also shout out RIP to the great Jeff Bittiger. For any Oakland A's fans out there, if you don't believe me, Jeff Bittiger won Scout of the Year in Major League Baseball. I want to say it was year 2016. He was the one that got, I think it was Sonny Gray when he was first coming up. But Jeff Bittiger, he is in the MLB. I don't know if he's in the MLB Hall of Fame. I know he's got a World Series ring. He was roommates though with Billy Beane. He was roommates with Billy Beane. He's featured in the movie Moneyball, but when Billy Beane was with the New York Mets, those two were roommates. My old travel baseball coach, his name is Jeff. Again, RIP, just passed away from cancer this past year. And when he passed away, he was in charge. He was the president of baseball operations for the Fargo Moorhead Redhawks. It's a baseball in North Dakota. And he gave my cousin Anthony. My cousin Anthony now is the president of that baseball team. He gets call all the shots. Him and he was a groomsman at his wedding. His kid's name was Brett. Brett was also a guy I used to play baseball with. Long story short,
wow.
Chad Frankenfield, the closer on our baseball team, Nnamdi Asomugha went to the Philadelphia Eagles. It would have been my freshman or sophomore year. I don't remember what year it was. It was one of those years. I want to say it was my sophomore year in college. So that's 2013. And Chad, I don't know how it started. I don't know why he started. But every time he would sign his name as Nnamdi Asomugha. And there was a point where he got in trouble at our college because he clearly signed his name. Nnamdi Asomugha looks nothing like Chad Frankenfield.
Yeah.
So he would sign his name on like actual documents as that. And he got in trouble because people were like, dude, what are you doing? Like, I remember it was some issue with our college. If anybody knows who Chad Frankenfield is, he's one of my best buddies from college.
Justin Morgan said, I live in Fargo, LOL.
You live in Fargo? Do you know the Fargo Redhawks? If you know the Fargo Redhawks, look up Anthony Renz. That's my cousin. Anthony and I, he's same age as me. We grew up my entire life playing sports. He was the greatest Little League player I have ever seen. There were scouts that used to come to our Little League games. My Uncle Wayne, crazy, he actually has all of our Little League stats saved. My cousin Anthony, bro, he batted .960.
Jesus.
As a 12-year-old. He actually is the reason why Little League fences got moved back. So the Williamsport fences, true story, they were 200 feet. They're now 220 feet in Williamsport. My cousin Anthony, our first year when we were 8 years old, you get 36 at-bats in b-ball. He had 18 home runs. He was a prodigy at a very, very young age. Well, when we were 10 years old, we won Pennsylvania state champs. We won the state title game 11-1 in 4 innings. My cousin Anthony was just an alien at a young age. And we had another kid. His name was Cody Cooper at 10 years old, throwing 75 miles an hour. He was 6 foot, 250 pounds. We would crush teams. We did not do what we were supposed to. We massively underachieved when we were 12. But when we were 12, everybody in our area thought that we were going to go to the Little League World Series. I grew up like 40 minutes from Williamsport. I played on the very first the very first field that ever had a Little League game on, played in it. We got to throw out the first pitch at a Little League World Series event. And long story short, if you live in Fargo, go to the Fargo Moorhead Redhawks. Tell them you're a Raiders fan. My cousin Anthony, he runs that team now. I know, that's a hell of a tangent. He also coaches.
What a tangent.
There's a team also, it's a college. It begins with a C in Fargo. It begins with a C. If you live there, I can't think of the name, but there's a college, Concordia, something like that. He used to be the head coach there too. All right, Elijah Surratt is the pick. Let's go to the 4th round here at 102. My grandma lives in Fargo. It's the smallest airport I've ever been in. When Alex and I, we flew to Fargo for my cousin
Trigg.
For my cousin Anthony's wedding. We flew to Fargo.
Whenever you say cousin Anthony, it just doesn't seem real.
It's weird.
It's like, yeah, my cousin Anthony. It's like from a movie.
Hey, Anthony.
Hey, it's my cousin Anthony.
Called him AT. We flew to Fargo. The Fargo airport is so small. We went through the baggage check, and we got to our gate. There's no restaurants in the Fargo airport. If you want like the vending machine, whatever, that's what you're going to eat.
Yep.
It's such a small airport that we left. We left the airport to go out to eat, and then we went back through.
That's hilarious.
We were the only people in line. Also, the Fargo airport needs to step up their TSA because they let like 2 homeless people through. I don't know how that's possible, but that is a true story.
Wow.
Alex and I were like, what is happening here? Why are there homeless people walking around the Fargo airport? And they were like, it happens all the time.
It happens all the time.
And I was like, what is happening here? All right, what pick are we going with here, y'all? Where are we going? Where are we going? Let me know down below. Whatever 4 names I see the most, that's where we are going to go.
Look who's there.
With this fan-led mock draft. Who's there? Jalen Kilgore?
Jalen Kilgore.
I mean, I met Jalen. Good kid, man.
Malik Muhammad. Jacoby Lane. We did just go wide receiver, though.
Emmett John. See that Emmett guy?
Yeah.
Nebraska running back. If I could say right now my sleeper pick in the 4th round. I know we got 3 4th-round picks, so maybe this isn't a fair sleeper. Derek Carr slides. Nice run, DC. Raiders are interested in Emmett Johnson. I got a good source on this. They like him a lot. Watch out for him in the 4th round. I don't know where in the 4th round. Jacoby Lane, though, we just took Elijah. All right, so where are we going here? Somebody said Trigg. Dude, I'm telling you this right now.
Dude,
when we were at the combine,
sleeper.
when we were at the combine, we were watching Trigg tape. He's got the longest wing. It's like pound for pound, the longest wingspan in NFL combine history.
I think he can like scratch his kneecaps by just like standing there.
Height, his reach was the longest ever.
Dude,
he's an interesting prospect, dude.
I'm surprised he's this low.
See, people are spamming Lane, but we already took a wide receiver. We got Mendoza. We went Lee Hunter.
Drew Aller.
Elijah Surratt, you couldn't pay me to take Drew Aller. If you send a $100 super chat in that said take Drew Aller, I would say
Send it back.
I wouldn't send it back. I would say that was a dumb super chat, and I'd keep that in my pocket. You know what? That would be one that I would keep. I don't know how I'd keep it, but I would keep that one.
I think Kilgore.
Thank you for your donation to the Raiders Report.
Yeah. Kilgore.
Have you ever
I know
blocked
Deontay
somebody
Lawson's not too bad either.
Have you ever blocked somebody from sending in a $100 super chat? You send in for Drew Aller, we're going to find out. Richard, the Bucks have just made a move.
What'd they do?
They are adding former Lions edge Al Quadin Muhammad, 1 year, $6 million deal.
Huh.
Number 69. I've seen his name before. I don't want to butcher it. 11 sacks last season. Rotational player for the Detroit Lions. 1 year, $6 million deal.
I'll take it.
I mean, he had 11 sacks. I call him Al Muhammad, but I can't ever get it. I mean, honestly, that's a good move that's honestly a really good move for Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
At that value. Also, Richard Magbull, I got you, my guy. Isidro, I got you. And then Frankie Serve, I got you. $20 Venmo, chance to win $920 here on the Raiders Report. And the Raiders are going into half up 20-0 over Arizona. They're up 20-0 over the Arizona Cardinals, Week 2, 2022.
They can't blow this, right?
There's no way.
There's no way.
What's crazy is I remember doing this game so clearly.
Really?
Oh my God. I mean, it's one of the most brutal second halves of football you will ever see from a team. I mean, they were so good in that first half, they dominated. And then I don't know if they score again the rest of the second half, and Arizona just
Is this
they just run train on them.
This is pre-Kyler Murray?
I think Kyler's there. I think it's Kyler's rookie year.
Really?
2022. Was Kyler there yet? I thought so. I thought this selfishly, I actually haven't even looked. I thought this was Kyler's rookie year. No, it's definitely not his rookie year, 2019. What am I talking about?
Yeah.
What am I talking about? What am I talking about?
All right. Who are we picking? Should we just pick Jalen Kilgore?
Where are we going, y'all? Where are we going? All right, the next four names I see down below, I'm going to put them in the poll.
All right.
All right, so we got Jalen Kilgore. All right, Jalen Kilgore, cornerback, cool. We got
Malik Muhammad.
I'm just going to put it as Malik M. Hopefully that's okay with all y'all.
Yep.
I see
Deontay Lawson. He's a linebacker.
D. Lawson. Let's do it. Linebacker. Give me another name.
And then I've seen Markel Bell.
What about safety? Is there any safeties available?
Wheatley. Zakee Wheatley.
We'll say this. Really bad combine.
Yeah.
I remember talking to Tom, and Tom was like, one of the worst combines I've seen. Like a testing standpoint. He was supposed to be all right, we're already in. What do you guys want? What do you want? What do you want? So we picking this pick from Can't Control. I mean, I'm doing my best.
I didn't see that Dre Greenlaw went back to the 49ers.
Yep, that happened probably a few years ago. David Zahn, what's going on, my brother? No,
a few years ago?
No Zahn, no signings. A few weeks ago, sorry. Steve Dell in the duck race. What up, Steve? Mr. Steve Dell, I got you. What's up, Zon? Everybody say what's going on. The Mount Raider more legend, David. Zon.
Hey.
Seeing a lot of
Kilgore.
Kilgores. I think if we draft Kilgore, he should play free safety. You rock, Mitch. You rock. Kilgore's
You
a
rock.
special teams player at best. He is a really good special teams player. I will say this. I don't think Jalen Kilgore starts.
No.
So I'm just going to tell you that. I don't think Jalen Kilgore starts. Somebody said take Bud Clark at 117. Okay. Jacob, you get my IG message, Mitch. I will check. So I typically check all my stuff like that on I'll check it out on Wednesday, but the answer is probably yes. I have a lot of requests right now. Oh, I actually just saw you pop up. No, it says your message was hidden. I just sent you a message. So I think we should be good. Okay. I got you, bro. So all I need is your first name, your last name. I got your size, shipping address. He goes, LCA is a beast, LOL. God bless you. Yawn. Gotta get that. Gotta get that. Gotta get. Yes. Gotta get that. Gotta get that. Gotta get. All right, let's go with, I think we just got to go Jalen Kilgore. I guess, yeah, that's where we're going to go. To the most votes are in. Uh-oh, is Gunny here too? LA Crash Dog? LA Crash Dog, David's on. We got multiple Mount Raider more people here. Multiple people. That's actually, yeah, Jacob, you can't send certain things on YouTube. It won't let you do it. All right, so we went that route. Can we show everyone the picks that we have so far? Let's see what we got here. Here are our picks so far in our Raiders Report fan-led mock draft. If you don't know the deals that we're doing today, for the next hour, 11 minutes, if you bang, I got a beer for you. You also get to make the pick in the mock. That's the deals that we're doing. Doppler, you already know, man. If you guys don't know, go to saveawarrior.org. Make sure you tell them Father Tom sent you. Shout out to my guy. My guy, LA Crash Dog. Nice. I get my hair cut at 11 a.m. No, that would be bad timing. 11 a.m. Saturday. 11 a.m. Saturday. Will Surratt fall to 67? I don't think so. I also now have just realized that we have pick 6-7. Yep. Well, I'm saying, I never thought of it like that. Spam 6-7 down below. That's going to be a thing. Can't control. Cheers to you, my guy. The MVP of today's show, in case y'all are wondering, Lord Cameron Abbott. And LCA looks like he's going to go home with a Maxx Crosby. Maxx Crosby jersey. Unless somebody can beat him. I don't know. You guys don't have to spam 6-7. I was just saying. On draft night, there's going to be somebody that does it. There's going to be somebody that does it. There's not a doubt in my mind. Not a doubt in my mind. Though, I might have to go get some noops. Or something. We got an hour left. Oh, my back. My neck. My back.
All right, what do we got?
How many soup? Do we have any soups to get through, or are we all caught up?
Like 3.
All right, let's go to the 3.
Okay.
Somebody said, why in the world are we taking Trig?
We're not. We
It'd be up
haven't
to
yet.
y'all. He's a very interesting player, man. I'll tell you that. Go watch Trig highlight tape. It's electric. I'm excited for the Madden Sim. You know, the Madden Sim season is always a good time. If you guys don't know, we go live. So as soon as the schedule comes out, this is where it gets interesting. There's 7:37 left in this game. They're down 20. And this is where heartbreak starts to set in. This is where it starts to set in. I always think it's funny, too, because now, I know so many Raiders fans. I know these people personally. So, when I see them, on TV, I'm like, oh, shit, that's
so funny. I think it's funny, too, because it's free agent showcase for Kyler Murray.
Oh, is
how
it?
good he did to win this game.
Yeah, Kurt Murray here, 3rd down and 6, middle of the field, laser beam.
Zach Ertz?
Is that who that was? Yeah.
Yep.
Zach Ertz. Who was that on the coverage? Was that freaking Abram? Oh, my God. Jonathan Abram getting burnt.
Abram.
Shocker. The Madden Sims are fun. So we go live literally just for the Madden game. So whenever the schedule comes out, we do live Madden simulations. Unfortunately, our Madden seasons have been more fun than the regular season. Happy birthday, Katie. Raiders. Who?
Cody.
Oh, Cody. Can't read.
It's okay.
Cody. It's on me, man.
Cody.
Cody, happy birthday. HBD's down below. Raider Tone. Minor news.
Cody.
Eric Stokes on the Raiders' current roster after the new signing is now wearing number 5.
Oh, that'd be cool. Who was number 5 before?
Cam Miller.
Oh, right. Number 5's sick. I like 5.
They do have Eric Stokes in here at number 5.
Like it. Thanks, Raider Tone.
Am I missing? Why would he pick 5? Am I missing something?
I don't know. Those are all our super chats, though.
Because Eric Stokes, I want to say, was 27 in college.
He was 21 last year.
21 last year. Going to number 5, Stokes.
I like it.
Going to number 5. Who gets number 7, Quay or Taron? If I had to guess, Quay, because he's probably going to be your green
Captain.
dot. I don't know. if he'll
AJ
be
Green.
AJ Green for the Cardinals, yeah.
Oh, my God.
You got Gorilla Rilla. Let's freaking go. Yeah, I see a lot of XL, 2XL, 3XL people in this stands. I see why our shirts are the way that they are. 3rd down and goal here.
Oh, that was before that helmet got banned.
Kyler Murray got 1 to the left. He's got 2 to the right. Running back on his right hip. Murray drops back. Crosby gets double teamed. Looks, throws. Touchdown. Ugh.
Who is it?
Dortch.
Oh, my God.
Greg Dortch?
Greg Dortch.
Greg Dortch on the touchdown. Dude, look at that guy. He was painted as a Cardinal. Who's on the coverage here? Oh, is that LaMarcus Joyner? Oh, my God. Amik Robertson. That's burnt toast. Yeah,
This is Allegiant, right?
Huh?
This is in Allegiant?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Touchdown, Kyler. 11 plays, 79 yards, 20-7 is the score. Can't control life. Throwing it up there. You know what? I think I need a wake-up call here a little bit. If somebody throws down, can't control's life.
What? Somebody throws down his life?
That's right. Let's do it.
Lay down the line?
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. This is where delusion starts to set in. I mean, I will say this, and I don't say this to just, if you're a first-time watcher, if I am a little bit off the rails, I apologize. I will say my team and I, since the Maxx Crosby trade, we got to be at 80-plus hours of work since that Crosby trade.
I haven't even had time to shave.
I got home last night, and maybe it's TMI. It is what it is. Wednesday, obviously, or Tuesday, excuse me, when the Crosby trade happened, I was obviously live. We were here. We were for a long time. I didn't shower Wednesday. So, I showered Monday night. Went to work Tuesday. Did my thing Tuesday, all that stuff. And then the Crosby stuff happened. We partied all night on Tuesday. I was so hungover the next morning that I literally just, I wanted to get the extra 20 minutes of sleep. I woke up, came right into work, threw on my hat.
That's what that smell was.
I got home last night, and Alex is like, you need to go in the shower. She's like, you stink. Get away from me. Get away from me. The Shield will rise again from Can't Control Life. Dude, I hope so. I can't take these losing seasons anymore. They're not fun. Isn't that the Kyler Murray game where he ran around for 6 years and ran into the end zone? I actually think that you're right, Ghost.
This is their OG jerseys, too.
It's 2022. All I remember is it was week 2. I remember the Raiders being up 20-0, and there was 7 minutes left in the third quarter, and then it's all Arizona. Josh McDaniels folded like a lawn chair. If you guys want to watch the game with me, if anybody has NFL Network.
They're doing NFL free agent spotlight, and this one's Kyler Murray because he comes back 20-0. He comes back.
It's crazy. Crazy.
Gunny.
Please support SaveAWarrior.org for veterans and first responders struggling. Semper Fi, Raider Nation for life, real one for life. Shout out to my guy, L.A. Crash Dog.
All right. We don't have a poll going, do we?
Nope. That's probably on me.
We got to look at who we can get, though.
All right, so we're at round 4, pick 117 here. Is there anybody jumping off the page at y'all that we should draft?
Jacoby Lane's still there. Should we filter?
What position? How about that? What position should we go with?
What position should we filter?
We've been doing names. Let's do
Position.
We're gonna do position. We're gonna do position.
Running back.
The running back. Ron said the only game I went
Cobain
to in
said
Vegas.
doggy.
Huh? What position? I mean, that's.
Oh.
You know what? Touche. I do like dogs. And this guy is a dog, man. Can't Control Life. Throwing it up there for Matt Faluhi. Bang! The alley. And then the oop. Got you, Can't Control Life. Drink up, Mitch. Smash the like button. Sub for Raiders Dubs. Support Save a Warrior. Tuna needs some locals. For the best content, personal interaction, and live shows. Raiders. Shout out to my guy Fluhy. You know what? Fluhy. We're gonna add. It's on my dime, technically on your dime. We're going to add Save a Warrior to the duck race. If it lands on Save a Warrior, I'm just going to donate $940 to Save a Warrior. If you got a problem with that, spam me down below so I can block you. Let me know. I won't block you, but come on. Other people that are getting in here, I'll give you some names in just a moment. To everybody that always makes this show a lot of fun. We got an hour left to go.
Mm-hmm.
Now, obviously, if the Raiders make any moves, if there's any transactions that end up happening, If I got to stay a little bit longer to talk about that move, I will. Essentially, that 1 hour below is if nothing happens, we get out of here.
Yeah.
That's how that goes. Sound good? To all y'all out there, if you're down to make the last hour of this show Oakland style, spam OAK down below. Here we go. Cheers to all y'all. Damn it, Mac. Mac lined up in the wrong spot. Back him up 5 yards. Zamir White in the backfield. The 4th round rookie running back out of Georgia, Derek Carr, power eye, fake hand off to Zeus. Carr looks, throws, down the field. He's got a man. Mac wants a flag. I can't believe there's no PI. Oh, there is a flag.
Oh. And they don't convert?
There is a flag. I don't remember. I know the Raiders don't score again, though.
It's a free agent showcase for Kyler Murray.
For Kyler Murray.
It was 20-0, and the Cardinals came back in the 4th quarter.
Automatic first down. So Derek looking for Mac Hollins down the field. Pass interference. It's going to be first down. I mean, we're in the Prize Picks red zone. We're in the Prize Picks red zone. I see some OAKs down below.
Oh, we got Simon.
Every single bang, full beer will go down. That's probably the best deal I can give y'all. Happy birthday to my baby, Emma. Big Terrible 2 today.
Nice.
The Terrible 2, Simon. Happy birthday to Eva. Eva or Eva?
Eva.
I do see a lot of OAKs. Giuseppe. What up, Giuseppe? Raider Tone in the building. Def Halo, Garth Raider. Come on, y'all.
All right,
you know what? If we're going to do this Oakland style, if we get 3 bangs, I got a boot.
Oh, wow.
If we get 3 bangs, I got a boot. 2nd down and 8. Derek Carr. Ball here at the 16-yard line. He's got 2 to the right. Matt Collins. Hunter Renfrow on the left. Devontae Adams. Carr. Shotgun. Nobody's back there. Arizona. They're going to bring 4. Carr looking right. Checks it down. Finds Renfrow. Renfrow makes a man miss. First down, Las Vegas. First down and goal. Raiders up 20-7 over the Arizona Cardinals. Week 2, 2022. I'm like, how do they lose this game? What a great route here by Renfrow. Oh, you magician. All right, what positions are we going with? All right, so I see, let's go edge, outside linebacker. Let's go with safety. Need a safety. Let's go with, what position should we look at? First down and goal, run up the middle here with Jacobs. He ain't going anywhere. Somebody said linebacker. All right, fine. We'll go linebacker. And then offensive tackle. Sure. Raider Noah Mitch, turn up Oakland style. Play super hyphy. Unfortunately, I can't play any music on here, or else we'll get shut down. Antonio wants a running back. All right, let's go running back. All right, we got to pick somebody from here. Whatever you guys want.
What do we got?
Do a little bit of a scroll. Carr, 2nd down and goal. Ball here
Singleton's still there.
The 7. DC drops back. He's looking left, steps up, fires. And it's broken up. Was looking for Darren Waller in the back of the end zone. Thompson breaks it up. 3rd down and goal.
Michael Taft from Texas.
Oh, I remember how this game goes now. They kick a field goal here. They make it 23-7. Arizona, they score 2 touchdowns and get both 2-point conversions because the Kyler Murray play, he runs around for a year and a half and converts it.
Oh, that it was a 2-point conversion, yeah.
23-23, and then Arizona wins in overtime. because Hunter Renfrow fumbles the football. It's picked up, scoop and score. Cardinals win. That's how this game ends.
You're gonna have to react to it.
I remember this game now. Because now they're going to come out, they're going to kick the field goal, make it 23-7. Arizona, 2 touchdowns. They get both 2-point conversions. This is the Renfrow fumbles. He gets concussed in this game.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's a bad concussion. And then Arizona wins on a scoop and score. Oh, my God. That's heartbreaking. Now I totally remember this game. Oh, dude. Elijah showcase for a Derek Carr trade. Where are we going, y'all? All right, let's make a poll. We got Taff, safety. Okay.
Bishop Fitzgerald.
We got Harold Perkins. Cool. I'm going to do it. Literally the next 2 names I see, we're gonna put in there. Trey Moore, you better give me a name. Trey Moore is what, a linebacker?
Yep.
Okay. And then let's go with Bud Clark. What, safety?
Yep.
TCU. There you go. There's the poll. There's the poll. If you want somebody else, you're gonna have to speak up. Gonna have to speak up. Where are we going? Where are we going? Where are we going? The poll is available. Taff, Harold Perkins, Trey Moore, Bud Clark. Taff is the safety from Texas.
Yep.
And a friendly reminder out there, $20 Venmo, Mitchell Renz 365. You'd have the opportunity to go home with, as it stands, $940. You're good. Let it rip. Daniel Frey, gotcha. Anthony Adio, I gotcha. 20 to win, 960. Excuse me. Let me see. Yep, I think I got it. Adio, I got you. Damn, show's still going from Marcel. Bro, Marcel, you're telling me. I don't want to be that guy. Not that I'm running out of juice, but I mean, I get tired. Gotta wake my ass up here a little bit. Gotta wake the ass up here a little bit. I mean, right now it looks like Taff is going to end up being the pick. Isn't Harold Perkins a middle linebacker? I do believe so. Yeah, Perkins would be probably like special teams, backup guy. This is y'all's mock draft. Y'all get the pick. Big Raz says Taff. Pull up for my birthday Monday 16th. Elijah. Where is it? Where is it? Is your birthday is it here? Is it close to me? If it's close, I can think about it. Hashtag Raiders, my 28th anniversary is Saturday, Pi Day. Pi Day, 3.14. All right. When I was in high school, I went to high school. His name was Shadon Zoo. It was something like that. I actually feel bad. I don't remember his name. But he got a perfect score on his math SATs. I mean, I remember I went to school with this girl. Her name was Elise. She got a perfect score on her SATs. She went to Harvard. She was a genius. But Shadon, it was Shadon Zoo. That's what it was, Shadon. And he could name, it was like the first, not name, but he did like the first 1,000 numbers of pi. It was one of the craziest things I've ever seen. English was not his strong suit, but we did like a talent thing, and he was like, I'll never forget it. He literally was like, I don't know English well, but I do know things mathematically. And he literally was like 3.14, and he wrote out the next 1,000 numbers to pi on a chalkboard. It was one of the most unbelievable things I've ever seen in my life. for somebody to be able to remember it, crazy. Mitch, come to San Diego, meet and greet. See, here's the problem. I've been to San Diego a bunch. I used to date someone. She's on OAN News. I'm not trying to get into like the whole news cycle thing. She was an awesome person, like rock star. I'll always root for her. I still follow her on social media. Super, super cool person. But I used to go out to San Diego all the time. I mean, we're talking, that's probably, I mean, Alex and I have been together for 5-6 years now. So that would have been like 2019. But I went out to San Diego like 3 or 4 times. She used to live right next to where Petco was. You could like go on her balcony and you could watch the Padres play. It was one of the coolest cities I've ever been to. Great seafood. Loved the taco scene there. And it was completely different brand of food. Embarrassingly, though, I can remember we went to La Jolla Beach, and I remember being like, why are we at La Jolla Beach? And she laughed. 2 to the right, 1 to the left. 2nd down and 1. Handoff here, Arizona. It's a good stop here by the Raiders. Up 23-7 with 13 minutes left. No way they lose this game. Oh, dude, what's crazy is looking at Maxx as a rookie. Like, looking at Maxx at Eastern Michigan, it doesn't even look like the same guy. Looks like a completely different human being. All right, I believe the pick is in. We're going to go with safety from Texas, Michael Taft. That's where they want it. Let's go. We're going to go Taft here. The pick is in. All right, now we are up again at 134. Where do we go? I'll treat you to tacos and burritos. Marcel, it's tempting, man. Some of the best tacos I've ever had was in San Diego. There was also a restaurant that we went to. There was a big rooster out front. It's like a fancy restaurant. Big rooster out front. It was awesome. Awesome, awesome food. I don't know the name of it, but all I remember, there was a gigantic rooster. It was so good. Tim Keenan, where are we going? Torian York, Caleb Proctor, Tucker. Where do you want to go? Oh, there's what's his name? Josh, the guy who goes by Goat on IG. He was just on screen. That's hilarious. What up, Josh? Hope you're doing good, buddy. 4th down at 1. Arizona Murray scrambles. Oh, it's too easy. Oh, they're going to get a flag here, aren't they? Incomplete. Turnover on downs. Raiders football. I don't remember.
How the hell do you lose this game?
I mean, the Cardinals just turned the ball over on downs. Raiders are up 23-7. And they got to stop on 4th down and 1.
Oh, took out the security guard.
Yeah, I feel bad for that guy. I mean,
no ACLs after that.
Oh, dude, he gets absolutely. Oh, they didn't show it. They didn't show it.
He gets tabletopped.
Top. Sloppy toppy. All right, where are we going?
Should we go O-line? I think we have to go O-line.
Idol says, what are y'all watching? We're on NFL Network, okay? Week 2 game, Raiders-Cardinals. Week 2, Raiders-Cardinals, 2022. It's not a good game for Raider Nation. Max was talking about this game on his podcast a couple days ago. Brandon Espinosa. Can I explain March Madness? So essentially what it is there's 64 people that are in this event. I put together an entire bracket. I rank you based on how much I either A, recognize your name or I don't recognize your name. So like Raider Ron, 1 seed. If you've never sent in any money before, like in terms of a duck race, you probably get a little bit of a lower ranking. We kind of just put it out, and everybody's got an opportunity to win. 30-second duck race, winner take all. Somebody goes home with $1,600. March Madness bracket. It's a lot of fun. It's probably one of my favorite things that we do every single year here on this show. All right, I would say this. You make the poll. Whatever top 4 names, top positions. Because I got to get some names in here for this duck race. Fluhey, what's going on, man? Fluhey is in. OC Raider is in. Misty Williamson in. And then Garrett Peterson also in. $20 Venmo. $1,010 to the winner. You're watching a YouTube show, and you're going to go home with $1,000.
If you win.
True. You got to win. You do have to win. That's the kicker. That's the kicker. Where are we going with this pick? I might have to get some noobs for the final 44 minutes. I'm hitting a wall. Not going to lie to y'all. You could learn behind York could learn behind Dean. Okay. Jay Card, what's up, man? Appreciate you tuning in. You could pick any 4 players. What's my Venmo? At Mitchell Renz 365. Literally, it's a picture of me, and I'm like this. That's how we're doing it. World should be considered. Max Llewellyn is an interesting name. I'm not going to lie. I thought that said D'Angelo Pons. I'm like, well, that's the pick, but I know he's obviously not there. Diego Pons.
Cade Klubnik.
Running back from Penn State, Singleton. No chance. No chance on Klubnik. Thompson, Trey. I like Mendoza, Lee, Elijah. I don't love Kilgore and Taft at those picks at that value. They're good. I mean, they're good players. I don't think Kilgore or Taft start. Singleton would be an interesting back to pair with Genty. I did like Penn State. Jacoby Lane's gone, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's gone. Drew Aller's gone. I don't like Elijah at 3, really.
Okay, I'm starting it.
See, I think Elijah Surratt at that pick is a phenomenal value.
I'm starting it.
What is it? All right, so we got Trey Zune, offensive tackle, Torian York, Brennan Thompson, or Max Llewellyn. Okay.
Here we go.
Here we go. Can you give me a minute so I can just go grab some noobs?
Yep.
Sorry. I need a wake up call.
Ah.
I need a wake up call. I'm hitting a wall. I don't want to be boring. I don't want to be tired on this show. I'm sorry. It's on me. We've been going. I know. I mean, if you don't, I'll be quick. You don't even have to move it. You can just be up there.
You sure?
I don't care. It's fine.
Right.
I'm going to be quick.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I mean, yeah, I guess that's fine because we can still see the full screen, so that's fine. Oh, sorry, everybody. All right, what's the poll at? I kind of agree with this poll right now. Is I think we need some offensive line depth. I don't think there's anyone in here that is really jumping off the page in terms of like, oh, you got to go get him no matter what your position need is. I think we got Mendoza, we got Lee Hunter, we got Elijah Surratt, Jalen Kilgore, Michael Taft. We got 5 picks left. I think we need some offensive depth. That's just my opinion. Penn State running back, I'm telling you. I mean, I don't hate that. Jacoby Lane was already picked. I don't like DBs that high. I mean, I get where you're coming from. Yeah, duck race is at the end of the show. If you want to get to the duck race, $20 Venmo. Mitchell Renz 365. I mean, if we get enough singletons, Darren is read high. No, I'm sick. Darren, Desperado said Singleton. If we get enough Singletons, I mean, my voice just cracked, but I think we can override the poll. Oh, thank you, Darren. I appreciate that. Yeah, KD Production said has to be O-line, right? I feel like we just need depth, right? Like our starting offensive line right now is good. Like after the Linderbaum moving JPJ, I think Doppelganger, good cover up read. I wish I was covering it up. Yeah, O-line depth needed. All right, I think we go Trey Zune. Singleton and Ashton Genty would be fire. We'll see if he's there next round. I think. How about this? If we get Trey, and then we go and go to the next round, and if Singleton is still there, we pick him. I don't know if he would be, but maybe we go running back next, no matter what. You know what I mean? The follow says Zune can move all around the line. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know too much about Trey Zune. When it gets towards the end of the mock drafts, it's tough. Jennings Dunker fits the line. I think was he picked already? I think he might have been picked already. Because we got Josh, Thaddeus. Quintavious is such a sick name. Skylar Gill Howard. He's not a bad option down there. A lot of people were saying Nicholas Singleton. But I think we go
there has just been a move in the NFL. Former Steelers free agent receiver Calvin Austin is signing a 1-year deal worth up to $4.5 million with the New York Football Giants.
Wow.
Wow, great.
Great.
All right, so where are we going?
I think we go Trey Zune the third.
Let's do it.
And then next round we go running back.
Is he a right tackle?
He can play anywhere.
Okay. Let's do it. If that's the pick, that's the pick.
Damon Claiborne. That's the guy Sam talked to.
Oh, that is the guy.
Yeah. Singleton's gone.
Which I'm not really shocked by. Kobe.
Zane Durant.
Where are we going? So what? We are now in round 5, pick 1.
We're in round 5.
Round 5, pick 175. Where are we going? I got a few more people getting in this duck race here. I see Giuseppe. What up, Giuseppe?
Somebody said best players, or Ian said best players available now. That means we would get Cade Klubnik.
Yeah, I don't want that. Edgar Herrera, Elijah Johnson.
I wouldn't hate Damon Claiborne.
Noah Longoria in.
Damon Claiborne is the guy that his medicals ran long, so he was late to his combine presser.
Yep.
And nobody was there except a couple people doing their own thing. They weren't like interviewing anybody though. And Sam went up, or F Sam, but he went up and asked a couple questions, and somebody took a video of Sam asking the questions, and it went viral on SportsCenter and ESPN. I think NFL too.
Yeah, dude, he gained a crap ton of followers, and I mean, there were situations. I think that was probably like one of the craziest things about the combine, where the amount of times that, especially like at the end of it, like guys would go up there and there's like legitimately like no one there.
Yeah.
Like there was a time we waited, me, Sam, and Marshall, and then I think it was Billy and AP. we waited for like 30 minutes for Jam Miller, the running back from Alabama. Yeah, dude, we waited forever.
Because I was waiting to post that video.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it was because, for us, we were like, I don't want the guy to come out and nobody's here.
Yeah.
Like, that's shitty because, like, as a player, like, I would want to be able to enjoy. Look at this freaking play by Murray here. This is the 2-point attempt.
Yeah.
He runs it in, son of a bitch. His little legs. Look at him. Oh.
He goes, my turn, asshole.
It was unbelievable. Watching that play was it was crazy. 23, 15, 8:13 to go.
Black or Hemby?
All right, so how about this? We're going to make a poll.
I think let's see what running backs are there.
All right, so
you guys just want Indiana people for
all right, so what? We
Fernando
got
Mendoza.
Who's go to the top running back?
It's Damon Claiborne.
All right, so we're going to add Claiborne, the running back. Then give me one more running back. Black.
Yeah, you want Black or Roman Hemby?
We'll add Keelan Black there. Though I was going to do last names, but you guys obviously know why I'm not going to do that. I was doing name and position. Keelan Black. Okay. I'm going to go with him. And then, dude, my computer is struggling. Sources coming in here from Jordan Schultz. The Titans are signing safety Tony Adams to a 1-year deal.
Nice.
All right, who are, besides the running backs, what do we got? Who would you guys go with? Can you get out of the running backs?
Sorry.
You're okay.
There we go.
Thank you,
Julian
Julian Neal,
Neal.
Hutchins Fisher, Jeff Caldwell, Trey Moore, Taylor, Adams, Perkins, Coogan.
Pat Coogan.
You know what? I like Pat Coogan. I'm just going to add him here to the list. Pat
Anybody
Coogan.
Indiana, though, they're in.
All right, the poll is up.
Garth Rader wants Hemby so bad.
All right, so we got Claiborne at running back, Keelan Black at running back, Bishop Fitzgerald at free safety, and then Pat Coogan on the offensive line. Where are we going?
I don't know.
Where are we going? Where are we going?
Xavier
Where are we going?
Harris. Cade Klubnik.
You couldn't pay me to draft Cade.
We'll get a quarterback at the end.
You want to? Basketball.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, what happened? What happened? The Iowa Center is better. Chuggs also is a big fan of the Iowa Center. Can't think of his name right now.
Is he here?
I don't think he's still available. I don't think he'd
Is
be.
he? Oh, I thought it was TJ Hall.
I don't think he's still available.
Who do we got? Is it? Oh, no surprise. The Indiana guy.
Keelan Black, though. This is going to get close.
Bishop Fitzgerald, free safety.
He's it's going to be between Bishop and Keelan Black. Unfortunately for Claiborne and Pat Coogan, it's not going to happen for them. Speaking of Sam, there he is.
Did we advance? Oh.
What happened?
I'm kind of busy.
What happened?
Nothing. We play a game.
What?
We play a game.
What does that mean?
Have you ever heard of Gritty?
No.
We play it's like a draft game where you like pick a bunch of players and it gives you like it spits out a certain number, like a total number, and you got to put all the players in order where it like produces the most amount of points, and that's what we play, and you play against other people in our league. You'll think it's fun.
All right. Fair
so, like,
enough.
you get guys on the same team, you get points for that. And so it's all about like you get 2 quarterbacks, couple wide receivers, couple running backs, 2 flexes, and then 1 tight end. And you put players and there's like lines that connect them. So you put a wide receiver and a running back. If they have the same draft year, you get some extra points for that. If they had the same draft year and they're on the same team, you get a lot of points for that. And then if they're in the same division, you get a certain amount of points too. So if you get same division or same team, same draft year, that's like the best you can get. And then there's each player, they have like 1 to 5 stars. So if you get a 5-star player that is in the same draft year and on the same team as another 5-star player, that's the most amount of points you can get, and it all connects.
All right, I'm gonna have to look and play.
It's cool.
I heard you guys talking about it the other day, and I was like, I don't know. I was trying to wrap my mind around. I mean, we always do like trivia here in the office. Like a guy will be like, "What do you think about X, Y, Z?" All right.
Wow, it's really
I just
close.
looked down at our poll. It's neck and neck.
We got to get up to
200.
200 votes.
200 votes. If you haven't voted yet at the live poll, please make sure you do so.
Here, we can look at
this poll is neck and neck.
Here, we'll look at Mr. Keon Black.
Bishop Fitzgerald, good cover safety.
Oh, it's tied.
This is coming down to the wire here. All right, here we go. We're almost there. 200 votes. Keelan Black.
Keelan Black.
Keelan Black is the pick. It's a done deal. It's already done.
Boom.
Boom, 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 boom. All right, so now we are at pick
184.
184. Who is available? All right, so we got the extra running back. Can you scroll for me?
Sorry. They have Geno Smith talking on SportsCenter right now. I was
Yes.
getting disgusted.
What a bum.
See how he has his Seahawks jersey, a bunch of other jerseys. Does not have his Raider jersey framed back there.
I don't blame him. I mean, if I was
still there.
If I was a player, I do wonder if I would frame a jersey for a team that I did play with. And I mean, like, Geno can hate the Raiders all that he wants, but I mean, they also paid him a boatload of money.
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably not the jersey I would put in like behind me on TV, but you know, I also in my opinion, like I would save every jersey that I have, even if it's a bad road. It's still part of the journey. But that guy's
God, he stinks.
That guy's something else, man. Something else. All right, where are we going with this pick, y'all?
Yep.
Where are we going?
Zane Durant. I've always liked Bishop Fitzgerald's still there.
Well, let's go Bishop Fitzgerald. Since the last time was so close, we're going to go Bishop.
Bishop Fitzgerald.
Right away. All right, so now we're 6. Is that what, 207 it says?
207.
Technically, this is 208. PFF just has to update one more. Technically, it's 208.
Yeah.
All right, where are we
Daquan
going?
Wright, tight end.
Where are we going? What position do we go with?
Eli Heinrich.
Heidenreich.
Fullback. We need a fullback.
Fullback. Can really catch the football. I want to say he had 70 catches last year. He had a really good season.
Damani Jackson. Roman Hemby.
I think it comes down to what do we need. See, Max Bredesen, Raiders met with him at the Combine. Tight end, fullback hybrid.
Sawyer Robertson.
I don't want to go that route. All right, where are we going? I'm seeing a bunch of Perkins. Is Perkins available? Not available.
Lorenzo Styles.
I think they were saying Harold Perkins. He's not there.
We're not doing anyone on the second page either.
Yeah, Tony, we already got that one. We already got that. Seeing some few Eli's in there. I see a Hunter. Riley Nowakowski. All right, let's do this. Let's go with Eli H, fullback.
Yep.
They did say we need a fullback. Riley Nowakowski. Tight end, fullback.
Where's Riley Nowakowski?
He's on there. Go up. Keep going. Oh, that's Roman Hemby. I thought I saw Riley. He might be on the next page.
He's probably on the next page.
All right, let's do this. Let's do Max Bredesen. Just 'cause
Devontae Smith.
the Raiders literally met with him.
Who?
Bredesen.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go with oh man, Jacob, our MVP. All right, we're gonna put Riley Nowakowski on here. One of our MVPs, I guess I should say. And then I see a bunch of Delp. Can you go to Delp? Is it Oscar Delp?
Oscar Delp, tight end.
All right, let's do it.
All right.
Oscar Delp, tight end. So this looks like we're going tight end fullback now that I look at this poll.
Yeah.
It's all tight end fullback. Where are we going? Where are we going? As soon as we get to 100 votes, we will run it. Oh, boy. 4:40 to go. This is where it's Mitch meltdown mode here.
Yeah.
Live on the Raiders Report. Live on, this season was one of the most challenging seasons. What's crazy is.
What's crazy?
This past year was the hardest year I ever had to deal with as a Raiders fan. The AP year, I'd probably put it number 2 just because of how bad they were in back-to-back years.
Yeah.
But
last year was bad.
Last year was the worst year I ever had to deal with as a fan doing this show. 2024 was the second worst year I've ever had to deal with.
So you had worse than second worst.
And then I would probably say 2022 was the third worst year because of how many games they lost in the second half. And I was so pissed when they hired McDaniels. Oh, my God, I was so angry. I was so angry. Couldn't even believe it. I couldn't. All right, the pick is in.
Uncle Lad said, got to add a big nose tackle. We did. Lee Hunter.
Riley Nowakowski is the pick.
Yeah?
Yep. So just go up to that search bar. Type in Riley. There he is. Who's going to be our final pick in the draft? Harold Perkins has been gone for many, many rounds. Many, many rounds. Many, many rounds. What's the position? Oh, my God. Second down and 10. 3:25 to go. They just get it off in time. Handoff up the gut, and it just plows forward at gain of 9. Christ. Raiders are going to blow this game. Can't even believe it. Fire McDaniels. Oh, I haven't said that in so long. Fire Josh McDaniels. Taylon Green from John Rodriguez. Haynes King down below. Seeing a lot of people want a quarterback. All right, let's have some fun here. Let's go with. All right. Can you show me the quarterbacks real quick?
The quarterbacks?
Yes, please.
Oh, boy.
Let's do Taylon Green.
He's not there.
He's not. Oh, okay. Go up for me.
You could do Sawyer Robertson.
I saw somebody say Haynes King.
Haynes King could be cool.
Let's go Haynes King.
He's like an extra running back. Joey Aguilar.
I don't want to just pick a QB, so can we go to another position? So somebody said Cole. Cole who? Peyton?
Cole Payton.
Cole Payton.
Dude from
Let's do it.
NDSU.
All right, go to another position for me.
What do you want to go to?
Just scroll down. Oh, look here.
Edge. Cornerback. Devontae Smith.
Sure. No, keep going for me. All right, we'll do Devontae Smith. Why not? Cornerback. Maybe you can play a little special teams.
Lewis Bond.
What about a kicker? What? Did Kyler just go to the Minnesota Vikings?
I don't know.
Yep. Breaking NFL news. Former Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray is signing a one-year deal with the Minnesota Vikings worth $1.2 million. The reason is because he is already owed 36.8 from Arizona, and if he wants to make that full 36.8, he's got to take that 1.2. Bettman.
Wow.
Minnesota gets Kyler Murray on a $1.2 million deal. Can we go to the kickers?
Sure.
Please, please, please. What do y'all think? Kyler Murray versus J.J. McCarthy. Who's the better quarterback?
Kyler Murray.
Kyler or J.J.? You let me know.
Special teams.
Trey Smack? Or do we want to go with the kicker from Michigan? I know a bunch of people have been talking about him. Kyler Murray to Minnesota. How many games do y'all think Minnesota wins with Kyler?
6.
6 games. Okay. Oh, Crosby with the sack, the Condor.
Nice.
2 minutes left, up 8 points. No way they lose this game. No way they lose this game. All right, we're going to say...
Look at production.
Zvada. All right, we're gonna add the Zvada. Zvada. All right, here we go. I thought Ethan just said he. Commas are essential. Where are we going? Final pick in this mock draft.
We got a couple kickers. Zvada I know is good.
Well, no, the poll's up.
Oh, well, I'm.
Oh. I would say the number one name that I've heard from kickers from like this audience is Zvada. No, it looks like they're going to go Devonta Smith, cornerback. I see quarterback, kicker. Safety or running back, Raider Nation from hella high. I mean, if I were to be looking at this spot, I would look at safety over running back, but that's only because we already have a running back. I mean, we could go another. I mean, we technically. Like I did our Raiders running back depth chart today, and I left it. I left it as like 2 guys blank. I couldn't put Chris Collier and Dylan Laube as RB2, RB3. I just couldn't do it. It literally just says TBD, blank.
Yep.
Which I don't think is the worst. Nice.
Raiders report knee pads. Do you see what he got?
I was going to put something as a John. I don't even know if I can.
You should. Do it.
First thing that came to my mind.
Yeah?
Do you get it or not? They're not going to get it, but. They're not going to get it. All right. They have no idea. Chuggs will probably get it.
Yeah. That's good. I like that. All right. We got 15 minutes. Who are we going to get?
The pick is in.
Who we got?
Devonta Smith.
All right.
All right, so here we go, y'all. Grade the draft. A, B, C, D, or F. How would you grade it? Don't worry about PFF because it only goes off of their personal grades.
Michael Taft was an F.
Well, I mean, they don't like him as much.
Yeah.
Though Tapp, I actually think is probably like a top 120 overall prospect.
I like the A plus for Fernando.
Fernando. Grade it A, B, C, D, or F. Chef said big time D. I don't think it's a big time D. The only reason why that I love the
Big
first
time D.
I love the first 3 picks in this draft. I think the first
Yeah.
3 picks here are outstanding.
Yep.
So, after that we get a little bit questionable for me. I would say this is a C draft in my book. C plus.
I would say C plus. Yeah, C plus.
Oh wow. Former Raider Denzel Perriman going back to the Chargers.
Fun.
Denzel Perriman back to the Chargers.
The Chargers.
I see some C's. I see a few D pluses. Uncle's going to go with a B. Idol said I like the first 2 picks. So we got 14 minutes left of the show. The breaking news in the NFL right now is Kyler Murray has just agreed to a deal with the Minnesota Vikings. Kyler Murray's Vikings contract includes a no-tag clause. So this is what is known as a 1-year, $1.2 million prove-it deal. And he's going to beat out J.J. McCarthy. The starting quarterback for Minnesota this upcoming season will be Kyler Murray. That's going to be fun. I think that's going to be fun. What do you got for me? What do you got for me? What do you got? Who's better, Kyler Murray or J.J. McCarthy? I mean, I agree with you. I think it's Kyler Murray. Oh, man, Murray, ball here at the 25. Throws it to the running back. Tackle by Nate Hobbs. Gain of 4. Second down and 6. 1:46 to go. Raiders got 2 timeouts. Arizona's got 1 timeout. Derek Carr looks on. Oh, God. This is a brutal game. You got 3 to the right, 1 to the left. Kyler, quick throw, middle of the field. Zach Ertz caught, gets tackled. First down, Arizona. This was the old classic bend but break defense. Yep. Get you. It'll get you. Do we have any super chats or are we all caught up? All right, let's roll through them. Denzel Perriman, back at age 33. It's wild. Mitch, turn up Oakland style. Again, I wish I could play music on this show. It would actually make it a lot better, but YouTube won't allow us. If I were to be picking in that spot, it would have been, I would have rather taken a safety probably than a running back. But at the same time, I look at our running back roster right now, and it's Ashton Genty, it's Dylan Laube, it's Chris Collier. That's we need another one. Oh, my God. Throw, Kyler Murray hits the running back in the chest. It bounces up in the air, and it's going to fall harmlessly to the ground. Diving was Nicholas Morrow. Nick, I don't think, bro, you were even close. Murray literally throws it, hits it up directly up in the. Oh, I can see why he thought that was picked. That was close. What do you
I have
got?
another question for you.
Hit me.
Boom.
Grade the Raiders free agency so far.
This is not the signings, just what has gone on free agency, including the signings, Maxx, everything.
I mean, I think it's an A.
I think it's an A also.
I think what's crazy is I literally think it's an A whether they have Maxx or whether they traded Maxx.
Ooh, I
can make an argument. The grade should be higher with Maxx because I guess maybe free agency. Do you count the picks?
You got one of the top edges on your team.
Though I can make the argument if you traded away Maxx, you get those extra picks and 3rd down and 4. Kyler delivers first down. Oh no, it's broken up. Where did he catch it? Oh my God!
Is that Divine Diablo?
Yes.
That's funny. A pluses all around.
First down, Arizona. 20, 19, 18, 17. I think Arizona called a timeout.
Do you think the defense is
I don't think he caught that ball.
Do you think that I think we talked about this. I think the defense top 20,
Yeah, I think that's the hope.
top 20, closer to 20.
As of right now, I mean, I like a lot of the pieces that they have. I still want to see an upgrade at that DT free safety. We
The security guard watching is funny.
I mean, you're that up close and personal at this game. There's no way that's a catch. No, he didn't catch it. It's gonna be 4th down and 4.
You're so invested.
What's cool is like I know how the games go, but I don't exactly know how they go. Slayer concert in my head. Favorite concert you ever been to? Tuna's top 5. No.
Favorite concert I've ever been to? I haven't been yet. I'm going to Noah Khan in the summer.
You've never been to a concert?
Oh no, I'm just saying though. I've only been to one. It's Rolling Loud in 2021. So I've been to multiple concerts.
I got you.
But
see, first concert I ever went to was Sean Paul.
Wow,
in Germany.
That's a fun concert.
It was a random concert. I'll tell you that. Very, very random concert. Yeah, my girlfriend at the time, she was a Sean Paul fan. 2015 Germany, Sean Paul.
Wow.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. All right, y'all, here's what we're going to do. Final chance to get in the duck race. One last call. We got to run this duck race. Then we got to hop on out of here. Shout out to Lord Cameron Abbott. Shout out to Jacob. Shout out to Raiders for Life, Mark Call, Rustin Long, everybody that really made today's show a lot of fun. I'm sorry if I seem a little tired. It's because I am.
We've been here forever.
We've been putting in a lot of hours this week. We want to try to give you guys as much content as humanly possible. But at the same time, again, we shout out to the guys that extended this show. I always make deals. I always like to have fun because I always want to know, what type of content are y'all looking for? Kyler Murray shotgun. Looking, scrambling to his right. Crosby gets some pressure. Murray gets out of it. Kyler moving, scrambling, looks down the field, throws. Back of the end zone, but there's a flag.
Oh, my God.
Drama. This game's insane. Mitch, the restaurant in San Diego with the big rooster in the front, is the Crack Shack on Kettner. Love that place.
Nice.
There you go.
There you go.
The Crack Shack. I feel like that wasn't the name. I could be wrong. Is it like a fancy restaurant? It was like a really nice restaurant. Really good food. That sounds good though. I don't know what I'm gonna eat when I get home.
Ooh, it's a good idea.
All right, let me look here. Let me look. Final chance for you to get in. If you don't know what you're looking at, that's what's known as a QR code, Dad. You can scan that with your phone, hover over it, add me as a friend. 20 to get in. The last time that I checked, it was 20 to win $1,060. Brian Hinkle in. Jorge Garcia in. And now we are ready to go. Murray, first down and goal. 16 seconds left. He's looking left. He's going to scramble to the right. Chandler Jones in pursuit. Throws, and it's broken up. Looking for A.J. Green. Hell of a play there by Rock Ya-Sin. These names are crazy. Rock was all over A.J. Green. Did a great job punching that football out. Honestly, Murray delivered a good strike there to A.J. Chris, I believe so.
All right. Let's see.
Chris, yeah, you're in, bro. I got you.
Let's see what race we want to do today.
Can you add one more for me?
Oh, my goodness. Really?
Soldier Man. If we get anything else, almost pick six. Murray looking left, broken up by Jonathan Abram. He just forgot to catch the football. 3rd down and goal. I mean, this ball needs to be a pick six. He does this. He does everything right besides catch the ball. Reads it perfectly. Murray threw a laser beam in here. Oh, that's a tough ball to catch. Would have liked for him to make the play. Imagine they win this game. McDaniels is still the coach. Abrams not even in the NFL anymore. Is that Casey Hayward in the back? I think it is. Murray throws. Roderick Teamer on the coverage. Breaks it up. 4th down and goal. 5 seconds to go. All right, winner of this race will be going home with $1,090.
That's pretty good.
All right, you got to add a few more.
Oh,
and then
okay.
this is it. Joe and I got you. Brandon Esp, I got you. LA Crash, I got you. Winner now gets $1,120. If you send it in now, I'm just going to put you in our race tomorrow. Murray, touchdown Arizona. 23-21. They got to go for 2. Oh, wow, this is an interesting move. The Buffalo Bills are signing C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Oh, wow. That's big for that. That's a good one.
Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, 1-year deal to the Buffalo Bills.
That's good.
Gives you a little bit of versatility in that back end. I think that's their Taron Johnson replacement.
I agree. He can play nickel.
I mean, he's a good competitor. He's a bit of a head case.
A little bit. Help the Bears get to where they were.
That poor lady has no idea what's about to happen.
No idea. You ready?
I am
Shuffle.
ready to rock.
Shuffle.
Winner's going to go home with
Shuffle.
$1,120 here on the Raiders Report in 3, 2, 1. Let's get it going. Oh, and they're off, literally. Oh, this is hard to see.
It's just a bunch of heads.
I know, I can't see really any of the names. This is totally random. I mean, I see
Saber Warriors up there.
Soldier
Soldier
Man.
Man.
That's Darth.
Misty,
Jose Salas.
Jose Salas.
Steve Dell. David Vergara. Ruben Torres. Santiago Herrera. Ruben Matthew. I don't know. I spelled that name wrong. Sorry, Matthew.
Matthew Anderson.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Nick Sane down there.
16 seconds to go. Look at Saber Warrior just hanging out right there.
Dude.
Who's this in the back here? Dude, they're coming in hot. Simon TG. Oh, they slowed down here a little bit.
No,
Somebody's got to make him up. Saying, sorry, man, you got shot
fuel.
down. Who's
Somebody's
this?
losing fuel.
I don't know. I don't know.
Jacob Sauter.
Jacob Sauter. Oh, now he's just stunting. Somebody get that flag. They're going to cause it. I mean, this many planes flying in this area cannot be safe.
Can't be.
Jacob Sauter. I'm looking.
And let's see. Landry Wilson came in second. Simon TG in third. Who gets the BH pick?
Gilberto. You want to hear something crazy?
You actually sent one?
No. Jacob Sauter's first race ever.
Wow. Really?
Really?
I've seen him in Super Chats. Good for Jacob. Murray drops back to pass. Looking, pointing, firing. Caught. Tie game.
Overtime.
Hopefully they win in overtime.
Yeah, we'll see, man.
Yeah,
minute
we won't
30.
be here to look at it.
Minute 30. Sauter, if you're still here, if you could please confirm that you just received $1,120, that would be much appreciated. First race ever and gets a win.
Appreciated.
He's like, dude, this is the greatest show on planet Earth.
Yeah. He's like, I'm coming back.
I'll be here. Jacob Sauter. Yo! Sauter, man, I think that's the confirmation that we were looking for. Thank you for playing.
Yo, I'm looking at these Wemby
playing.
highlights. It is unfair.
He already might be the greatest defender in NBA history.
Just the greatest player, dude.
He threw
up a random layup, and then it bounced off the rim, and he just grabbed it and dunked it
gotta
because
win a
he
title.
was the only one up there.
I hear you. He's an alien. I mean, he's an alien. All right, y'all, here's what's about to happen. Reid and I are about to log off, which means the Raiders are probably going to do some crazy shit. If they do some crazy shit, hit that subscribe button, turn on those notifications. I will be live tomorrow at 11 a.m. my time. Okay, we're going to do another full day. It's how free agency goes here. And we're going to go Oakland style, Raiders Report style. Make sure you bring your drinking pants. It's going to be a crazy, crazy day. Maybe we go live a little bit later.
Yeah.
We'll see. Because I would like to actually be able to get you guys some sort of content over the weekend. We'll see. Do I go live tomorrow? LCA, 11 a.m. tomorrow. Is that when I'm going live? You let me know.
Yeah, Caleb Baines did break his foot.
Caleb, yeah. Fourth metatarsal. Yeah, you know what, F it. I said I'd go live at 11. I'm going to go live at 11.
All right.
I'll be live tomorrow, 11 a.m. my time. So that's noon Eastern time. It's the time that I've been live all week. All I ask is this. We're going to go balls to the wall tomorrow. We're going to go Friday happy hour. And the show ends when I can't stand up anymore.
I was going to say save it for tomorrow.
Tomorrow's going to get
Tomorrow's
crazy.
going to get crazy. It's a new day tomorrow.
Again, we're going to need everybody's help. Let's have some fun. Let's get the questions coming in. I know the Raiders haven't done anything maybe to get questions around, and I understand that. But I want to talk free agency. I want to hang out with y'all. Maybe there's some good college games that we could watch. We'll just have a good time here on the Raiders Report. Celebrate free agency. From Reid, my chat sports team. Shout out to Chuggs for being on here earlier today. MVP of today's show, Lord Cameron Abbott. Peace out, y'all. Enjoy your night. I'll see you tomorrow. Raiders Friday happy hour on Friday the 13th.